sea. 770 kilometers off the line of control, that's India-Pakistan. 110 kilometers of the actual ground position line, that's the Siachen Glacier. Plus, you have a multi-tier grid. This multi-tier grid is of the counter-terrorism operations. And of course, you have the Indian Armed Forces forever in aid of civil authorities. Now, this is how extensively the Indian Armed Forces are forever in operations. Who better to talk about the reforms and reorganization that's taking place right now as Indian Armed Forces perhaps undertake the biggest reforms ever to meet the challenges of the 21st century. May I now invite on stage General Anil Chauhan, Chief of Defense Staff. General Chauhan is former Army Commander, Eastern Command, and former Director General of Military Operations. He was DGMO during the Balakot airstrikes. General, may I request you to join us on stage, please? General, it's an absolute privilege and an honor to have you here with us at the India Today Conclave, and especially at a time when we are talking about an assertive India in an uncertain world. But I want to begin by asking you, in this 21st century, what are the biggest challenges we face as a nation when it comes to our security challenges?
I think if you look at the armed forces, the biggest challenges would be mostly external, and thereof our immediate concern. But then external challenges also unite a nation. We've seen it in Balakot, we've seen it in Kargil, we've seen it in Galwan. If you look at the other side of this, the internal security challenges which have fissurous tendencies, sometimes they also become challenging. We need to look at that particular aspect also. As far as the armed forces are concerned, the immediate challenges are the rise of China and the unsettled boundary probably. We have two neighbors, both adversarial to us. Both of them profess that their friendship is higher than the Himalayas and as deep as the oceans, and they are both nuclear capable. But over here, both of them are actually predictable. We know that these are the kind of threats. What is unpredictable, and for us, the biggest challenge would be the way warfare is changing in the future. Because of this, we'll have to introduce new weapon systems, technologies, tactics is going to change, strategy is going to change, and probably organization systems. So this particular path of how to predict and path to take right now so that we are in the right place at the right time, that I think is the biggest challenge for us.
And General, we live in a very uncertain neighborhood, as you very rightly pointed out, sir. We have an expansionist nation on one side, we have a state sponsor of terror on the other, plus the subversive elements within. If you were to grade the threat that we face as a nation, how would you grade the threat that we face, sir?
I think the first part, actually, I would have answered it. In the first question itself, I think the rise of China, its assertive nature, I think that's the biggest challenge. The only silver lining in this is that its rise hasn't been so peaceful. So it's got a large number of nations, like-minded nations, united together. And hence, for Chinese to achieve their geopolitical aims, actually, would be slightly difficult. I think that, for us, would be the biggest challenge, what I foresee.
But as we face this challenge in the Himalayas, does our geographical location also provide a solution to the challenges that we face, especially going ahead?
I'm a strong proponent of geography. It shapes the strategic outlook of nations. For us, the Himalayas have been providing us security since ages, actually. But of late, because of advancement of technology, you can know that the Himalayas are no longer an impediment because you have missiles, you have aircrafts, and then of course we've been able to breach it by advancing mobility options in Himalayas. So to some extent, the impregnability of Himalayas, I would say, has diminished slightly for us. But then, of course, we also have a geographical advantage because of our peninsular shape, which juts out into the Indian Ocean, flanked by 2 island territories, which gives us a lot of strategic depth. And the access to Indian Ocean region is very, very restricted, and we enjoy a predominant position. So I think we need to balance out between our continental challenges and maritime challenges.
So, if there is a problem in the Himalayas, the solution lies in the Indian Ocean.
I won't put it across like that. You know, if our immediate challenges and problems, of course, are land-centric. That's because of unsettled borders and problems with Pakistan. But if a nation, we have to grow, actually. We may be part of this Asian landmass, but actually we can't travel through this Asian landmass. You know, we can't travel because China continues to occupy Tibet, and then we have a problem with the Pakistanis on the western side. If you look east, Myanmar is, embroiled in kind of a problem. So if you look, India is kind of like an island nation, actually. And the only way for India to grow is towards the seas, which I just mentioned. So our destiny, I would normally say, lies in the seas. And there's a way where opportunities also lie. So my threats may be in the continental domain, but the opportunities lie on the seas.
That's a big point you're making, sir. Tell us more about this Divyastra that India has just tested. Why is the testing of the Agni 5, the MIRV, so significant?
Let me say that we have a nuclear doctrine which professes no first use. And I think, hence, the credibility of our deterrence has to be very, very high. This particular test actually testifies this, that, the credibility of our doctrine. When we talked about deterrence, there's an element of communication into it. That means we should be able to communicate. If you don't communicate to the adversary what you possess, then the deterrences have got no value. So this particular test is a part of a communication. So this will strengthen deterrence, and I believe in the long run will promote strategic stability in the neighborhood. But right now, I think it's time to congratulate all those people who are involved in the test, especially DRDO.
Oh, absolutely. It's a big test, Agni 5. Sir, as we move forward, you're working very extensively on reorganizing our armed forces to face future challenges. How is that reorganization coming along? And what sometimes gives you perhaps sleepless nights on how are we moving forward, and are we moving forward at the pace at which we ought to?
Yeah. Let me begin by saying that, change is part of, it's only constant in life, they say. And organizations who don't change actually will become extinct. Charles Darwin said so, not me. And so that's true for organisms and as well as for organizations. I told you in the beginning, actually, that the warfare is changing rather rapidly. We've got to change for that. Unfortunately for us, for the past 77 years, all the 3 services have grown independently. They have their own capabilities. They have developed over time a culture of theirs, actually. But now we think, actually, the multi-domain operations are a reality for future and a network-centric kind of warfare. So if we have to do this, all the 3 services have to combine their capabilities. We also need to combine our capabilities not only in the cyber space, but also in the cognitive domain. So it's the reforms, what we are attempting over here is basically trying to integrate the 3 services, promote kind of a jointness between them. And jointness is, if I would say elaborate, is something like promoting bonhomie, removing mistrust between the 3 services. Unfortunately, that existed till some time back. And this will lead probably to better integration between us. And integration is a physical kind of a process. And there are a large number of the domains in which we are thinking that we will be able to integrate ourselves, starting from operations, operational logistics, intelligence, training, HR, legal, a number of such issues. And they are part of a physical process. They have to be made enduring. It's not specific to particular tenure of chiefs and CDSs. So we're trying to put those things in place, and jointness probably would create a bedrock or the foundation for integration, and that would create a foundation for further set of reforms which we are attempting where we will be able to function in a kind of a joint and integrated kind of environment.
As you try to achieve this task, there was some, if I may use that word, bad blood between the army and the Air Force, as some had argued, when the Air Force was seen as a support arm. Where do you stand on this? Is the Indian Air Force a support arm?
I think that's a tricky one, Gaurav. But I think when armed forces officers use some words, actually, there's a meaning behind it, and sometimes we actually just catch on to a particular word. Probably what General Rawat, when he said that, he meant that Air Force is the only service which can support the operations of other two services. And the reverse is not true. That means Air Force can support the land operations, they can support operations in the maritime domain. But the reverse is not true. None of these two services can actually support air operations, which are independent in their own nature, field. So that places Air Force or their operations in a very unique position. And it is so unique that the lure of Air Force actually has prompted other two services also to acquire an Air Force of their own. And today, if you have an Air Force with the Navy, they are part of the executive branch. And in case of the Army, in case these Apaches come in, then probably they'll also be part of a fighting arm. So there's no question of someone being a supporting arm. I think we read too much into this particular word, actually. What he meant was, that's a service which can support the operations of other two services. I think that should put the whole thing to rest now.
And the three services are on the same page. You're moving forward with the pace at which you want to. You have a roadmap to achieve the goals that you've set out to achieve, sir?
We did that right at the beginning. When we set out actually talking to each other, there was a hiatus after General Rawat passed away for about 9 months. Unfortunately, we lost that amount of time. So, during the first CDS's time, probably there was COVID, and he didn't get time because of that. And physically, meetings could not take place, and then there was this problem on the northern borders. Fortunately for me, nothing like this happened. I had all the time, and I had all the support of the three chiefs with me. In fact, during a first meeting, we organized it at the National Defense Academy. We didn't do it in Delhi. We went back to NDA, we went to the Hut of Remembrance, and then came back for the meeting. And thereafter, it's been, I would say, not so smooth a ride. If they were so simple, actually, to iron out the differences, I wasn't required then. So it's taken some amount of convincing. Each issue has been debated. We would have met in this past year and 5 months or 4 months. I have stayed as CDS more than 13 or 14 occasions where the Chief of Staff Committee has met. And they have come to certain conclusions, which we have documented. They will form part of a recommendation when the government seeks it from us.
Sir, is the work hampered by the absence of a national security strategy? So many years, 7 decades plus after independence, do we have a national security strategy? Do we have stated goals? Or are the armed forces working in silos, unable to fine-tune their doctrines and their strategies because our national security strategy is still work in progress?
Let me say like this, Gaurav. When you look at national security strategy, so there's a written document, which you can say is a policy. A policy exists, and then there's a written document. Then there are processes and there are structures. There are 3. All 3 or 4 have to be in place, actually, to succeed. So we have these structures and processes with us correctly. Had we not had that, probably we wouldn't have been able to react to a COVID situation in a very calibrated kind of manner, or what you mentioned as Balakot strikes, or even when we abrogated Article 370. People thought that is going to lead to bloodshed. No. So we were able to do that thing quite smoothly. So the processes and structures are very strong over here. Now let me give you 2 examples, Probably the most threatened nation on this planet would be, I think, Israel. And they don't have a written national security strategy. The last one which they wrote was in 1956, Ben-Gurion's time. So they have survived without that. And our immediate neighbor, they came out with a national security policy, which is like a strategy, in 2022 actually. And immediately after that, they went into a whole lot of political crisis, economic crisis. Putting that strategy or the document in place didn't help them. So this later part is important, you know. Your policy is there. Without policy, how do you function? Only the written document is not there. We are clear as to what our structures are, how do we take decisions, strategic decisions. This is all well laid out. We meet regularly. There are a number of structures which we have created. So that helps us. And of course, whenever there's some work on the written part also, they'll do it. So that should not hamper us, actually.
Because you have the nation talks about a stated goal. By 2047, we want to be Vikasit Bharat, a developed country by 2047. By 2027, 28, you want to be the third largest economy. That's a stated goal. As far as our armed forces are concerned, do the armed forces also have milestones on what we want to achieve and by when, as we move forward to being perhaps, one of the strongest armed forces in the world?
Yeah, you're right. So, recently, there was a talk about, the national vision, that is 2047, that we want to be a strong India, a Shashakt Bharat, a developed country, actually, Samriddha Bharat. And for this, but one of the legs of this would be a military, this thing. You have to be a strong military also. So, Shashakt Bharat should be a part of that Samriddha Bharat, or a developed nation. So, as far as the armed forces are concerned, from this national vision, we are trying to draw out a vision for ourselves, which should be applicable to 2047. We have trying to divide it into 3 timelines. One would be of immediate, let's say 2027 or so, in which we have great amount of clarity as to what we want to do, which I just mentioned about jointness, integration, and joint structures for conducting operations. What kind of capability which we have, which we desire and we will get. And the second, of course, would be a time frame of 27 to about 37, in which there is also a fair amount of clarity. Now, as I said, from 37 to 47, for the armed forces, it's difficult to predict because any development in armed forces does not follow a kind of a linear progression. So there could be something which is very disruptive, which comes in, like in this particular war. Suddenly the drones have come up, or hypersonics have come up in a big way. So really can't predict very, very accurately for the third phase. But yes, we have some trend lines and we have something in mind, what we should be in 2047. We also will try and articulate a vision for ourselves. Maybe give us some time and it will be a standard formulation. Sir,
I was hearing one of your closed door interviews in which you'd also said, your interaction with the Forge, where you said you cannot be a strong nation on borrowed weapons. And you cannot win wars with borrowed weapons. What's your thinking on Atmanirbhar Bharat? But first, elaborate on this, sir, and then on Atmanirbhar Bharat should also be there, but operational efficiency of the armed forces should not be adversely impacted. Where do you stand on that? How do we achieve that goal?
Okay, I'll take it in a reverse manner. I'll speak about Atmanirbharta first. Sometimes we are looking at Atmanirbharta from a narrow prism of defense manufacturing only. I think Atmanirbharta is slightly more than that. Self-reliance on Atmanirbharta, both these words actually start with self, Atman, looking at yourself. Apne aap mein dekhne hai, jaruri hai ye. And that will lead to self-realization and self-actualization. And that self-confidence which you will get after that. So it has a broader kind of an ambit. Defense manufacturing is a smaller part of it. So, as I said, what you quoted actually, that we can't actually win future wars on borrowed technology and borrowed weapon systems. What actually I meant was, we are trying to chase technologies and weapon systems which already exist. I'm saying again, we are trying to develop a system or maybe a hypersonic missile or a particular ship or a missile which we want, which already exists. People have developed, and then the DRDO, etc., are trying to chase it. Then we will induct it into the armed forces, or change our tactics, adopt a tactics to incorporate that system, and thereafter we'll change an organization. If we continue this process, we'll always be behind that curve. We'll never reach ahead. So what I have been trying to propagate for some time now is that a tactics-led kind of a thought process or development in which we decide as to how we forward to fight the future war. And that is absolutely unique to our circumstances, our methods of fighting a war, which is based on our kind of a terrain, our realities, our adversaries. And once we decide that, then we look at supporting technologies and weapon systems which will fructify that particular tactics. And when we do that, then we beat that curve which I said you and come up ahead along with the developed nations. So we'll have to, for doing all this actually, there'll be a lot of mindset change which we will require. So that's the focus and emphasis would be.
And when we talk of future wars, we're looking at what's happening around us in the world. A Russia-Ukraine war, which was seen as a short, sharp special operation, has been on for 2 years. Is that our lessons learned from there, and or the Israel-Hamas kind of a situation where hundreds of terrorists enter a country and carry out the kind of mayhem that the Hamas did in Israel? What is the lessons learned from there and the threat that we face in our neighborhood?
Every war will produce its own lessons, and we can't extrapolate or assume that these kind of wars will be fought in our context. I think each war, the way it will be fought, is first defined by the politico-military objectives which has been set for that particular war. That is one. And of course, technology would be the second thing. Geography would be another factor, where this war is being fought. The climate, geography, etc. All this will define the uniqueness of that particular war or kind of a conflict. So like in the Ukraine war, if geopolitical objective or politico-military objective was to retain amount of territory, the lesson is that, if you retain territory, there's going to be a very prolonged war. So that's a big lesson actually for us. And high-tech, surveillance systems, etc., are not a solution for actually keeping boots on ground as far as surveillance of your borders or dominance of your borders are concerned. I think these are two big lessons for us. But as I said, our scenarios, our wars, which we think would be based on our geography, our threats and our adversaries, and it will be entirely different from what the wars which you just mentioned.
Sir, since you mentioned boots on ground, that would mean we would need soldiers to protect our borders or achieve our aims. Of late, there has been tremendous criticism, General, of the Agniveers, where some people argue, some have argued that they are not as capable or will not be as capable as long-term soldiers. And by the time they're trained, vis-a-vis deployment at the LAC, they'll be, perhaps they'll not as good as the Chinese soldiers. That is being argued. Where do you stand? Because you train soldiers, you guide soldiers, you use soldiers in combat. Where do you stand on Agniveers?
Again, I think that's a view which I have also read, against Agniveer. Who is going to use these Agniveers? It's a commanding officer. People who are on field, actually. Is there any, dissonance among them? No. See, these guys are quite happy because ultimately a commanding officer who is at the cutting edge of combat, he gets to choose what kind of people he wants actually in his unit. What could be better than that? So people who are going to use this, the Agniveers have no problem. The people who are going to use or work with these Agniveers, who will be part of the team to fight a war or a combat situation or operationally get deployed, they have no issues. The larger issues are from outside actually. Some of them are from our own veterans actually. So I won't talk about others, veterans, because times have changed, but sometimes you get stagnated and you think about a particular thing. So I think you have to have a fresh kind of a look. This is a very transformative kind of a scheme. And this is not only for the armed forces, but it's going to strengthen the nation actually, I presume, in times to come. And that's the way I look at it. And it's working out well. We've had no issues till now. Two batches are already there on training. The first batch in 27 actually probably would come out. And there's a lot of time for us to look at if there are any shortcomings in this scheme. But as of now, I think people who are using this have taken a feedback from the soldiers who are there as Agniveers. We've taken up a feedback from the commanding officers who find them absolutely fine. So I don't think there's a problem on those two accounts. It also has a major advantage if I look at it strategically. Just mentioned about a long duration war or a Ukraine kind of a war. We earlier had the system of reservist liability. With this scheme, there's not going to be a reservist liability. Earlier people, if he retired, say, a soldier after 17 years, he's a 2 or 3 years of reserve liability he had. So that system didn't work out well, actually. We've not been able to use it or test it actually after 71. In this, by a simple notification, I can increase the terms of engagement to 5 years. I have 50,000 soldiers extra for that particular year. What better this thing? In times of national emergency, otherwise we continue like this. I think it's a very good scheme.
You think Agniveer is a good scheme, it's working, and it gives you reservists. Overall, when you look at the national security scenario, it's often said that armies are used only when diplomacy fails. Otherwise, armies only ensure that there is no transgression or your border is not vulnerable. Are our borders vulnerable, either the northern borders or the western borders? Is the threat from a financially weaker Pakistan diminished or remains as big as it was?
Let me again take the later part first. Pakistan may be in economic kind of in turmoil and maybe politically also slightly unstable. Now, of course, they have a proper government. But militarily, there's no been denting in his capabilities actually, and we should never consider an adversary. Means we should give full marks to that adversary. That's a better way of looking at things. That's how I look at things. So they retain their capability and they have that capability. So Pakistan remains a threat. So you can't say that Pakistan armed forces will not remain a threat. Yes, there may be a challenge for them to fight a long war because of the current economic problem which they have. But they remain a threat for us. As far as the borders is concerned, I think they're reasonably well secure. I just told you, probably today Himalayas were very, very secure for a very, very long time for us. But today, as I said, the impediments of geography can be overcome. Today, the technology affords you actually to alter geography. Geography for centuries and generations and millenniums has been the same. It couldn't have been altered. But today, technology affords you. It can give you mobility today. That's what has happened actually across Himalayas. So you're connecting passes. So a new set of challenges come up, which you didn't anticipate. But then I think we have today resources to take care of our borders, especially the disputed borders in the north, very well.
And the bigger role, do you see a bigger role for us in the Indian Ocean region, and especially the Indo-Pacific? How does that hold out for India in the long run? Does that also ensure if we are stronger there, then vis-a-vis Pakistan, we are much in a better position, and vis-a-vis the northern adversary, China, that also puts us on a stronger wicket, does it?
Yeah, so I've said that, our future or destiny or opportunities would lie in the Indian Ocean region. And that's a fact of geography, which actually I told you. If you look at our major adversary, the Chinese, and look at their geography, I'll just bring out some facts of geography. So to be a superpower, if they aspire to be, they'll have to control at least 2 oceans. The British actually control the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean region. Indian Ocean, they control because of Aden and Singapore actually, and India. Similarly, the Americans, they control 2 oceans. As far as Chinese are concerned, actually they have a trouble. So geographically, they are ringed by a number of islands actually. So, but anyway, to be a superpower, they'll have to look at Pacific and Indian Ocean region. If they have to choose between the two, I think Indian Ocean region would be an ocean of choice first. Why? because it sits astride, Europe, Middle East, and the Southeast Asian countries. So between two economic hubs and energy hubs, consumers and users, it strides there. So Indian Ocean will remain important for the Chinese. Unfortunately for them, access to this ocean is also denied because, there are only 4 choke points. So that's, again, a geographical disadvantage for them. So for us, we presume that once the plan is, today there are 350 ship navy, tomorrow there may be in 2047 a 500 ship navy. When that happens, obviously this area will become contested, but then of course, we also would be stronger by then.
We also will be stronger by then, और हमें अपनी अब शक्ति को पहचानने की आवश्यकता है, which is where we are moving forward, more assertive in this uncertain world. General Chauhan, for joining me here on this India Today special, as always, many thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, General Chauhan. This session was sponsored by Kirloskar. Can I also invite on stage Dr. T. Vijaya, Director of Kirloskar Institute of Management, to hand over a token of appreciation to General Chauhan, please? Thank you very much, General Chauhan. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause, please, for General Anil Chauhan for joining us here at the India Today Conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin our next session, a Himalayan marvel, gross natural happiness for the 21st century. If I can request everyone to please settle down, to please be seated on your chairs, please. It's our honor to have here at the India Today Conclave the Prime Minister of Bhutan, Tshering Tobgay. Please give it up for the Prime Minister of Bhutan. I'd also like to invite our session moderator, Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing of India Today Group.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in welcoming to the India Today Conclave the two-time Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bhutan, Dasho Tshering Tobgay. Please give him a very warm round of applause. I had the pleasure of meeting the Honorable Prime Minister in Bhutan a couple of years ago, and there were two things that struck me. And this was my first visit to Bhutan. And it is not just one of the most beautiful countries. For those of you all who've been there will agree with me. But it's also among the most progressive. It is the first country to introduce the concept of gross national happiness rather than GDP as a measure of economic growth. The second is that the erudite Mr. Tobgay is a truly impressive politician, with innovative ideas, a committed environmentalist, a cultural advocate, and a yoga enthusiast, inspired, I'm told, he tells me that by Mrs. Tobgay herself. She is here as there, Mrs. Tobgay. Welcome to the India Today Conclave. In his second term that has just begun, Mr. Tobgay has promised to tackle the unprecedented economic challenges that his country faces including high unemployment and a focus to evolve what he calls, or probably would be, the gross national happiness 2.0. Mr. Tobgay is currently on a mission to boost ties further between India and Bhutan, and I wish him all the best on that. Mr. Tobgay, may I now invite you to deliver your address. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Tobgay.
Thank you for that lovely introduction, Raj. Delighted to be back in Delhi. Delighted to be in India. Delighted to meet old friends and make new friends. Such a warm reception. Your hospitality, your warmth, your friendship is enduring. I had the opportunity of meeting Prime Minister Modi and the government, President, captains of industry, all within a span of 2 days, and here I am today. I did something silly yesterday. At 10 p.m., I had a tooth implant. I extracted a tooth. And at 10 p.m., Dr. Mehta, with very gentle hands, inserted an implant in my lower jaw. I say silly because I knew I was going to meet you. It didn't even occur to me that I may not be able to talk. And if I did, forget about you understanding me, I wouldn't be able to understand myself. So you'll have to forgive me. I'm going to do something else. Silly. Now, I'm going to request you to indulge in me and close your eyes. If you close your eyes and imagine, if you will, that you are a king. You're an absolute monarch. You love your people, but what's more, your people love you. You are developing your country. You need to take care of your people, their health. You need to take care of the elderly in society. Will you give them free health care? How will you define your health care? You want to take care of your children. What type of education system will you build, and will it be free? You want to honor your ancestors. And keep your traditions and culture alive. You want to keep your brand, your unique culture for your future generations. And you also want to keep your environment for your future generations. Would you as king do all that? What type of economy would you build for your country? Would it be driven mercilessly by market forces, or would it be sustainable, and would you divide the proceeds of your economy through all the people? As king, you will need a government. You could rule as a philosopher king or a benevolent dictator, but would you instead choose to introduce democracy for your people? You are king. This is your country. What would you do? Some of you still have your eyes closed. You can open them. Thank you for indulging in me. This is the story of Bhutan. If you said yes to most of what I asked, you believe in gross national happiness, and you believe in the ideals and principles introduced by our kings. Their overarching emphasis has been the well-being and happiness of their people. By balancing economic growth, which is a necessity, with social progress, cultural preservation, environmental protection, and good governance. Our kings have come a long way. Bhutan have come a long way. We have come a long way. This journey has been, by and large, successful, and I dare say it has been successful because of the friendship, goodwill, and unconditional support of the government and people of India. We are deeply grateful for your generosity, for your friendship, for your support. While gross national happiness has been successful, everything is not hunky-dory. We face our challenges. While we strive to balance our economy with a sustainable environment, our economy is weak, it is shallow, and it has taken a battering because of COVID. I turn to you for support. You can support by visiting Bhutan. As tourists, as guests, as friends. If you visit now, it's springtime. You'll see flowers blossoming everywhere. The air will be clean, clear. If you can't come now, come in the summer. When it's hot here and humid here. In Bhutan, it is cool, moist, lush. If you can't make it in the fall, please come. If you can't make it in the summer, please come in the fall. When it's a riot of colors, autumn colors like what I'm wearing now. Or come in the winter, where the skies are blue, glorious sunshine, every day, everywhere. But do come. Make time. Don't just leave it in your bucket list. Take it out and visit us. With your help, with your support, with your friendship, I know GNH, gross national happiness, will not just succeed but will inspire countless millions in many other countries to aspire to build better societies. But we must now think of the next level of GNH, GNH 2.0. What is gross national happiness for the 21st century? Many societies are designing cities. From Saudi Arabia to Indonesia to Egypt, they're building cities. Iraq to Honduras, and even California are imagining cities. Now close your eyes again. If you had the power, what type of city would you build? What type of city can you imagine? What if you had a canvas to build a city? And what if that canvas was 2,000 square kilometers? 2,000 square kilometers is 30% larger than the Union Territory of Delhi. It is 50 times bigger than New Delhi. 3 times bigger than Mumbai, 3 times bigger than Singapore. What if you had 2,000 square kilometers as your canvas? And what if that canvas, now close your eyes, what if that canvas was not desert, was not flat, was not featureless, but what if in that canvas you had a river meandering down one border, the river called Mana, steaming with fish, and among them the endangered golden mahsia. And on the other side of that canvas you have the Sunkosh River, capable, ready to generate more than 4,000 megawatts of clean energy. And what if near these rivers, 2 mighty rivers, are 2 old, ancient, protected areas, biodiversity hotspots, teeming with wildlife and birds and fungi and flowers? And what if these 2 protected areas are connected by a biological corridor so that elephants and tigers and deer, leopard, birds, can roam freely? What if in the center, between the two national parks, the protected areas, are undulating land with water features and paddy fields, small hamlets? What if to the north are the foothills of the mighty Himalayas and to the south the generous open plains of great India? How would you imagine a city there? How would you bring in the ideals and principles of gross national happiness, and how would you build a city? A city that is built on gross national happiness for the 21st century, GNH 2.0. Visualize. Visualize hard. Would your city be driven? Would your city be taken over and be driven by market forces? Or would you design a city aimed at enhancing the well-being and happiness of its residents? Would your city have skyscrapers like any other city, or would it be low-rises? Would it be built on stone, on timber, on mud? Would it be built sustainably? Would it integrate gradually into our forests? Would your roads and transport be sustainable? Would you continue to take care of the biodiversity hotspots, the two national parks? Not just take care, but would you guarantee it for the next generation? Would your entire city not just be carbon negative, not just be sustainable, but be carbon neutral? And in fact, be carbon negative, being the first carbon negative city in the world. This city, envisioned, imagined by His Majesty the King, is called the Day2 Mindfulness City. A city that will enable people to live in harmony with people. That will enable people to live in harmony with nature. That will allow innovation and knowledge to blossom in harmony with sustainability and spirituality. This is the Day2 Mindfulness City. A city for a new era, not just a model for new urban living, not just an experiment in urban design, but a journey of gross national happiness to the next level, to GNH 2.0 for the 21st century. A gift to Bhutan, a gift to our future, but a gift to India and a gift to the world. In a while, my friend Bjarke Ingels is going to take the stage, and he will describe how he is going to translate His Majesty's vision into reality. Keep your eyes wide open during his presentation. Listen to him carefully, with open minds, open hearts. And then visit me, visit Bhutan, visit Day2, the Mindfulness City, and join our journey into the next century and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the Prime Minister a very, very warm round of applause. One of the most impassioned speeches that I've heard. Thank you, and you're the best ambassador for your country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Can I request, Prime Minister, if you could just be on stage, please. Can I request Asha Jadeja, venture capitalist, Silicon Valley, and founder of Motwani Jadeja Foundation, to hand over a token of appreciation, please. A big round of applause, please, for Prime Minister Tobgay for taking the time out and joining us here at the India Today Conclave and helping us all conceptualize a city of our dreams. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, can I request all of you to please be seated for our next session? Our next session is Ram Rajya in Kalyug, and it's our honor to be joined here at the India Today Conclave by Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev.
You're going to meet a man who has a devoted following across India and indeed around the world.
You're just an amazing person.
Great talking to you, today. I look forward to our next time.
I've been following him for a while. He wrote a wonderful book called Inner Engineering.
Save soil, my friend.
I came across this man teaching online on YouTube, and he blew me away.
I really enjoyed this. You gave me a lot to think about.
I am so honored and so appreciative to have Sadhguru here.
Just learned a lot from this fine gentleman.
I like you. I like the bit on it.
I'm so happy to be here with Sadhguru.
I'm honored to have you here today.
But I really love this man because he's a motorcycle driver. He's in the world, and yet here is this massive guru.
To do to kind of reset ourselves?
Well, it's in engineering. We needed a kickstart.
Mind-blowing.
We have engineered the outside world in so many ways, but we have done nothing about this one. If you want to know well-being, in is the only way out. For the very first time in the history of humanity, we have the necessary resources, capabilities and technologies to address every issue on the planet.
I said, what will I do with $1 billion? My interest is 7 billion people. All of us come from the same soil. All of us eat of the same soil. All of us die and go back to the same soil. So soil is a unifying force. Soil is not our property,
It's a legacy that's come to us from previous generations, and we must pass it on as living soil for future generations. Welcome to Mahashivratri. In these 20 and odd years, Mahashivratri has become a massive festival, the only one of its kind in the world right now. It is only by turning inward that we can create a world full of love, light and laughter. Let's make it happen.
Can I now invite on stage Shivarur, Senior Executive Editor, India Today Television, to take the session forward with Sadhguru.
Sit down, please.
Jananam sukadham maranam karunam milanam maduram smaranam karunam kalavashadiha sakalam karunam samayadipate akilam karunam. Namaskaram. Namaskaram, all of you. Shiv.
Ladies and gentlemen, the word Kalyug, like our guest today, needs no introduction. We use the word Kalyug almost as a throwaway term in common language every single day. If we see something surprising or unusual or absurd, we use the word Ye to Kalyug hai. It's a word that describes the fourth age of the Hindu world cycle, marked by decadence and depravity and darkness. A word that is less popular but has seen a resurgence recently, thanks in no small part to the certain mandir that has come up in Ayodhya, is the word Ram Rajya, which is defined as an age of fulfillment and peace and all those other lovely things, the opposite really of Kalyug. So the question is, can there be a Ram Rajya, a word we're hearing so often now, with Kalyug? There's frankly no better person to answer that question than our guest today, Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev, seen as a yogi, a mystic, a visionary, someone who has broken the internet several times before, 4.5 billion views on YouTube in 2023 alone, which is an incredible feat. He is someone who is seen by his millions and millions of followers, a growing number, as a kind of nucleus of inner fulfillment, which is a commodity, as you all know, which is extremely rare in the Kali Yuga. And I'm going to explore that.
As long as you see it as a commodity, you shall not have it.
So, amidst this merciless churn that we're all a part of now, we're about to dive into enlightenment that doesn't take itself too seriously, and in my view, that perhaps is really the key. So I'm going to start by first welcoming Sadhguru. Thank you, sir, for your time and for being here at the India Today Conclave. Always a pleasure to host you. Ram Rajya in Kalyug. Over to you.
Namaskaram to all of you. Well, first of all, we are not in Kalyug. Let's understand that. This whole Kalyug thing is being repeated because at the end of Kurukshetra war, Krishna talked about Kalyug. But according to the precision of the planet,
that every 72 years, planet covers 1 degree of the zodiac. If you go by that, it's a cycle of 25,920 years. And it is 8 parts of time, that is 2 Satyugs, 2 Treta, through 2 Dwapara and 2 Kalyugs, and Kalyug comes together. So together it is 25,900 plus years, which is already over a long time ago. By 2083, you will complete Dwapar Yug and you're moving into Treta Yug. So very appropriate to talk about Ram Rajya because he's from that time. So this Kalyug business is like you read an old newspaper and you keep talking about the same thing forever. That was spoken in 3140 BCE. That is when the Kurukshetra ended. So Kalyug is long time over. Ram Rajya is a choice. Metaphorically, it means a striving for a just rule. I'm insisting on this, it's a striving. It doesn't mean everything was just. During Rama's time, everything was not just. There's a whole lot of problems out there. But there was a striving. Who can strive for such a thing? It's very significant that we don't refer to him. I know, of course, some people out of their love for him call him Lord, but generally he is referred to as Purushottama. Purushottama means a Uttama among the Purushas, a human being who has risen, a man who has risen. He has risen to a certain height within himself, because this is essentially a civilization where we are not waiting for some gods to descend from somewhere. We are always seeing how to devise ways where a human being can rise to his ultimate possibility or the highest possible place that he or she can be in. So in that context, we are referring to Rama. Because I'm South Indian, I call him Rama, all right? We got these issues.
I'll be coming to South.
We will come. So, we call him Maryada Purushottam because he has risen in some way. This has always been the way of this civilization. Never before we have talked about people coming down from heaven. We are always talking about individual human beings rising to their fullest possibility. So in that context, Ramarajya means striving for a perfect nation or a just nation, which was striving right through his life. Did he achieve it or not is not the point. The point is somebody is striving, because human life is made like this. Only a dead person will have a perfect life. Living people can only strive. If the striving stops, that's a dead life. So we are talking about striving for a just society, not a perfectly just society. Such a thing never happens.
Sadhguru, the Prime Minister talks about Ram Rajya. You were at the Pran Pratishtha of the mandir in Ayodhya as well.
I was not.
No, you've spoken about it. My question to you is, are we moving towards Ram Rajya? Is the Prime Minister moving India towards a Ram Rajya?
See, if you are looking at Ram Rajya, this is exactly what I said just now. If you're thinking of a perfect state, no. But are we striving? Yes, we are striving like never before. Definitely, I believe Prime Minister has the intention to strive to create that nation that all of us want. Will it happen tomorrow morning? That's a joke if you think so. It never happens like that. It's a striving. If all of us are striving, in that striving our lives are beautiful. Not because we got there, it's beautiful. Life is beautiful because we are striving for something that we hold as very high.
What in our country right now, by the government, by the Prime Minister, or the things you see around you, Sadhguru, are indicators to you that this striving towards Ram Rajya is something that is happening? The reason I ask this question is because we live in a constantly churning, vitiated atmosphere where there are polarized opinions as far as
No, that is only in the
and Ram
newsrooms,
Rajya is
it's not so in the country. Only in the newsrooms it's vitiated. If you live in the country, in the rest of the country apart from Delhi, everywhere, everything is fine. So, don't believe that. I mean, you are supposed to make us believe that, you should not believe that.
Yeah.
So, so the thing is vitiated, where is it vitiated? See, one loose can shout something, well, it's repeated 125 times in a day on the news channel. None of us heard that nonsense. That whatever some mad nonsense repeated over and over again on the news channel is not heard by anybody else in the country, and nobody else is saying such things. So, country is not vitiated, it's a very wrong notion. Please walk around the villages of this nation, which is where we live and we work. There is no any kind of vitiated divisions in the country.
No, I was talking about the political sphere. I take your point about the media, but I was talking about
no, I'm not trying to blame the media. It's media's business to highlight that. I'm not saying you shouldn't be doing it. I'm just saying don't believe it because you're taking out certain things which make news, and that is not the nature of the nation. So in the nation, right now there is a huge striving for economic well-being. Is there a striving? Absolutely, absolutely, everywhere. There's a new hope in the villages, everybody is thinking they will live better. They're already living better, you can say, maybe not exactly, but there is a hope because they are better connected, they are striving for more, and I think a whole lot of people, because we have schools in rural areas, we see children are eating better, it's visible. It's very visible. Whichever part of the world I go, the first thing I look at is the rural children. If you look at them, you know what is the condition of the society. Our children's condition has been terrible in the last 50 years. But today you will see in the last 3 to 4 years' time, young kids who come to school at 5 or 6 years of age, they are little better fed. Which is an indicator, which is clearly visible. So are they striving? Yes, they are striving. Will we get there? I think we will, unless we boof it up in some big way. The way the trajectory is, I think in the next 5 years, there will be a significant change. Do you believe that everything will be perfect? No, that would be foolish to even think like that. But will people be living better economically? Yes. It is just that we have to manage the other aspects of life equally well. One important thing that's a concern for me is, right now on an average, the soil organic content, this is something maybe a strange language for all of you because you live in Delhi, because you don't use soil. You all came from Mars maybe, I don't know. I don't know where you come from, but the soil organic content in the nation, on an average, is 0.6%. The minimum organic content that is necessary to call soil as soil is 3%, but we're 0.6%. This is a disaster unfolding. You come from the south, next time you fly from Delhi to Bangalore or somewhere, every 5 minutes just look out and see, you see a brown desert which you call as India. This is dangerous. This is very dangerous. That any time things can just fold up on us. It doesn't matter how much industry we do, whatever other economic stuff we do, if the soil collapses, life will collapse in a very bad way. Some of the responsible scientists in the world are estimating between 2045 and 2055, 20% of the world's population could commit suicide, mainly because of soil nutrient deficiency. These are responsible scientists, these are not, rabble-rousers.
That's, your work on soil conservation and Save the Soil is something that we've tracked very, very closely. And it's one of the things that's made you a climate leader as well across the world. We've seen your videos as well. Sadhguru, from soil, I want to sort of drag it back to a media issue, since you've blamed the media for vitiating the atmosphere.
I said, I described the media.
The media must take its share of the blame. There's no doubt about that. But being a journalist, I must explore some themes that are big headlines in the media and things that you've spoken about. You know, like I said, Sadhguru's videos have millions of views. 4.5 billion views in 1 year is certainly no small feat. And one of the videos that has perhaps got some of the maximum views since 2019 was actually on the topic of CAA, the Citizenship Amendment Act, which kind of went into the doldrums during the pandemic, Sadhguru. It's back now with the rules being notified. You were seen as a proponent of them at a time when there were large-scale protests. 4 years later, Sadhguru, what do you feel about it? The government has decided to notify it. The reason I ask is because it pertains to things like religion, faith, government. What do you think?
It doesn't pertain to any religion. It is too little compassion coming too late. That's my description of CAA. Too little compassion, coming too late. Because when we left people on the other side of the border post-partition, there was hope that they will be well taken care of. And there was also a promise in the political space that if there are problems, we'll take you back. But over 75 years, they have faced the worst of the worst, and many of them are moved here over 30, 40 years ago, and they're still refugees in this country. Are we not ashamed? Are we not ashamed that people are here, an historical blunder where nations are divided and somebody fell on the wrong side of the line and they tried to correct it, and they came over 30, 35 years ago and still they don't have citizenship, they don't have any rights in our country. We should be ashamed of this. This is not a controversy. This is a matter of shame.
There have been comments about it being discriminatory.
How?
Certain politicians have, painted those who may come in a certain way. Those things are being said, sir. They're not being said by the media.
They're being said, I know. But I'm asking you, when there are countries which are theocratic, theocracy means by law discrimination, all right? In the society there is so much discrimination, it is also there in our society. We are not some perfect society. We have 1,000 varieties of discrimination in our society. But by law, nobody is discriminated in this country. But in the neighboring lands, by law they're discriminated. There is blasphemy laws, which if you just say a word, you could be hung for it. When these things are there, if people are persecuted and they want to come over, and that too you put a cut-off date, I don't think there should be a cut-off date, but you put a cut-off date for whatever reason, that's fine. As I said, it's too little compassion coming too late after people have suffered for decades.
In the Kali-yuga that we live in right now…
No, we are not in Kali-yuga, we are in Dwapar Yuga.
Okay. You're saying it's not a Kali-yuga. As a journalist, I think there are many aspects of Kali-yuga that we live through. I'll explain it to you. Elections are a nuisance is something that Sadhguru had said many years ago.
No, I did not say elections are nuisance.
Let me
There must be time for election and there must be time for administration.
Yeah.
If there is no time for administration and only election is going on, and once again, if I say something, don't think I'm blaming you, because of 24/7 news channels, if there is a by-election in Nagaland, you make me feel there is a national election going on. All right?
That's because no election is small, sir. All elections are big.
It is not small, but you must understand whether it is somebody else or you or me. Suppose we were in election, let's say we were politicians standing for election. The nature of the election is such, it's won on an emotional basis, not on the basis of sense and fact and figures. That's not how an election is won. Everywhere in the world, whether it's United States or UK or India, elections are won on an emotional basis. Hello?
Yeah.
Yes. So when that is the thing, we tend to say irresponsible things at the time of election. You must give us a margin because this is a democracy. 3 months before the election, we will say all kinds of things. But if there are elections throughout the 5 years, if you go on saying this throughout the 5 years, that becomes the narrative of the nation. That is a problem.
Most people may not know this, and I want to just say that most people may not know this, that one nation, one poll is a thing on the table right now. But it was actually Sadhguru who was one of the earliest people to talk about it. He was one of the few people, I think back in 2008, if I'm not mistaken,
I think.
when he had said, why this constant 24/7, 365 day a year proximity to the next election. Every time an election gets over, we're very close to the next election. So do you believe Ram Rajya will be one nation, one poll?
I think one important step towards Ram Rajya is one nation, one poll. Because, see, right now the argument is, oh, because you're going to win this time, you're doing this. Because people are saying that to BJP because it looks like they are going to win. But this is the important thing, an election is never won till it is won. Anybody who assumes that will make a fool of themselves. No election or no war is ever won till it is won. So why somebody is thinking you're going to win and you will be at an advantage? No, the problem is this, we have built political parties who need employment on a daily basis. This is not necessary in any democracy. During the election, political workers and supporters come together and campaign for election. Throughout the 5 years, they're campaigning and they're asking for remuneration for that. This is not the way to run a nation. Definitely, once in 5 years is all we can afford. If you ask me, till we get to $10–12 trillion economy, we should have election once in 8 years. I know people will want to kill me for this, but we should have election once in 8 years till we get to at least $12 trillion economy, because you are enjoying the rubbish that you're talking. You must go down to the villages and remote parts of the country and see people are living like cattle. Till you change that, you have no business to be talking about nuances of democracy.
So not 5 years, 8 years.
No, that won't happen. I'm just saying you need that much break to make significant progress. See, if any policy is brought in, any changes are made, for it to go down to the last man in the rural space, it will take 6 to 8 years to get there. If you don't give it that much time, before that policy happens, another election, some change will happen, another person will come and reverse the whole thing. This is not the way to run the nation if you're interested in the people. If you're only interested in your politics, that's a different matter. Politics are for people. People are not scapegoats for politics. Let's understand this.
Sadhguru, there is a great deal of visible religiosity in politics. Apologies for dwelling on politics, but I am a journalist, so I just want to explore some of those themes. Is there a lack of spirituality in politics as opposed to spectacle and visible religiosity? And this comes at a time when, religion and the state is a central issue of debate and discussion.
What would you call a spectacle?
Something that's visible, something that catches your attention.
Like a Ram temple.
Yes.
So you must understand, this is the nature of this civilization, that every small thing, every aspect of our life, we make it celebratory. This is the nature of this civilization. If you take that away, we are not Bharatiyas at all. Because in this life, if a child is born, we will celebrate. We poke their ears, we celebrate. The child eats solid food, we celebrate. Child goes to school, we celebrate. Because this is the nature of our existence. Because without celebration, no matter what you have, you will become depressed over a period of time. Celebration does not mean eating and drinking as people understand in Delhi. Celebration means joy. Celebration means exuberance of life. So to bring that exuberance of life, many things are done. So our temples have always been celebration. Every day there is some kind of celebration. Every day is a special day. Today is Ekadashi, tomorrow is Dwadashi, next day is something. Every day is a reason to celebrate because we understand human inner space so well. We know if you're not in a mode of celebration, you will naturally move towards depression. The world is going there. Watch my words, the world is going there.
Sadhguru, you're always very visible. You're always in the news.
I'm sorry.
The things you say almost always go viral. Recently, and and especially a young generation, you were in the headlines when you attended the pre-wedding celebrations of Anant Ambani in Jamnagar. Many of those videos have also gone viral. I just want to show up, remind this audience about what they saw, because everyone saw this on their phones. Can we just play that video very quickly?
What is that?
So this was that video in Jamnagar. That's Diljit Dosanjh, the famous singer, meeting very respectfully with Sadhguru. So my question to you, sir, is stars and tycoons and all those people over there. And my question is a very simple one. Did you feel out of place, or do you feel out of place in places like this? I'm asking. Not a loaded question.
I'm in place anywhere on this planet. I don't know how I will be on the moon, but on this planet, I'm always in place. The problem is, the cameras are on only when you're among certain people. I teach in the prisons in many parts of the world. You don't bring the cameras
We've seen those videos.
Yes. I work with the tribals and in the villages. No cameras come there. 70% of our work is in rural India. Cameras don't get on there. Only when you're in big cities and in events, cameras are on, plenty of cameras. So, why would I be out of place in any way? They're just human beings. For me, there are no tycoons, there are no criminals, there are no tyrants. For me, there are human beings. And every human being has a space for transformation. A criminal can be transformed, a tyrant can be transformed, a tycoon can be transformed. So I am always on, it doesn't matter who he is.
So I'd like to, ask a personal question. I actually wanted to end with this question, but since you've talked about transformation, I'd like to ask you this question. You probably couldn't meet a more unspiritual person than me. I'm a non-believer.
Really?
I'm not spiritual, and we've actually had this conversation before.
No.
But in terms of feeling intensely or faith.
No, let me clear this.
What would you say to someone like me, sir? Since you're saying that everybody, in that sphere.
See, everybody wants to be the best. I am the most unspiritual. Why are you the most unspiritual? I'm here. Because your idea of somebody says, I'm the greatest devotee. Somebody says, I'm the worst atheist. It doesn't matter. Everywhere you want to be number one. Don't be that. Nobody is number one, all right? It's a cyclical world. We all come and go. Nobody was born first. Are you Mr. Adam? You're not, right? So, nobody is number one. About your idea of being spiritual, your idea of being spiritual is somebody who is looking up and chanting a mantra or sitting in a temple or a church or a mosque. No, they are people who are looking for some kind of solace in an established form. But spirituality essentially means that you're a seeker. See, you must understand the fundamental distinction. When you say, I'm religious, you refer to yourself as a believer. That means you believe something. When you say, I'm spiritual, you refer to yourself as a seeker. When does somebody become a seeker? You can become a genuine seeker only if you realize, I do not know. If you see, I do not know, you don't have to label yourself, I am a seeker. The nature of human intelligence is such, if you realize, I do not know, it starts looking, it starts seeking. So seeking is not a concocted version of life. It is the nature. If you don't mess with life, if you don't mess with your children, they are all natural seekers. If you don't tell them stories for which you have no basis, they are all natural seekers. But why do you become a believer? You cannot handle the uncertainty of seeking, so you become a believer. What will you believe? What somebody said. Someone means who? Somebody that you hold as high, or somewhere it is written in a book which you hold as sacred. So essentially you make an authority into truth in your life. It will give you solace, but it will not give you a solution. A seeker means he is not looking for solace, he is looking for solution, where truth is the only authority. Authority is not the truth. So, when you say, I'm the least spiritual person, no. If you have 1,000 questions or 1,000,000 questions, that means you're a seeker. So spirituality means it's a seeking, not a conclusion.
What would you say, if someone came to you, Sadhguru, and said, I'm skeptical of spiritualists and, and yogis and mystics and things like that, what would you say if they were asking you to convince them to believe?
I tell them even I am.
Word?
Even I am very skeptical of all of them, including myself. So you must understand there is a difference between doubt and suspicion. Doubt is very healthy. You doubt, because of that questions arise. Question cannot be wrong. See, questions cannot be wrong. Only the answer can be wrong, so you don't have any problem, that's all I'm saying as a journalist. Because you're always asking questions, and questions cannot be wrong. So if somebody thinks a question is wrong, that's because they don't have an answer. So the way we have handled questions in this world till now is, if somebody asks a question and you don't know the answer, kill the questioner. That is handled, well handled. In that generation, nobody ever dares to ask that question once again. You kill one man here in this hall for asking a certain question, you think anybody else will ask that question again? It's settled. So we've been dealing with things like this, that time is over. This is the age of spiritual process, because questions will come, everybody will ask questions. You cannot stop them from asking questions. At a time like this civilization that you call as Bharat becomes most significant in the world, because this is a place, even when so-called divine entities came, we only asked them questions. They could not give us any commandments. Shiva came, if he opened his mouth, his wife, she asked him 1,000 questions, she freaks him with questions. Arjuna, Krishna tries to open his mouth after 36 years of association to the person who is close to him. He tries to open his mouth, that too in an extreme situation like a battle. That guy asked hundreds of questions. We were trekking in Tibet, and there were nearly about 30 plus nationalities with me. And one Indian person from America started asking a question. Indians have 10,000 years of question-asking practice. So he's asking question inside a question inside a question. The question went on for about 8 minutes, and all the other people, their eyeballs were rolling because they're not able to figure out what is the question. Then I said, you stop it, this is an Indian question, you guys won't understand this. Because Indians have been practicing asking questions like this endlessly. You go into any Indian scripture, question inside a question, trick questions and trick questions. Then one Chinese lady raises her hand and says, Sadhguru, I worked in the United Nations for 27 years. Even there, only Indians ask questions. This is a fact, because this is a culture where we encourage questioning, because this is a land of seeking. This is not a land of believing. We don't have any belief system. We seek. Mukti is the goal.
No, this is true. Indians do ask a lot of questions everywhere. Sadhguru, since you do believe in very simple questions, if someone were to ask you, what should I do in my good times? What should I do in my bad times? What would you say to them?
If you think there is a good time and a bad time, you got it all wrong. You're alive, it's a good time. When you're dead, it's a bad time for you. You're alive and you think it's a bad time, you're missing the whole point. Because you must understand… How old are you, Shiv, can I ask?
Yes, I'm 43.
43. 44 years ago, where were you? 45 years ago, where were you? You did not exist. Yes?
Yeah, terrible time.
I'll bless you with another 110 years, that means 60 years later, you will be again dead, all right? You won't exist. Your existence is just a brief time here. In this, you're dividing what is good time and bad time. All of us will be dead for a very, very long time, and we are alive for a very brief time. In this, don't create good time and bad time. Living time is the best time.
No, A visual of Sadhguru comes to mind every time he talks about good times, and I'm going to play that out once again while I ask my next question. These are, very popular videos of you, Sadhguru.
You come prepared.
No preparation. We are journalists, sir, we don't prepare. And so these are images of Sadhguru, dancing, and the jumping during those celebrations. And people love this, this is... There's a lovely theme of abandon and just letting yourself go in these images. So I wanted to ask you, Sadhguru, about feeling intensely. We live in a time when, our emotions are constantly under demand. Feel intensely this way or the other way. Is that the way to live, to feel intensely? Or does one need to embrace a more kind of medium path?
So once again, you must make up your mind, you want to be alive or dead. Okay? When… have you been to any funeral?
Yes.
Not yours, I'm saying somebody else's. You've been. That man will be in that perfect posture, like this he is. Till yesterday he was hopping around for so many things. You go and tell him you won the election, he won't respond. He's not interested. You tell him you won a lottery, 100 crores, he won't respond. He's not interested. You tell him whatever, he won't respond. What happened to him? Only thing that he lost his life. But suddenly he's not interested in anything. You must understand that's the only damn thing you have, life. Everything else is your imagination in your head. So good time, bad time, richness, wealth, money, this, that. If I just take out your memory, I don't have to steal your account. If I take out your memory, you lost all your money, right? Hello? I'm asking you, I don't have to come and steal your wealth. If I just take out your memory, your wealth is gone, your wife is gone, your husband is gone, your child is gone, yes or no? So the only thing you genuinely have is life. But that is one thing most people do not experience because they are misunderstanding their psychological process as existential. Your thought and emotion is a psychological drama that you are creating, and you believe it is true. See, it is like you build a castle in the air, and after some time you start believing it's true. Then we say you're neurotic. After some time, you start living in that castle, then we say you're psychotic. Then the third person comes and collects rent for that castle, we call him a psychiatrist.
Amazing metaphor, Sadhguru. I'm picturing it in my mind right now.
Do not ever think your psychological reality is reality. Psychological reality is made by you. I'm asking all of you, right now can you think of a tiger? Hello? Like the Prime Minister was asking me to close your eyes, I won't do that. But if you close your eyes, can you think of a tiger? Mountain? Ocean? River? Flower? So you can create any reality you want in your mind. But now you've gotten into compulsive cycles that you think is real. No, it's your drama. If your drama is not directed by you, you're a disastrous drama.
Speaking of drama, Sadhguru, and that brings me to a question I wanted to ask as well, which is that in this age, I know you insist that this is not Kali Yuga, but in this age when…
No, that is according to the cycle of the earth, not me.
Okay.
What is Kali Yuga and Treta Yuga is not a question of opinion.
Okay.
It's a time.
The search for meaning, has increased in a time of post-pandemic suffering, people, feeling lonely, feelings of isolation, etc., has led to a profusion in some ways of quacks online, people who distribute kind of pop spirituality. In this age, and you are so popular and people follow your words so closely, how do people differentiate from a real spiritualist, perhaps, for want of a better phrase, and someone who's fake? We see people getting exposed all the time. Jay Shetty, who is, globally, praised, etc. He's been, written about recently as having faked his past, etc. How do people differentiate, sir?
See, you don't bother whether somebody is real or fake. If it works for you, just do it. If it doesn't work for you, just ditch it. Why are you wasting your life trying to make a judgment whether somebody is real or fake? That's not your business. Your business is whether it works for you or not.
No, your following speaks for itself, so there's no question about that. But, you've been criticized in the past. I'm sure there are people pursuing you all the time.
Nobody has criticized me. Endless abuse.
Abuse. So that is one thing that's, that I want to talk about. How do you handle the abuse? Because
I don't handle the abuse.
I imagine.
Because the abuse is in their head, why should I handle it? I don't handle the abuse. See, they're constantly writing fiction about me. I leave it to them. If they're enjoying it, well, if it impedes my work, then I deal with it. Otherwise, whatever anybody is saying, I don't respond to it because it's in their head. What can I do? See, right now, for example, I'm sure this is all over, so I will say this. We are about 130 kilometers away from an elephant corridor. But there is a whole bunch of people who keep on saying we are on the elephant corridor. 130 kilometers as per all records. Government of India, Government of Tamil Nadu, the World Wildlife Fund, everything says this. But some people will keep on saying, because on the social media, there is no perjury law. If you tell a lie, you don't go to prison in this country. By telling a lie, you can win an election. You can become a chief minister or some other minister by telling lies. So there is no perjury, if you get into any defamation laws, it is you who suffers, not them. Because you get trapped in the court and its processes. Unless it is done like that, if somebody publicly tells a lie, quickly it can be proved. If it is proved a lie, they must pay for it. There is no such law. It's very difficult to do it because when 500 million people lie, how do you create prisons for them? There is no possibility. So, it's all right. After some time, people learn to filter what is a lie, what is the truth. People understand. 5–10% of the people will believe the nonsense. It's okay. What to do?
Do you separate, Sadhguru, the abuse from criticism?
There has never been any criticism.
Seriously?
See, there's never been any criticism, only abuse.
Because I'll tell you, apart from Save the Soil…
See, criticism means you must take something that I've done and you must point out what is the wrong thing I did there. If you simply spew venom, that's abuse.
There are many amazing things that Sadhguru and his foundation are doing. I heard from your team that there's a Miracle of Mind program that's going to be rolling out later this year. That is to do with mental health. The reason I wanted to explore the theme of abuse is, if someone came and said something constructive to you, Sadhguru, if they said, who is Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev to talk about Ram Rajya, how would you engage with that?
See, I'm made like this. I listen not only to people of position, anybody, a man, woman, child, a dog, donkey, tree, I'm always listening. I am who I am, not because of anything, because I listen. I listen not just to the words, I listen to all the things that are not spoken. That's why I am who I am. I'm not spending my time reading. I'm not spending my time getting PhDs somewhere. I'm just listening to everything, to every life. It's because of that I am who I am. So, criticism, I don't see any issue with that. I don't see words as criticism. Somebody is pointing out a certain fact. If it needs to be corrected, it's corrected without even a thought about it. I don't even see it as a criticism. First of all, I don't see what is praise, what is criticism. I just listen to where they're coming from, and that's about it for me. Because my life is not enhanced because somebody praises me. My life doesn't diminish because somebody abuses me. I'm not made like that. If I close my eyes, my life is done.
Well, we've certainly listened to every word you've said today, Sadhguru, and you've given us a great deal to think about, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sadhguru Jaggi Vasudev.
Thank you very much, Sadhguru, for joining us here at the India Today Conclave. Can I request Dr. P. Shamaraju, Chancellor of Reva University, to please come up here on stage and hand over a token of appreciation to Sadhguru, please?
Hi, Akshita, you're becoming a star, huh? She's a South Indian girl.
Yeah.
Namaskaram.
A big round of applause, please, for Sadhguru.
University Bangalore. He will go to Mysore. His cousin.
Oh, really?
We are family.
Can I request members of the audience to please be seated so we can kick off our next session, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is Conscious Urbanism, Designing a Mindful City. And it's our honor and privilege to be joined here at the India Today Conclave by Bjarke Ingels. Can I request you to please come up on stage, founder and creative partner of the Bjarke Ingels Group, and our session moderator, Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing, India Today Group. Please put your hands together. I request everyone to please be seated for our next session, please.
Just wait for that. Just a minute.
Yeah, let everybody leave.
Yeah. Good morning. Everyone, please do settle down. Okay, I think we'll begin. My job of introducing Bjarke Ingels has already been done so brilliantly by the Bhutanese Prime Minister Tobgay in his address early this morning, and which actually makes my task much, much easier. In fact, Bjarke, I was planning to say that you're one of the greatest architects of the modern era. I was also going to say, just in a general way, that architecture reflects the grand tapestry of human civilization. The footprints of human progress, if you could call it, from the ages, from the great pyramids of Giza to the magnificent temples and monuments we have in India. I don't know if you've seen any of them, but if you haven't, I would advise that you do. And that even today, architecture continues to have the power to shape the world around us, that it represents in many ways how we see ourselves as well as how we see the world. And that Bjarke Ingels represents the epitome of all that. He founded the Bjarke Ingels Group in 2005 with the acronym BIG, and he does think big, really, really big. I was also going to say, and I saw experts describe him as the best representative of the new generation of architects who combine shrewd analysis, playful experimentation, social responsibility, and surprisingly, very good humor and lots of fun. But I'm not going to say all this. Instead, all I'm going to say is that Bjarke Ingels' work speaks for itself, and so I'm now going to invite Bjarke Ingels to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, Bjarke Ingels.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to take you on a little journey of let's say, my architectural journey that has now given us the opportunity to imagine with the King of Bhutan the future city on the border of India. But maybe starting with this photo, this is a photo of all of the richest people in Denmark and me. It's essentially the family that makes Lego. Lego is a company that has made everybody believe that Lego is from their home country, but it is from my home country. And we were asked to design the home of the Lego brick. And we tried to imagine an architecture that would be as inviting and engaging and inclusive as Lego is itself. So the roofscape is a series of interconnected playgrounds where you are invited to play on top of the building. The building is open in all four corners, so you can roam a public square where light passes between the galleries above. You can roam around without a ticket. And then it may be one of the only museums in the world where you are actually invited to touch all the artifacts. And I think that's the point I want to make about Lego, is that Lego is not a toy. It's a tool that empowers the child to create his or her own world, and then to inhabit that world through play, and to invite her friends in joining her in cohabiting and co-creating that world. And that is essentially what architecture is. The Danish word for design is formgivning, which literally means form giving. Because when you're designing something, you're giving form to that which has not yet been given form. In other words, you're giving form to the future. Because when you're designing a space or a building, you're giving form to the world, or at least a part of the world that you would like to find yourself living in the future. And this can be very literal, like we're working with NASA on Project Olympus, where we are imagining the first permanent human settlement on the moon. It will be made by using solar-powered lasers to melt moon dust into this kind of obsidian. So essentially the first architectural tectonic of what will be the first permanent human presence on another world than Earth. But there are also much more terrestrial ways of imagining the future. 2 decades ago, we designed the Copenhagen harbor bath that essentially extends the life of the city into the water around it. We also designed the harbor baths in Aarhus. And on the opening day, when we suddenly saw the Copenhageners jumping into the water, we realized that this might be a bigger idea. That you know, a clean port is not only nice for the fish, it's also amazing for the citizens that suddenly the Copenhageners didn't have to drive for hours to get to the beaches. They can literally jump in the port in the middle of downtown Copenhagen. And we thought, maybe this is really a new idea, and we called it hedonistic sustainability. The idea that the sustainable city or building not only is better for the environment, it's also much more enjoyable for the people that live in it. And we've been pursuing this promise of hedonistic sustainability ever since. This is Copenhill. It's a waste-to-energy power plant in Copenhagen. It's so clean that the steam coming out of the chimney is cleaner than the air of Copenhagen. So we've been able to turn We've been able to turn the facade into the tallest man-made climbing wall in the world. If you're too afraid to climb the facade, you can ride an elevator inside. You can admire all the technology that scrubs the CO2 and filters particles from the air. And you can reach the roof that we've turned into a man-made mountain. Denmark is a country entirely without mountains. This is actually the place where you can alpine ski in the middle of the city. So in a way, it's turning this kind of marvel of modern engineering into something blatantly clear, that almost like one of the main landmarks of Copenhagen is a building that turns the waste of the city into district heating and electricity. Maybe a few sort of other examples. You don't have to build like an entire power plant or a city to make a statement. This is a one-room hotel we built on the Arctic Circle in the north of Sweden. It's essentially, you're living inside a swarm of 350 birdhouses. So you wake up in the morning with bird tweets, you shower together with a squirrel, and you're literally surrounded by life, 360 degrees beneath you and above you. So almost like a complete devotion to immersion into nature. Another example, we designed a museum in Norway in a sculpture park. And we designed the museum like a bridge that spans across the river. 2 galleries resting over the river. And essentially it's made out of standardized extruded aluminum elements, all of them identical. On the inside it's made out of normal timber painted white. But by gently adjusting the position of each member, we create this kind of sculptural form. So you can say it's creating out of a lot of ordinary elements something extraordinary. And you can say the museum is not only a museum, it's also a bridge and also a sculpture in its own right. In Baltava, in Prague, we're designing the National Philharmonic of Prague, which is essentially connecting all the way from the river to the roof. Sometimes philharmonic concert halls can be very elitist institutions. This one is made as inviting as possible. So even if you have no interest in symphonic music, you are actually invited to walk on the roofs, and you might suddenly wonder what's going on inside, and you might suddenly buy a ticket to a concert, even if you had no intention. So essentially, again, to try to make the kind of elitist cultural institution as accessible and enjoyable as possible. And maybe sort of lastly, as an example, our own headquarters is located in the industrial port of Copenhagen, and we try to sort of design it so that it's a 7-story building, but no matter what floor you're working on, you are visually and physically connected to the floor above and the floor below. So essentially, all people are working as one team in one space, even though it is a 7-story building. So trying to break down the vertical segregation that happens in a physical space. So this is what our workspace used to look like. But then, of course, in 2020, suddenly we had to go entirely remote because of the lockdown. Except our model workshop, we found out that the materials and the 3D printers we used to make architectural models could actually be used to making emergency medical, like face shields and ventilator tubes. So in the first 6 weeks of the lockdown, we managed to manufacture 20,000 of these artifacts, them to the local healthcare providers. And it gave us this idea. It felt like almost by accident, we organization, the skills and the tools to address what was one of the most urgent needs in the world at the time, access to emergency medical equipment. So we thought, is there another big problem that we can address with our method and sort of proficiency as architects and planners? And we thought, why don't we look at the other range of the scale? What if we actually make a sort of an architectural urban plan for the planet? We started with a number. 173,000 terawatt hours per year. That's the total energy consumption of all of humanity in 1 year. And if you look back 200 years, we've always been burning wood to heat our homes. But then we discover coal, oil, and gas, and it becomes this incredible access to energy. Even today, renewables is a very small part at the top. And this incredible increase in energy also led to an incredible increase in quality of life. If you measure it like life expectancy on every continent, you can see the more energy we get, the better we live. But of course, it also has a negative side effect. Every year we emit 50 billion tons of CO2, and another one every year. And it creates this layer in the outer atmosphere that traps heat and is cooking our planet. You know the story. So the greenhouse gases come from mostly 4 different gases: CO2, methane, nitrous oxide, and F gases. And they come from a range of human activities. And so to create a simple framework for the plan for the planet, we divided the problem into 5 verticals: transportation, energy, industry, food, and waste. These are the sources of greenhouse gases and climate change. But there's another 5 verticals that are unrelated to climate change, but that are essential to address if you want to have a sustainable human presence on Earth. So that's biodiversity, health, pollution, habitation, and access to water. So, because this is a short little overview, I'm only going to talk about climate change. Also, when we started the idea, we were 7.7 billion, we're 8 billion today. We will be 10 by 2050, so it's a slightly bigger problem to solve for. And we should all have access to the same quality of life as, say, Denmark. So it's actually double the challenge, if you like. So to make it tangible, we boiled the problem down to 1 earthling. So if we're 10 billion earthlings, like this is 100 earthlings. If 1 million earthlings would gather, they could stand on 1 square kilometer. And if all of Earth would go to a giant Woodstock concert, they could fit on 100 by 100 kilometers. But since we're talking about Earth being able to sustain us, what if we actually divide all of Earth into 10 billion equally sized plots of land? Each of us will have 225 by 225 meters to sustain us. 2/3 is water, 1/10 is uninhabitable, and roughly 1 hectare is habitable. Half of it is nature, and the other half is pretty much agriculture with a little bit of city. And this is where all the problems come from. So if we start by looking at energy, energy is 2/3 of the emissions. We use energy to power our buildings, our transportation, and our industry. All of these industries can be powered with electricity with current technologies. So, and if they become electric, we can power them instead of using oil, coal, and gas. You can say, today, each of us spent this much oil, this much coal, and this much gas to sustain us in 1 year. It's our equal share of the energy consumption. You can actually deliver the same amount of energy with this much wind and this much sun. And if we have the same energy consumption as Denmark, we need a little bit more. And we need to store that energy with batteries and hydrogen. Hydrogen can essentially be used for like a whole range of activities, electricity, but also fertilizer, plastics, green methane. We already started converting our fleet. We have 1 billion vehicles on Earth, and we're already making them battery powered. But if you would try to power a Boeing 747 with batteries, the battery pack would weigh 15,000 tons, making it very difficult to fly. So there's a whole range of industries that require hydrogen as a fuel source. Then if you look at industry, some of the emissions from industry come from power, but some of them come from the chemical processes. For instance, when you burn lime to create cement, you emit CO2 into the atmosphere. So if we replace materials, like for instance, every time you replace 1 ton of steel or 1 ton of cement with 1 ton of wood, you lower the carbon footprint of the building with 2.2 tons. There's everything we throw out. Of course, we can recycle all the materials, but all of the organic waste, we can actually turn it into biomethane, which is essentially the same as natural gas, but it turns our waste into a renewable resource similar to the waste-to-power plant we designed in Copenhagen. And then there's the agriculture, the biggest footprint. The burbs from cows and the rice fields emit methane into the air. When we burn crop residue, we emit CO2 into the air. When we fertilize, we emit nitrous oxide. And finally, every year we expand our agriculture roughly 1 square meter per person, which emits CO2 from deforestation and roots. So just looking at some of the things, this is actually energy crops. So these are crops we grow only to burn. So we can actually produce the same amount of energy with photovoltaics, much cleaner and much more compact. Instead of burning crop residue, we can turn it into biomethane, turning it into a circular resource. Instead of leaving the land fallow, we can graze it with cattle. And that basically leads us to the elephant in the room, or the cow. A cow and a calf emits 100 kilos of methane per year. They need 2 hectares of grassland. And 100 kilos of methane per year is the same as 108 tons of CO2 when it comes to global warming. To sequester that much CO2, you need 1 grown tree per ton per year. It just so happens that 108 trees fit perfectly on 2 hectares of grassland. And the natural habitat for large herbivores is silvopasture, the combination of forest and grassland. So if we convert to silvopasture, we get happier and more productive cows. We increase biodiversity, we increase yields, and the trees will sequester the CO2 that is coming from the burbs of the cows. So, for instance, if you look at the last 50 years, the land we've been using to grow cereals has remained the same, but we've more than doubled the output. So simply by converting to already existing proven methods, like silvopasture and polyculture, or an existing technologies of best practice, we can actually take the necessary area needed to sustain an earthling sustainably from this to this. And if you add the necessary area for windmills and sun, and we can even combine agricultural area and renewable energy production, so you can see the footprint necessary to sustain humanity can actually fit comfortably within the area that is already available to us. So suddenly it shows, and you know, this is for 1 person. This would be to sustain all of the Danes, and this is Denmark. This is to power and feed all of the Americans, and this is America. So, and of course, this is Earth. So what we're basically learning is that very often I've heard that if we all had the same quality of life as the West, or let's say Denmark, we would need like 8 Earths to sustain us. And it's actually not true. And also I often hear that we have to invent new technologies that don't exist, otherwise it won't be solvable. And that is also not true. I mean, of course, the more energy efficient we are and the better technologies we have, the better. But we actually have available all the tools we need. We just need to put them into practice, and we need a plan for that. And of course, such a plan has to happen at all scales. We need to electrify our homes so we can power them with renewable energy. We need to sort of upgrade the building envelope so we don't lose heat or cold. We need to build with sustainable materials. We need to harvest the renewable energy that is available. We need to move between our buildings with sustainable forms of transportation. And it's actually very easy to make our cities more walkable and bikeable by making them greener. We need to convert to best practice. We need to harvest renewable energy. We need to convert our waste into a resource to power our industry and our transportation. We need to convert to best practice agriculture to free up green space so we increase biodiversity and the trees from the forest still sequester the CO2 we still emit. So essentially at every scale we need to have plans for implementing this like very simple and readily available solution. So you can ask like, what sense does it make? Because obviously we're not commissioned by Earth to make a plan for Earth. But I can already see by having made the plan for the planet, it has given us and our clients and collaborators an overview and a clarity we didn't have before. And we've started aligning all the projects we do with the principles of the plan for the planet. This is a factory we built in Norway. It's the most environmentally friendly factory in the world. It's built from locally sourced timber. It's powered by local hydroelectricity. We negotiated with the fire department that we only had to cut down 5 meters of forest. So the evergreen trees actually shade the glass. So you're building furniture inside a forest. The timber factory lowers the carbon footprint, but also makes a beautiful work environment for the factory workers. It's powered by photovoltaics, and the roof is covered in habitat for the local species. We're building the new airport in Zurich. It's going to be the largest timber building on Earth, locally sourced Swiss timber. So again, significantly reducing the carbon footprint of the building. And also when you land in Switzerland, you can almost smell that you've arrived in the Swiss Alps. The roof is covered in photovoltaics, powering 2/3 of the airport. In Singapore, we created Capita Spring, a place for people to live and work. We converted one of the streets into a park. The ground floor of the building is open as a public space. And inside, you have a vertical park that connects the residences below with the offices above. All the way to the roof, where we have an urban farm where they grow all the produce for the restaurants. For the European Commission, we are designing the Joint Research Center for Sustainable Construction in Sevilla, and it's the hottest city in Europe. It's covered, it's a public space and a commission building. So by covering both the building and the public space in photovoltaics, we create a shaded public space, naturally ventilated, but by shading the square, we can actually leave the facade of the commission transparent so the citizens of Europe can see what the commissioners are doing. But at the same time, this canopy creates a comfortable outdoor environment, and it produces twice as much power as the building consumes. I had the opportunity to speak about this project at the Vatican, and if you ever have to visit the Pope and you wonder what to give him, Ursula von der Leyen already gave him a framed photo of the Joint Research Center. I'm not a Catholic, but if I was, I think this could be my ticket to go to heaven. And maybe lastly, for Google, we designed their headquarters in Mountain View. The landscape you see around it, beautiful parks, are actually root zone gardens that filter all the wastewater. So we collect all the water from the roof, and then all the wastewater is filtered through these beautiful root zone gardens before it's let clean into the bay. The dragon scales of the roof is actually photovoltaic panels that convert sunlight into power. So I think all of them are examples of how our sustainable future not only is better for the environment, but can also be more fun to work in and more beautiful to live in. So of course, as an architect, it's rare that you get to apply all of these principles in one go on a city. But that's exactly what happened when the king of Bhutan reached out a year ago and invited us to come to Galefu in the south of Bhutan on the border to India and think with him about making an entirely new administrative zone that could be attractive for the younger generations of the Bhutanese and the Indians and the surroundings to to settle, but based on the principles of Bhutan. Bhutan is an incredible country because nature is preserved. 70% of Bhutan is covered by forest. It sequesters twice as much carbon as it emits. It's defined by these river valleys that run through the Himalayas. And you have agriculture and living integrated. It's also a country where the history is still very much alive. The kind of beautiful dzongs and the kind of arts and craft is still being built today the way it was 400 years ago. And that also means that you have a visual urban environment where color and craft is omnipresent, which makes it one of the most beautiful places I've ever been. And it's also a place where spirituality is everywhere, and I loved Sadhguru's definition of spirituality as seeking. So essentially, everywhere you go, spirituality and celebration and sharing of wisdom is part of the practice. And they've taken all of the principles of Vajrayana Buddhism and baked it in to the 9 parameters of the Gross National Happiness Index, measuring their success as a nation by happiness rather than economic output. So we thought for the Mindfulness City, we would take the 9 measures of national happiness and use them to define the programs of the city, and also translate them into design principles for the sort of urban design of the city. So imagine the Mindfulness City as a place where nature is enhanced rather than displaced by the city, where agriculture is integrated into the urban environment, and where the tradition is still very much alive and celebrated even in the contemporary architecture. So the place Gelefu will sit on is more than 1,000 square kilometers. It's 2 natural reserves bridged by an ecological corridor where tigers can migrate in the highlands and where elephants migrate from India to, like from the Himalayas to India. So the rivers really characterize the landscape and the scenery, and you have people living among the rice fields. So we developed a principle where the city essentially sits between the highlands and the border to India. We create these ecological corridors that allow the elephants to migrate through the city unencumbered, connecting from the Himalayas to India. We also have a gravitational watershed, so that we get almost like these kind of major city parks and then like neighborhood parks along the smaller streams. And then the neighborhoods become almost like rice fields, like little terraces that cascade down the Himalayan hills. And then the city gets denser and denser the closer you get to India. Then you have essentially a regional corridor that connects to the surrounding major cities and India, a kind of local transportation hub for public transportation, and then a little like community street at the north. And everywhere these transportation corridors cross the rivers, a bridge becomes a major public building, both a connection and a destination. So here you see the airport itself is actually a bridge crossing 3 rivers. And when you move closer, you can see like how the city is really defined by these linear parks that move through it. Also, as a principle, you have 6 stories on the lower levels and up until a single story in the highlands. And that is essentially possible to build entirely with mass timber. It's the greatest natural resource of Bhutan, and it's the most sustainable way to build. So we sort of sat down with the local architects and developed a whole family of building types where we combine the available craft for like a single family, a kind of a multi-generational family, or even a kind of community. Which means that when you put these building types together, you actually create this kind of perfect coexistence of old and new. The local streets have permeable pavements so that water can penetrate through, creating a resilient environment. You have the waterfronts of the rivers. When you go higher, you have people living between the rice fields. And finally, in the highlands, you have like very sort of reclusive and sort of possibilities for extreme levels of of mindfulness. And then, for instance, the airport, also entirely made out of mass timber and modular, becomes a kind of statement of arriving to this new place. A Vajrayana Buddhist center that is a bridge, so when you cross from one neighborhood to the other, you see spiritual leaders doing their practice as you pass through the bridge. A healthcare bridge that combines Western and Eastern medicine, but also is a passage from one part of the city to another. A university, a young child going to school in the morning can see what the older students are doing and dream about their future. The market, again, a destination on top of the river and a connection between two neighborhoods. And maybe as the last bridge, the entire city will be powered by renewable energy. So we're building a dam. The river basically comes from the Himalayas and it continues into India. So we thought to design the dam as a temple bridge, as a Bhutanese interpretation of the Indian step wells. The entire facade is made accessible. So you can actually walk in 1,000 different pilgrimage routes down the face of the dam to a kind of present day equivalent of the tiger's nest. So that as you visit Bhutan and this region, it somehow consolidates all of the elements of the mindfulness city. It's taking a piece of infrastructure and turning it into spirituality. It's taking a piece of engineering and turning it into art. So maybe and in some way I could see that maybe the temple dam could be for the mindfulness city what the Eiffel Tower is to Paris or the Sydney Opera is to Australia. So maybe just to end, we presented the master plan together with the king at the National Day in Bhutan in December, and we're currently accelerating the work on the dam and on the airport. And maybe just to end, to give you a glimpse of the future of the mindfulness city, we've created a little film that in 3 minutes explains what I did in half an hour.
Bhutan is the Vajrayana Buddhist capital of the world, a special place where wisdom and compassion have forged a unique way of life. Fiercely proud of their traditions, Bhutanese have preserved their cultural values for centuries through a joint effort focused on sharing, teaching, and caring. Their communities thrive on collective well-being, growing a society that measures its nation's success on 9 indicators of happiness. A land of mountains, forests, and rivers, Bhutan is one of the world's last remaining biodiversity hotspots and its first carbon-negative country. After centuries of perfecting a life of harmony with others and nature, Bhutan is now ready to show the world how to create a sustainable human presence on Earth. Descending from the Himalayas to the tropical plains, an uninterrupted flow of water, plants, and animals shape the mindfulness city. Cascading terrace fields become lively neighborhoods nested along naturally connected ecologies. Inhabitable bridges span across biodiversity corridors, connecting communities both physically and spiritually with centers for innovation, education, and recreation. The city may lead you on a journey of discovery to connect with your body, mind, and soul. A home for meditation and a place for togetherness, where knowledge can be shared, taught, and practiced with the world's spiritual leaders. The mindfulness city will join traditional with new, finding a balance that is both respectful and creative. A constellation of public squares provides centers for cultural gatherings and festivities, while a network of social infrastructure supports the community's everyday needs. People of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds will share knowledge and ideas to grow future generations into the leaders of tomorrow. Bhutanese arts will be preserved and traditional craft will expand through handmade and advanced technology. To build a city where engineering is art and nature is power. The mindfulness city will become a gateway, a bridge between local and global, past and future, nature and humanity. It will be an invitation to the world to participate in the Bhutanese mindset, to learn, to teach, and to share its values towards growing a more sustainable future.
A big round of applause, please, for Bjarke and Ingels. Thank you so much for joining us here and teaching us how to develop and urbanize mindfully. Can I invite on stage Lalit Kumar Jain, President Thermal Hindustan Power, to please hand over a token of our appreciation, please. Ingels, can I request you to be on stage, please?
Oh, yes, yes.
A big round of applause, please, for Bjarke Ingels. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next session is one you don't want to miss, the Ori Mystique, the rule book for becoming viral, influential, and stylish. Can I invite on stage our moderator, Sonal Vijayved, Digital Editor, Lifestyle Edition, India Today Group, to introduce the speaker.
Hello, everybody. If, like us, your Instagram algorithm is adamantly set on paparazzi reels of Malaika ma'am walking her dog in Bandra and Sara Ali Khan going in and out of her gym, chances are you have stumbled upon paparazzis hooting the words Ori Baba left and Ori Baba right. Ori has risen to fame, more so in the last few months, with everything that is going on for him. From a collaboration with Netflix, his wildcard entry into the Big Boss house, an appearance on Coffee with Karan, to being photographed with Rihanna at the recent Jamnagar wedding. It's okay to say that this is Ori's world and we are just living in it. I welcome on stage Orhan Avatramani, who needs no introduction because if we are being honest, we don't know what he does.
If I was you, I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna. I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too. I'd wanna be me too.
Hello, Ori.
Hi, Sonal.
Thank you for being in Delhi.
Thank you, Delhi, for having me.
Okay. I'm going to start my interview with the first question that pops up when I Google you, Ori.
Okay.
Why is Ori so famous? Nobody knows that. And I'm going to add to it. How did you get so famous so quickly?
Okay, Sonal, why am I famous? Now, I can lie to you and say I'm famous because I have a pose. I'm famous because of the work I do on myself. But really, I feel the reason that really brought me into the limelight is I am the famous and friend. And there are not many and friends that are famous. There's no Janhvi Kapoor and friend and the and friend is famous. There's no Sara Ali Khan and friend, this one and friend. So I really think being that and friend, the tag that no one ever wanted, is the tag I've really built on, proudly being the and friend. It's a full-time job.
So you're a professional friend, is that what you are?
And friend.
Professional and friend.
It's not a friend, it's an and friend.
Okay.
You work in the news. When you post a picture of someone and you don't know who's in the background, it's the and friend. So I'm the recurring face in all the pictures.
So you agree that a lot of your popularity is dependent on the
I can't deny that. I'm not here to deny what's obvious, and not to media personalities who...
So in my first interview with you, I remember that you said, I don't want to talk about any of the celebrity names, and now you've come such a long way.
I'm not talking about them. It's about me. I'm the and friend. This is the story and the journey of the and friend.
Okay, so this is Ori's world, and they're all just living in it.
There we go.
Okay.
They're the variables. The and friend stayed.
Oh, that's a smart one. So this is how you got to becoming famous so quickly.
One of the major reasons, yes.
Okay. Okay, so your circle of friends is mainly celebrity children.
Yes.
And now they have all become celebrity. Oh, so this is and friend. This is like the poster for and friend.
There's one recurring face in all the photos, and that's this one right here.
Correct. Okay. So a lot of them get trolled for being nepo babies, right? And you're an outsider, equally privileged.
Okay.
How did you get around to becoming friends with all these people, and what do you think about them constantly getting into the whole bracket of being nepo babies, nepo babies, nepo babies?
How did I become friends? See, each one has a different story, and we don't have the time to say how I met this one or that one and how we clicked. But with the tagline of nepo babies, I feel nepo baby nepotism has been given such a negative connotation. But if you apply to the college your parents went to and you get preference to go, and you're called a legacy child, and it's treated so well in university and so well in high school when you apply, they are legacy kids. Doors do open for them easily, but that's because their parents have worked hard for those doors to open. I'm an outsider technically in this industry. The doors that open for me may not open for them, and the ones that many open for them, I've had to work very hard to have them opened for me. But I would like the same opportunities for my kids when I have them, that the hard work that I've put in, my kids can inherit. So you're not competing with a first generation kid, you're competing with a second generation kid, right? When you own a law firm and your son easily gets into your firm, it's the same privilege a nepo kid, or like I like to say a legacy kid, gets in film. Like today, if I'm friends with directors and producers and they owe me favors, I'm going to cash that favor for my kid. Why would I not want that privilege for my kid? I've worked hard for it, right? Today, an outsider, be it, I'm not an actor, but be it a Kartik Aaryan, his kids will be nepo kids. Should they not benefit from the hard work that a Kartik Aaryan has done? Should Shah Rukh Khan's kids not benefit from the hard work Shah Rukh Khan has put in, right? Because someone is not born an insider, right? You're not just born like that. Either your parent is, and they worked for it.
You know, if I had a rupee for every time you said hard work and working hard on myself, I'd be very rich, Auri.
So now, the last time you interviewed me, I was 74 kilos. The top comment was, he keeps saying I work on myself, I go to the gym, but he doesn't have the body of someone who works on themselves. And I'm 51, 52 kilos today. That comment really stayed with me. And I worked on myself. I really did. Look at, I'm not wearing a t-shirt or a shirt inside because the body doesn't need it anymore.
I have to give that to you, Auri. You do work very hard.
On myself.
Yeah. So I think your phrase working hard on myself is what Kareena Kapoor did back then for that generation of Jab Bhi Met when she said main apni favorite hu. I think working hard on myself became like the mantra for Gen Zs.
Sonal, you have one life, live your best life. If you're not working on yourself and you're not your own favorite person, I cannot sit here in this suit with my auris on it and you be my favorite person or someone else be my favorite. You have to be the main character of your own life. And I think a lot of the young audience resonated with that because they've not been doing it maybe, or maybe they've been doing it so much and they were proud that someone said it and they can be like, now I'm following that trailblazer.
What do you feel about your privilege? Do you carry it lightly, or do you take it very seriously?
What privilege?
The fact that you come from a family that is a certain way, the fact that you went to school with a lot of celebrity kids and that got you that access.
Everyone has their own silver spoon and their own limitations. The privileges that I've been given and you've not, and the limitations that I have that you don't, I wear them as like a bloody flag coming out of my shoulders. Like, it's my cape. I'm here to flash all my privileges. I don't need to show you my limitations. No one wants to show the sadder sides of life. But why would you not be an opportunist of the things you are born with? Why would you not take full opportunity of the things that are your birthright? Why would you not do that? Why would you not be proud of that?
Fair.
Right? So if I've been born with something, why would I not proudly have that and proudly take advantage of that? Be greedy for your opportunities. Be greedy for your ambitions. You have one life. Be greedy for whatever you want, and don't let anyone tell you you can't. And don't let someone who doesn't have what you have tell you, oh, you're privileged. Cool, I'm privileged. Let me live my life.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Okay, so a big part of your influence is your party content. I think as a media house, sometimes I feel like we struggle to get the party content quicker than you do because you're so quick on your social media, and I know you handle a lot of it yourself, which not a lot of celebrities do. Recently, you were at the biggest party in town in Jamnagar. This is actually one of our favorite videos of you doing terrible garba. But you tried.
I tried.
Okay. How was your experience of being in Jamnagar?
Jamnagar and what's been created there is really the most unreal place in the world. Every part of it has been so well thought of and well executed. The wedding was amazing. Vantara was beautiful and just absolutely amazing. And yes, I like to be at every single party. When you talk about privilege and this and that and what other people say, I don't want to be at a pity party. I want to be the life of the party. I want to be at the coolest party. I just don't want to be at the sad self-moping parties. And that being said, my experience with Rihanna, I love Rihanna. For the longest time, I didn't know who she was, and I read her Instagram name, which is Bad Gal Riri, but I read as Badalgiri. So I'd been following Badalgiri on Instagram, and I loved her. Then
Badalgiri as in sister of Nilgiri.
Basically. And I'll tell you a little marketing trick I have, which maybe I shouldn't be releasing so early. It's called OOO. But you can also call it OOI, Objects of Interest, but Objects of Ori. I'll make a little museum one day. In my outfit or my costume of the night, there'll always be a talking point. So I knew Rihanna was coming, and I've been on stage, like, what do you think of? Right now I'm speaking, but if you're performing, what are you thinking of? You're looking at the audience. I'm looking at all you beautiful people. I love your hat. I love your shoes. I love your scarf and your print. So I knew Rihanna would be looking. And I had to have a beautiful object of interest on my head. And I've worn these giant dandelion earrings, knowing she'd see them, and rightfully she did.
And she stole them.
And she came and she said, I would like the earring, please. And I was like, well, of course. And I looked at my friend, take out your phone, take out your phone. This is the moment I like brought these earrings for. Took out the phone, took off the earring, gave it to her. 7 minutes later, she's lost the earring and has come back for the other one. And so I like pinned it on her top.
So now you've got Rihanna. Of course, you've got pictures with the whole Ambani family. You've got Deepika, Ranveer, pictures with everybody.
Who's on your radar? Like Pokemons.
Who's on your radar now? Which celebrity would you like to get photographed with? Taylor. Just say it.
The PM.
Oh, that may just, you need to hang around here until tonight, and that may just happen.
It may just happen, yeah.
Okay. See, the one reason I know you're never doing Bollywood films is because you have terrible Hindi. We can agree to that, right?
Sure. But it's script reading. I can learn the script.
Okay.
If I had to.
But interestingly, on World Hindi Day, the Delhi University students made a reel on Ori Wali Hindi.
Yes.
So now you have something called the Ori Speak. Yes. Okay. Is your Hindi really this bad, or do you do this for virality?
So it is hilarious because I woke up to my Google alerts going off saying Delhi University celebrates National Hindi Day with Ori Wali Hindi, where all the students are coming on stage and speaking Ori versions of Hindi, and I loved it. And I myself can't speak Ori Hindi because I myself don't know what I'm saying, because unfortunately I can't think in Hindi. So I'm thinking
South
in English.
Bombay of you, Ori.
I actually grew up in Tamil Nadu, but I'm thinking in English, and then there are a million Oris in my head scrambling to get the words in Hindi. So I'm thinking, hi, my name's Orhan, and all the Oris in my head are running, what is name, what is Orhan, so translating it into Hindi and then printing it into Hindi, and it's coming out on my tongue in this jumbled paper mache version of Hindi. And I'm struggling in my brain. Have you ever seen SpongeBob? There are like 100 SpongeBobs in his head trying to make things happen. When I'm speaking Hindi, just know that every gray cell is being squeezed to its fullest. So if you saw Big Boss, which is in real time, live Hindi, and I'm giving it back to Salman Khan, and I'm saying, haan, main anda hai, and I thought I was saying I'm blind, but I've called myself an egg, and the audience really loved it. I was like, haan, main anda hai, main nahi dekh sakta, main anda hai, and Salman's like, what is... The struggle I went through to just get that sentence out, my God, the SATs were easier than that.
Okay. You've come around to become a pop culture icon for a certain generation, for a certain kind of audience. Recently, you signed Dharma Cornerstone Talent, and where does that go? Do we see a fabulous life of Ori? Do we see Coffee with Ori? Where's that going to take you?
Sonal, to be really honest, I hate work. So yes, I've signed with DCA, because if not DCA, who else would I sign with? But if you're going to sit here and ask me, am I seeing a show coming along? That's work. And I don't want to work on anything other than this. And that's the God's honest truth. So as of right now, no, I can't tell you anything's on the horizon.
Okay, so very coolly you called yourself a liver in one of the interviews. Yeah. I think you're more of a kidney with the amount of parties that you do. But you really have a strong kidney, I must say.
I want to say I'm more of the heart.
Oh, yeah, okay,
I'm the friend.
We'll get that, but I want you to describe these other parts for me. I'm going to ask you a few questions and you have to tell me the first person that comes to your mind. Who is Ori's right hand?
I don't know.
Not your right hand. Somebody who gets things done for you.
I want to say my team. My team of 8 to 9 managers, those are my right hands. They're like a lot of them. Like, you know when you see those dances and that woman's 100 hands come out? I have like many of them.
Who is Ori's ears? Somebody who's always keeping you updated. A friend who's
No one is keeping me updated on anything. I'm finding the Instagram explore page is my ears. I'm finding everything over there and in the comment section. Trust me, no one tells me anything.
And who's got Ori's back?
That a lot of people, I'll say, have my back.
Anybody that comes to your mind?
I can't pinpoint one, Sonal. There are just too many of them. That I know that tomorrow if you bully me, there will be people will come after you.
So interestingly, you do call out a lot of your trolls for when they troll you.
I would like to separate trolls and haters. I keep my trolls on payroll. They keep me very relevant, keep the engagement up. My haters, yes. People tend to think that, oh, he's such a celebrity, we can just go trash him on the comment section. He won't see it because most celebrities don't check. I check. I'm as much of a hater as you are, and I will trash you right back, right there in the comment section. If you insult me, I will insult you. And people think like, oh, he's a public figure, he won't use trash line. Yes, I will. My life has no rules. If my parents are okay with me doing something and I'm not breaking the, I will abuse you right back. I will call you out, Mr. Hater, and I will abuse you with worse insults.
Okay, Ori, on that note, my last question, in my last interview that went supremely viral, where you said, I'm working on myself. You did that a year ago. 1 year later, can I get an upgrade to this interview? So now, what does Ori do?
I am holding you very responsible. Since the day I've said I'm working on myself and I've gone viral, and then I said I'm a live, I've gone double viral. I've gotten so popular and with so much media attention that my managers just think my Google Calendar empty slots are places to shove work. So since the day I said I'm working on myself, I'm a liver, I've become a bloody worker. Every day there's a new commercial, there's a new talk, there's a new something, and I don't want to be a worker. I just don't want to be a worker. I want to quit.
Okay. Thank you, Ori. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
It was lovely speaking to you.
Thank you very much, Ori. Thanks, Sonal, for getting us that session. Can I request Samarth Mathur, MD of Marsha, to please come up on the stage to hand over a token of our appreciation to Ori, please? A big round of applause, please, for Ori, the new social media sensation, keeping it as real as can get. Thank you very much, Ori. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set for our next session, India's path to a $10 trillion economy. This session is sponsored by Motwani Jadeja Foundation. I'd like to invite on stage the session moderator, Rahul Kaval, News Director, TVTN, and Managing Editor, Special Online Projects, Executive Director of Business Today, to take this forward and introduce the speaker to you.
Over the past several hours, we've been talking about how Indians across the spectrum look at the India story, whether these are members of the government or members of the opposition. Looked at from the outside, what does the rest of the world make of the India story at this moment. To talk about this, we're joined at the 21st edition of the India Today Conclave by a very special guest, all the way from Switzerland, the President of the World Economic Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a very warm round of applause for Bjarke, please? Thank you very much for coming down. You were here just in March, so to come back again so soon after your last visit is very special, and we deeply appreciate this. So thank you, Mr. Brand, for joining us.
Thank you. It's great to be back where there is optimism.
Oh, fantastic. Because yes, indeed, India is one of the points in the world where there is spark and optimism, given some of the gloom that we're seeing. On a macro level, given where India is at this moment, how do you at the World Economic Forum see India's position change on the global high table?
So, firstly, congratulations on the conclave. Great to be here. This is India's century. India is the fastest growing of the large economies in the world. Remember when we met in Davos, I said to some of your colleagues that we expected almost 8% economic growth in India, at least at the last quarter last year. And they said that I was too optimistic. We have now seen the numbers. I would say they were too pessimistic. So on India, we are very bullish. And it's not only for this year or next year. We foresee that India will be growing for the next 25 years, provided, of course, that the reforms are continuing. And it's not only that it's growing, but it's also growing at a pace that is helping and supporting the rest of the world. I think many would be surprised if they learn that 15% of all global growth last year came from India. So one single country providing 15% of the global growth. So it's, of course, then creating jobs in India and opportunities, but it's also a win-win. It's also, with its demand, creating opportunities for the rest of the world. So we do expect that India will meet the 10 trillion US dollar economy in the next decade. We do predict that India very soon will be the third largest economy in the world. And then I also launched an interview with you last year, this notion of G3. So and I think the G3 is no effect.
So let's speak about that for a moment, because as you can see, Bjarke is a very strong India bull. And you coined this idea of G3, which went viral in India, and everybody here loves you for that. But internationally, there was a bit of a pushback, saying that, you've left out, say, Europe, you're overestimating the size of the India story, and it's not as bullish and optimistic as you'd like to believe. Given that almost a year has passed since, do you think we're closer to achieving the idea of a G3, or do you think we're drifting further away?
I think it's there, because you have the US economy as the largest in the world, China number 2. And there is just now a question of months before India will take the role as the third largest economy in the world. Of course, you can have this notion of G3 that I coined. Of course, you can also say there is like a G4 or G5 or a G7 that we currently have. But I know that for India now, it will continue, if the reforms continue, to be at the forefront of growth. And very interestingly, we are now seeing that the emerging economies of the world, where India is now among the real leaders, together with China, is now 50% of all the global growth comes from the emerging economies. And that will continue for the next decade when it comes to growth, according to the economic statistics that we are looking at. And from 2040, we are expecting that the emerging economies will be accounting for 60% of the overall global growth. So this is like a snowball. And a snowball is small at the beginning, but if it starts to roll, it gets bigger, and then it rolls faster. And that's India today.
Wow. You know, in case you didn't follow what Bjarke had said earlier, he said that the coming decade will be the decade of the G3, which is the United States, China, and India. The difference that I'm picking up from what you said last time to now is that you're saying that the G3 is already here. So it's not a concept that you'd explained as being the reality of the future. You're saying we're almost there, already there. That's the difference now.
10 years ago, India was the 10th largest economy in the world. Today, India is the 4th largest economy in the world. It's incredible. And very soon, the 3rd largest economy in the world. So I think the G3 coining, I think I'm very confident that that will hold. And it will even then develop further, because the growth is faster now in India. And of course, there's a lot of things working in India's favor. The geopolitics is working in India's favor, because there is a change in the global value chains. So you do see a lot of companies then establishing themselves and production and manufacturing in India. Secondly, you have so much of a youth surplus. You have one of the youngest populations in the world. So 75% of your population are in an age where they can contribute to work. And on top of this, you also have fiscal prudence. It's maybe a bit boring, but it is extremely important, because you see a lot of indebted countries that are using most of their money now on paying on their debt, the interest. India has been able to be fiscally prudent, and there are reforms. The reforms have to continue, though, as
So let's spend a moment on that, because you've spoken about what you think is going right. Give us your sense of what more you'd like to see from India and from the next Indian government to be able to achieve the target of being a $10 trillion economy beyond the reforms that have been implemented at this moment. What are the structural reforms that you'd like the next government to push?
Get rid of more red tape, more infrastructure investments. That is already happening. You know, it is real momentum there. Investing even more in education. Every child in India should have access to good primary and secondary education. And that's building also of the strength of India today, where India is very digitally literate. So taking into consideration is 1.4 billion people, and even a little bit more than that, the digitally connecting is at a very high level. So no one has to capitalize on that. I think also to be a real hub for manufacturing, we see the 2nd largest economy in the world, China, is 30% of all global manufacturing is happening in China. We are seeing more companies now establishing themselves in India too, but I think there you also have to look at the tariffs, because today manufacturing is getting input factors from different countries. So you get part of it from Bangladesh, you get something from Malaysia, something from Vietnam, but you would like to put it all together in your country, and then you produce higher up in the value chain, you got the profit, you can pay people better salaries. And of course then you have to also look at the tariffs on those products, input factors that you put into that production and manufacturing. But all this, I think, is gradually happening, and that's why you're seeing also the growth.
You know, as all of us know, India is on the cusp of the world's largest democratic exercise. And one of the biggest risks the World Economic Forum flagged when you came up with your top global risks report was the menace of artificial intelligence and deep fakes, and the challenge this poses to electoral democracy. Given that this year itself we've already had a few elections in countries like Indonesia and countries like Argentina, how much of a threat do you think this is at this moment, given that in a few days from now our first phase of polling will begin for our Lok Sabha elections?
One has to be very vigilant about it. I think We can guarantee that the two of us are real here. What you see is real, but we have no guarantee that this can, of course, then be put into something deep fake. So I can be saying something else, and I literally has been saying if people play with it. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people believing that everything they look at in social media is true. So people do come up to me and say, yeah, but I read that on Facebook or read it on Twitter, and said, okay, yes, then it has to be true. Maybe, but I think we need to learn that things has to be taken with a pinch of salt. And that is not necessarily the reality. So we have to vaccinate also against that people believe everything that is in the social media. You know, when I grew up, I read edited newspapers where there was an editor making sure that everything was correct in the paper. And the young generation now will need to maneuver in a situation where, of course, they look at the papers, and they are still very good. And also I know that India Today take big pride in that. But they also have to learn to take with a big pinch of salt what they're seeing in social media. But this is a reality. This will not change. It will just accelerate. And the whole artificial intelligence, the Gen AI, is a real game changer. We think it's as impactful as the internet, maybe even as electricity was. So the world is changing much faster, but one has to make sure that you use the AI to the benefit of humankind. And I think there's huge productivity gains that we can see in the coming decade, maybe even 30%. And productivity is really prosperity. If you can produce the same with less resources, you can pay people better, and you move up in the value chain. So you have to embrace it. Of course, we need traffic rules. And I think India is also uniquely positioned to gain from these new technologies, because you have digitally literate people, you have hardworking people, you also have the key critical mass when it comes to digital and digital services. So, but it has, of course, then to go through unicorns and to then become the big companies of the future.
Isn't that a very elite way of looking at artificial intelligence? Because we also have a lot of people who don't have the skills and could possibly be on the wrong side of the artificial intelligence Gen AI revolution, where they're left jobless, unable to find and unable to come to terms with a changing world. A lot of work can now be done through automation.
It is true that every change represents both an opportunity and a challenge. So we know that some countries were the richest one after the Second World War and are now lower middle income countries, and some are the richest countries in the world. So if you don't embrace the technology and use it proactively, you can lose out in this global competition. And of course, I'm worried that some of the new technologies can lead to a winner takes it all, because we've seen that in the platform economy. But at the same time, we also see that when you move from the hardware phase of it to the software phase of it, there will be unique opportunities for a lot of smaller and medium-sized companies. And I think the ecosystem in India is of that kind. And things do change. Like, you know, in Switzerland, where the World Economic Forum is based, 100 years ago, 95% of the population worked in the agriculture sector, and it was not producing enough food. Today, 3% works in the agriculture sector, and they produce too much food. And where did all those people go? Of course, they moved then to sectors that are producing higher up in the value chain, and that's why Switzerland is one of the richest countries in the world. So you also have to use the enormous resources in that labor to then produce more effectively and use that labor into other sectors. It maybe sounds very economically, but you know, it is really not more advanced than common sense. Unfortunately, common sense is not always that common.
Let's spend some time on the two big crises that the world faces. And I'll start with Russia-Ukraine, because for Europe in particular, that's the #1 challenge. Given the fact that President Putin is stronger than he has seemed in the last 2 years, and that Ukraine, for various international reasons, is not being able to push back in the way that the world would have wanted, where do you see the Russia-Ukraine conflict go from where we're at right now?
So there were a couple of premises in your question that I would like to dwell on. So, President Putin wanted to take Ukraine. He thought he was going to take Ukraine in a week. And he is one of the largest military powers in the world. Wasn't able to. So Ukraine pushed back, and that was in a situation where they had no Western weapons. They had all old Russian weapons. Today, there is still an ongoing war. There's only losers in this war. Of course, in Europe, we're much closer to this conflict. And you know also how particular you are about your borders, and rightly so. And Ukraine is also quite particular about their borders. It's not that the borders were disputed. They were agreed in the Budapest Memorandum, the borders of Ukraine. So this is an ongoing conflict. When it comes to the Russian economy is still growing, but it's growing because it's now a war economy. Overall, we've seen 3 million people, young people, left Russia. These are young math teachers, scientists, and engineers. We're also very bearish on Russia's ability to diversify its economy in the years to come. So hopefully we will find a solution to the war in Ukraine based on international law. I think international law should always be at the basis of these kind of negotiations.
And when it comes to Israel-Palestine, given the fact that Israel has been bombarding and attacking different parts of Gaza, but still hasn't been able to achieve its military objectives, which was to wipe out the Hamas, and given what we're seeing in the Red Sea with the attacks of the Houthis, how do you see that war progress? What's your sense?
So I hope for a ceasefire. I hope for humanitarian assistance to the people in Gaza. I also hope for a solution in the future where the Israeli people and the Palestinian people can live friendly next to each other, also based on the two-state solution. It looks very complicated today, but of course, 7th of October, when Israel was attacked by Hamas in a terrible terror attack, has changed also the way many Israelis look at this. And I think also the way the world look at Hamas. But still, we should not forget that the aim in the future should be that the Palestinian people and the Israeli people can live peacefully next to each other.
Lastly, let's spend a moment on the most unpredictable election of all this year, the election in the United States. Give everyone...
Not the Indian one, I guess, huh?
Are you confused about what may happen?
No, I was, that was a rhetoric question. we have to live up after, gone through Gaza and the Ukraine. I thought we had to get back to a little bit more bullish atmosphere, but you're, sorry.
No, more certainly. Given the fact that in the United States, at this moment, nobody can say with any degree of certainty what may happen in November, what do you think is at stake for the rest of the world, given that a lot of polls suggest that Donald Trump has a very serious chance of being re-elected as president?
So let me come to the essence of your question by just stating a couple of facts at the beginning. India is the fastest growing of the large economies in the world, fastest growing of the emerging economies. But the US economy is doing also really well. So a year ago, we were talking about the recession in the US. Then they said, oh, it will be a soft landing. There's no landing at all. The US economy is growing really strongly. There's a reindustrialization in the US where we see companies moving back to the US. We see an optimism in the US that we haven't seen for decades. And we are very bullish on the US economy moving forward. They have the critical mass, they have the large companies, headed mostly by Indian Americans. It's also very interesting. So the US is in a good place economically. The political system is not in the same good shape. It's very, very polarized. And that's going to continue until the elections. But I think the US can deal with this, and we have to deal also with the outcome of the US elections.
No, so I remember in January when we were at the World Economic Forum at Davos, one of your big themes of conversation in the corridors and the sessions was around what happens if Donald Trump comes to power. How do you see the response to that question? So what happens if Donald Trump gets re-elected?
So we can listen to what policies he wants to implement every day, so we can make our own assessments of that. The World Economic Forum is a neutral, impartial international organization. We had Donald Trump twice in Davos. We had also President Biden when he was vice president in Davos. So we will deal with the administration that the US people do elect. Of course, some nations, especially China, is very worried because you heard Donald Trump has said that he will put 60% tariff on China. He's also said that he will put 10% tariff on other nations. I think we will see more and more clarity on the policies moving forward. But as I was saying, the US is now a fast-growing economy under Biden. But the US economy was not doing badly during Trump either, especially before COVID. That was, of course, a game changer. But the policies that Secretary Mnuchin was responsible for as a Treasury Secretary was by many in the business sector in the US seen as a very sober economic policy. I guess you wanted more sound bites on this part.
No, that's fine. As you said, you're very Swiss, right? Very neutral, not wanting to lean in on either side, and that's totally understandable. Bjarke Brande, thank you very much for joining us for this session, and we will be hearing more from the President of the World Economic Forum in a session that we have later this afternoon, so do stay back for that. Thank you for your time, and thank you for coming here.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brande, request you to stay on stage. Can I also request Asha Jadeja, venture capitalist Silicon Valley and founder of Motwani Jadeja Foundation, to join us on stage and hand over a token of our appreciation. A big round of applause, please, for Mr. Brande for taking the time out and joining us here at the India Today Conclave. All right, our next session is the generational shift, my idea of a Viksit Bharat, sponsored by Radico. Can I invite on stage the session moderator, Anjana Om Kashyap, managing editor, special projects, Aaj Tak, to introduce our next speaker.
For those who've been following politics in the country, you know that in various states, especially in the Hindi Patti as we call it, the MY combination has been seen as crucial for the victory of a lot of regional parties, like the Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh or the RJD in Bihar. But now it seems like the BJP has found their own MY. And no prizes for guessing this one right. It's Mohan Yadav, the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, the MY of BJP. Please welcome him on stage with a huge round of applause. आइए सर, आइए, बैठे, नमस्कार, माइक इस तरफ। चुनाव अब बिल्कुल सिर पर है और आपका सत्ता में आगमन ही हुआ है 29 में से 28 लोकसभा सीटों के साथ। यहां से आपको आगे ले जाना है। आपकी तैयारी कैसी है? माइक उधर से उठा लें सर। तैयारी कैसी है और कितनी सीटें आप मोदी जी को देने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में हमारा हर राज्य, हर कार्यकर्ता चुनाव की तैयारी 24 घंटे करता है और उस नाते से मैं निश्चित बोल सकता हूं कि हमारी पिछली 28 सीट थी, कुल हमारे राज्य में 29 सीट है। निश्चित रूप से माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 29 ही सीट हम जीतेंगे। तो
छिंदवाड़ा जीत के लाएंगे या कमलनाथ जी के साथ, नकुलनाथ जी के साथ कुछ करके ले आएंगे छिंदवाड़ा?
नहीं, चुनाव अगर हुआ तो चुनाव में तो जीत के आना, ये हमारी सबकी संकल्प शक्ति। और
कैसे छिंदवाड़ा कैसे जीतेंगे सर?
चुनाव है तो चुनाव तो जैसे कार्यकर्ताओं के भरोसे हमारे जो अभी तक का अनुकूलता है। हाँ। आप अंदाज लगा लीजिए कि कमलनाथ जी कितने से जीतते थे। पिछली बार केवल हम 40,000 वोट से हारे हैं, तो लगभग 3 लाख वोट पिछली बार कवर किए। और अब यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री का 5 साल का सफलतापूर्वक नया टेन्योर हुआ है। उन्हीं के नेतृत्व में हम बड़ी प्रचंड बहुमत जीत से पिछली विधानसभा में 163 विधानसभा जीते हैं। तो ये तो अपने आप। और अभी आप थोड़ा मध्य प्रदेश का आंकड़ा ले लीजिए, खुद परसों छिंदवाड़ा के 2000 अलग अलग पदाधिकारी बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं।
कह रहे हैं कि 50,000 लोगों पर आपकी नजर है, कांग्रेस वालों पर 50,000 लाने वाले हैं धीरे धीरे।
अब ये मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ? राहुल गांधी जी यात्रा निकालते हैं कि कांग्रेस में वो न्याय यात्रा पता नहीं क्या बोलते हैं, लेकिन हम तो सर पीछे पीछे कांग्रेस छोड़ो यात्रा निकल रही है उनकी। जिधर से वो जाना कांग्रेस छोड़ते जा रहे हैं लोग और अपने पास आते हैं।
एक तस्वीर जरा मंच पर दिखाते हैं हम लोग, इसमें आप सब इन्वॉल्व हो सकते हैं क्योंकि इस तस्वीर में स्पॉट द सीएम कॉन्टेस्ट है। ये कौन है वो जो स्पॉट कर सकता है सीएम को? नो, वो तारीख थी 11 दिसंबर 2023, 4 बजे विधायक दल की बैठक होनी थी। नो, यू रॉन्ग, 4 बजे विधायक दल की बैठक होनी थी। उससे पहले ये तस्वीर ली गई थी विधायक दल की। अगली तस्वीर दिखाते हैं, शायद आपके लिए आसान हो जाएगा। यह देखिए, हमने आपके लिए एरो बना दिया है। तीसरी कतार, उसमें बड़े बड़े नाम उछाले जा रहे थे। उसमें से कई तस्वीरों में भी है शिवराज सिंह चौहान साहब, कैलाश विजयवर्गीय, नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर साहब। कई नाम उछाले जा रहे थे कि वो सीएम बन सकते हैं। आधे घंटे के अंदर क्या हुआ कि मोहन यादव जी का नाम सामने आ गया। क्या आप भी उतने ही अनजान थे जितने हम लोग थे? उस दिन का जरा ब्यौरा दे कि उस दिन क्या हुआ, कैसे हुआ और आपको कैसे चुना गया।
देखिए, अगर सही पूछो तो मैं भी अपने मित्र के साथ, ये तो अभी आप बाहर की पोज वाली है, अंदर जब हाल में बैठे थे तो मेरे पास मेरे एक मित्र अशोक रोहाणी जी, विधायक जबलपुर, दाईं तरफ दूसरे विधायक माननीय विधायक बैठे थे। वो मेरे को मंच पे बता रहे थे कि देखो उनका चेहरा खिला हुआ है, ये बनेंगे, ऐसे करके 2-3 लोगों का मैं उनके पास आधे पौन घंटे अच्छे से, जब पूरा हमारा सेशन चल रहा था, बाकी
वो फोटो फिर से दिखाइएगा जरा, हम लोग भी देखिए किसका किसका चेहरा खिला हुआ था उस दिन। हाँ, तो आप लोग बात कर रहे थे कि
ये जरा बाहर वाली है, एक अंदर वाली।
अच्छा, अंदर वाली भी एक तस्वीर।
एक हाल में मीटिंग, जब इसके बाद ये बाहर का सेशन था।
अच्छा,
अंदर हाल में भी
तब तक खिले हुए चेहरे थे मतलब?
नहीं, मेरा ये मानना है कि हमारे यहाँ तो हर कार्यकर्ता का चेहरा खिला ही रहता है, ये भाजपा की विशेषता है। लेकिन मैं लास्ट की रो में उसमें भी बैठा था, उसी हाल में, और मैं लगभग बहुत देर से उनके साथ बातचीत दूसरी करता रहा था। तो ऐसे वो बातचीत करते करते बता रहे थे कि ये हो सकते हैं, ऐसे मित्रों की भी बातचीत होती है। मैं भी कह रहा था हाँ हो सकते, क्यों नहीं हो सकते, सीनियर है, कोई भी हो सकता है। तो जैसे वो बातचीत करते करते जब माननीय मनोहरलाल जी खट्टर साहब का नंबर आया, उनने अपनी बात रख दी। फिर हमारे पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री माननीय शिवराज सिंह जी चौहान खड़े हुए, उन्होंने कहा अब मैं नए विधायक दल के नेता का नाम अनाउंस कर रहा हूँ। तब भी मैं बातचीत में ही लगा हुआ था। तो उन्होंने कहा कि ये नए विधायक दल के नेता डॉक्टर मोहन यादव होंगे। मेरा ध्यान ही नहीं गया, तो मैंने सोचा भी नहीं था कि मेरा नाम बोलेंगे, तो मैं बात में लगा रहा। तो फिर उन्होंने कहा अरे आपको कहा ना आप खड़े हो ये, तो मैंने कहा मेरे को खड़ा होना क्या, मैं समझा उसी में से किसी को होना होगा। तो एकदम चौंक करके उन्होंने कहा नहीं आपको ही खड़ा होना। तो मैं 2 मिनट तो बैठे रहा कि मेरे को ही उठना है कि इसको उठना है।
अच्छा।
अपने कानों पे भरोसा नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि जो कभी सोचते नहीं ऐसा होता है। लेकिन यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में ये विशेषता उनकी, हमारी पार्टी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की विशेषता है कि किसी भी कार्यकर्ता को कोई भी काम दे देते हैं।
तो आपकी नज़र में उनको आपकी क्या खूबी दिखी होगी?
ये मेरे को थोड़ी मालूम, ये तो उनको मालूम होगा।
कुछ ऐसा आपको लगता हो कि शायद मेरा ये वाला काम पीएम साहब ने देखा हो, उनको लगा हो कि ये जो तरीका मेरा था, ऐसे क्या काम आपने किए हैं उज्जैन में?
मैं तो इतना जानता हूं कि हमारे एक एक कार्यकर्ता की पूरी डिटेल जानकारी हमारे प्रधानमंत्री सहित पार्टी के सभी वरिष्ठ नेताओं को रहती है। और हमारे यहाँ ये पार्टी की विशेषता भी है कि अगर आगे रह करके हम अपनी कोई बात करने जाएंगे, हम लॉबिंग करने जाएँ, कुछ करने जाएंगे, तो कभी नंबर जीवन में नहीं आएगा, ये मालूम है। लेकिन उनकी निगाह में सब रहता है और पार्टी हमारे यहाँ ये मौका देती है। मुझे इस बात का गर्व है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ऐसी पार्टी जो इन सबको मौका देती है।
आप मूल मंत्र दे गए, आपने शायद लॉबिंग नहीं की और इसीलिए आप बन गए, आपने खुद ही बताया।
आपका धन्यवाद अगर ये बात मेरी पहुँच रही तो आप तक।
अगले सवाल पर आते हैं। अभी तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कहीं पर भी किसी भी यादव को मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बनाया था, तो क्या आपके जरिए हिंदी पट्टी के, क्योंकि MY समीकरण एक वो भी है जिसमें मुस्लिम यादव समीकरण के जरिए कई क्षेत्रीय दलों ने बिहार यूपी में अपनी पैठ बनाई है, ऐसे में क्या आपको लगता है कि आप सिर्फ एक मुख्यमंत्री नहीं हैं, एक दाव भी हैं जिससे Y समीकरण को साधने की कोशिश होगी लोकसभा चुनाव में?
मैं थोड़ा संशोधन कर दूं इसमें।
हाँ बोलिए।
ये गलत जानकारी है। ये हमारी पार्टी की विशेषता है कि किसी की भी कार्यकर्ता की अगर उसकी लगन, उसकी योग्यता, अगर उसमें देश और समाज के प्रति काम करने की क्षमता होती है, तो वो किसी भी जाति समुदाय का हो, किसी भी परिवार का हो। जैसे मेरे जैसे किसान परिवार, मजदूर परिवार, जिनके जीवन में कभी पिताजी विधायक नहीं बने, पार्षद नहीं बने, मैंने खुद ने खेती करी है, मैंने होटल चलाई है, ऐसे सामान्य कार्यकर्ताओं को केवल एक ही पार्टी मौका दे सकती, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी। वो जाति नहीं देखती, वो केवल जो 4 जाति बताती है उसका। मुझे इस बात का गर्व है कि मैं ऐसी पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता हूँ।
लेकिन फायदा तो होगा
नहीं। ये फिर दोबारा मैं बोलना चाहूँगा कि मेरी अकेले की क्यों, पूरे जितने भी अभी तक के मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, अब एक एक का नाम देख लीजिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ही करती है। उसके उल्टे दूसरी पार्टी को आप पकड़ लीजिए, पिताजी अगर मुख्यमंत्री तो बेटा बनेगा, बिहार हो, यूपी हो, कोई और पार्टी देख लो, उनके परिवार में वंश परंपरा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी में वंश परंपरा नहीं। ये मुझे इस बात की गर्व है।
अब चुनावी बिसात पर जरा आते हैं, क्योंकि चुनाव इतने करीब है। जहाँ से हमने शुरुआत की थी, आपने जब सत्ता संभाली यहाँ पर लगभग 3.5 लाख करोड़ का, जितनी मेरी जानकारी जो मुझे पता चली, ऋण आपके राज्य पर है। और पिछले चुनाव में भी माना गया कि लाडली स्कीम हो या फिर लखपति दीदी का स्कीम हो, कई सारी ऐसी स्कीम्स बड़ी निर्णायक साबित हुई बीजेपी की जीत में। ऐसे में जो ये तमाम स्कीम्स हैं और उसमें पैसा को बढ़ाया जा रहा है, 1000 से 1250, 1250 से और बढ़ाएंगे, ये पैसा क्या आप लोग देने की स्थिति में हैं? कैसे इसको आप, अर्थव्यवस्था को कैसे आप स्टेट का मैनेज करेंगे?
देखिए, ये हमारा राज्य बहुत बीमारू राज्य था, ये मैं जानता हूँ। लेकिन धीरे धीरे हमारे पूर्ववर्ती मुख्यमंत्री जी या हमारी सरकार के रहते रहते लगातार इसके अचीवमेंट हो रहा है और उसमें हम बहुत सफलता के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। जीडीपी में लगभग 4.5% की अभी हमारी अपनी स्टेट की उसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन हो रहा है। आने वाले समय में हम 9% तक ले जाने वाले हैं और सभी क्षेत्रों में समान रूप से। एक बार हमने ओवरड्राफ्ट नहीं लिया है। पहले की ये सरकार, आज से जब कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, लगभग हर 2 महीने बाद हमारे को ओवरड्राफ्ट सरकार होती थी, किसी न किसी अकाउंट को बंद करना पड़ता था। लेकिन लगातार आज हम एग्रीकल्चर ग्रोथ रेट में 25% पे, विश्व के सर्वाधिक कोई एक राज्य की एग्रीकल्चर ग्रोथ रेट अगर है तो मध्य प्रदेश की है। 24% हम इंडस्ट्री ग्रोथ में आ रहे हैं। कौन सा क्षेत्र छोड़ रहे हैं? हर क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। यहाँ तक कि आप अंदाज लगाइए कि हमारे यहाँ आज इरिगेटेड एरिया अगर माने तो लगभग 96,000 से ज़्यादा हेक्टेयर सिंचाई हम अगर कोई कर पा रहे हैं तो अकेला मध्य प्रदेश है। और हमने 1 करोड़ का टारगेट लिया है। शिक्षा नीति अगर लागू हुई है सबसे पहले तो मध्य प्रदेश में लागू हुई है। हमारे मेडिकल कॉलेज से लेकर के सभी सेक्टर में समान रूप से जिस प्रकार से ग्रोथ हमने दी है, और अभी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में तो नीति आयोग के माध्यम से विभिन्न विभागों का जो हमने टारगेट तय किए हैं, निश्चित रूप से अभी हमारा 5वां नंबर का राज्य है। हम इसको 1 नंबर के राज्य पर ला कर रखेंगे।
सीटों पर वापस आते हैं, क्योंकि देखिए एक्सपर्ट्स भी ये मानते हैं कि कई स्टेट्स ऐसी हैं जहां राजस्थान है, गुजरात है, MP में भी 28 आउट ऑफ 29, बिहार 39 आउट ऑफ 40, मतलब सैचुरेशन पर पहुंच गए, फिसलने का डर है। तो ऐसा तो नहीं होगा कि आप छिंदवाड़ा संभालते संभालते कहीं इधर का मामला बाकी जगहों का ना बिगड़े?
ये आप इसके बजाय थोड़ा स्केल देखिए, 2003-04 से हमारी सरकार है।
हाँ।
बीच का टेन्योर थोड़ा सा छोड़ दें, हर बार हमारी सरकार की ग्रोथ बीजेपी की दृष्टि से धीरे धीरे धीरे, अभी जैसे अभी आपने कहा है कि 50,000 लोग आपके भाजपा में आने को तैयार है कांग्रेस छोड़ करके, ये संकेत क्या है? अब तो हमको कहना पड़ रहा है भैया अभी हमारे यहाँ जगह नहीं है, थोड़ी देर ठहरो, आप अभी आगे देखेंगे।
ये हाल है।
हम क्या करें, कांग्रेस खत्म हो रही है, हम क्या करें?
और एजेंसी के डर से तो नहीं हो रहा, वो कहते हैं कि एजेंसी के डर से आप लोग ला रहे हैं।
आप एक भी नाम बताइए जैसा इस ढंग की कोई घटना हमारे मध्य प्रदेश में हुई हो। लेकिन उसके उल्टे कांग्रेस के जो बड़े नेता है, अभी आपको नाम बताता हूँ, जो कांग्रेस के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री के 2-2 कार्यकाल में रहे, हमारे यहाँ पर भोपाल के बड़े नेता हैं, आप सब जानते, 4 दिन पहले बीजेपी में आए, जिनके 3 पीढ़ियों से कांग्रेस के बड़े पदाधिकारी रहे, परिवार उनका बड़ा पदाधिकारी रहा। कौन कौन से नाम है, हर नाम को देखो तो हमारे लिए बड़ी बात है। सुरेश पचौरी जी कितना बड़ा नाम है, लेकिन वो न कहा कि मैं आया हूँ बीजेपी में और मैं माननीय मोदी जी की इस बात का कायल हूँ कि जो वो कहते हैं वो करके दिखाते हैं। और कांग्रेस अब वो नहीं रही जो कांग्रेस पुराने समय में जानी जाती थी।
कमलनाथ जी के साथ क्या हुआ?
मैंने तो कमलनाथ जी से मैं केवल कमल की बात जानता हूँ, कमलनाथ की मैं नहीं कह सकता।
पक्का?
मैं तो मेरा अपनी पार्टी का चुनाव
खबर आई थी कि वो आना चाह रहे थे, फिर
मैंने क्या कहा कि ये
कुछ बात हो भी गई, फिर कुछ नहीं हुई, फिर बात बनी नहीं।
ये
क्या
तो दिल्ली की आपकी जानकारी होगी, मेरी जानकारी में तो मैं कमल का चिन्ह लेकर के चुनाव में जाने की तैयारी कर रहा हूँ अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ।
नेता तो आप हैं मंझे हुए।
नेता तो नहीं, कार्यकर्ता हूँ।
उज्जैन पर आते हैं जरा। उज्जैन, आपने कहा है हमेशा कि महाकाल मेरे पिता हैं, मैं उनको मानता हूँ, आपको लगता है कि उन्हीं के आशीर्वाद से हुआ है, लेकिन उज्जैन को लेकर भी बहुत पॉलिटिक्स हुई है बीते दिनों। वहाँ पर जो आप लोगों ने मॉडर्नाइजेशन किया या फिर ब्यूटिफिकेशन किया, उसको लेकर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगे। तो दूसरी तरफ आप कह रहे हैं कि उज्जैन को हम ऐसी जगह बना देंगे जहाँ विश्व भर से लोग आएंगे। तो इसमें दोनों में डिफरेंस बताइए, क्योंकि भ्रष्टाचार का भी आरोप वहीं पर लगा और आप दम भरते हैं कि हम उसको वर्ल्ड के सिनेरियो पे ले आएंगे।
देखिए, ये आरोप लगाने के लिए कुछ भी लगा सकते हैं। लगभग 55-60 साल कांग्रेस की सरकार रही है, लेकिन उज्जैन तो क्या पूरे प्रदेश में जो विकास के मामले में जो दरकार थी वो कहीं कुछ नहीं कर पाए। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री ने समान रूप से सभी क्षेत्रों में काम किया। उसमें एक बड़ा काम किया स्मार्ट सिटी के माध्यम से पैसा देने का। स्मार्ट सिटी के नाम पर हमारे जो उज्जैन में जैसे पैसा मिला है, उसी के परिणाम स्वरूप हमने उज्जैन में, चूँकि स्वाभाविक उज्जैन बात करते तो बाबा महाकाल ज्योतिर्लिंग की बात आ जाती है, तो ज्योतिर्लिंग के लिए पूरा कैंपस में केवल देवस्थान जहाँ हम पूजा करते हैं उसके बजाय हमारी जो सनातन संस्कृति है उसकी विभिन्न प्रकार के हमारे मूर्तिकार के माध्यम से अपनी संस्कृति को समझाने का मौका देखा गया है। जैसे हमारे यहाँ दुर्गायन, शिवायन, कृष्णायन, ये जो परंपरा, तीनों परंपरा उज्जैन से जुड़ती है। भगवान कृष्ण की शिक्षा स्थली रही है। दुर्गायन शक्तिपीठ में से हरसिद्धि माता शक्तिपीठ में है। शिवायन हमारे यहाँ शिव परंपरा बड़ी प्रसिद्ध है। भगवान शिव की विभिन्न प्रकार के देवी देवताओं का परिवार है, उनकी अपनी अपनी एक प्रथा है, उसकी अपनी अपनी मान्यता है। तो भगवान शिव के भी 2 विवाह हुए, एक पार्वती माता से, एक सती माता से। उनके जीवन के विभिन्न प्रसंगों को समझने के साथ फिर ये जो चराचर जगत है ये निराकार से साकार और साकार से निराकार की यात्रा में मृत्यु लोक में पिंड आता ही इसीलिए आत्मा के रूप में। तो ये सबका समय नियत है। ऐसी कई सारे रहस्यों को बजाय शास्त्र में बोलने के दिखा करके हम अपनी संस्कृति से परिचित कराने का एक बड़ा अभियान माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में हमने महाकाल के महालोक बनाने का किया है। स्वाभाविक रूप से जब हम बनाते हैं और एक समय सीमा में बनाना था तो FRB की प्रतिमा वगैरह कुछ बनाई थी। जब बड़ी आंधी आती है तो आंधी में स्वाभाविक रूप से कुछ मूर्तियाँ लगभग 600 मूर्ति में से कुल 5-7 मूर्ति गिरी। अब मूर्ति गिरी तो स्वाभाविक रूप से हमने जिनको टेंडर दिया था उनसे एग्रीमेंट में था कि वो वापस लगाएंगे, पूरा खर्चा वो उठाएंगे। तो जैसे आंधी आई तो बड़े बड़े मकान धराशायी हो जाते हैं। एक कांग्रेस के नेता का तो पूरा वेयर हाउस उड़ गया था, तो अब उसमें क्या कर सकते हैं? तो मूर्तियां वापस लगवा दी। अब उन्होंने कहा भ्रष्टाचार हुआ, भ्रष्टाचार हुआ। भाई जिसने लगाई थी उसने वापस सुधार के दी है, वो वापस लगी हुई है। तो अब इसमें बोलने के लिए तो कुछ भी कह सकते हैं।
आपने एक और नियम तोड़ा है, पहले कोई CM वहाँ पर रात में नहीं रुकता था, आप वहाँ पर रुकते हैं उज्जैन में। लेकिन मेरा सवाल ये नहीं है, सवाल मेरा कुछ और है। अभी तक आपकी बातों से मुझे ये लग रहा है कि एक तो भगवान राम जी तो हैं ही अयोध्या के, एक उज्जैन में महाकाल और कांग्रेस की पैराशूट लैंडिंग, इसके जरिए आप लोग 2024 में अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी बना रहे हैं, क्या मैं सही कह रही हूँ?
अब आपने आखिरी बात बोल दी तो मेरे पास कुछ बचा नहीं है। पैराशूट का ज़माना नहीं है, या ज़मीन पे चलने वालों का ज़माना है। मेरे जैसा कार्यकर्ता को मौका मिल रहा है, वो भी हम विचार करें। कांग्रेस में कोई नेता ऐसा लाए जो ज़मीन पे जुड़े तो कांग्रेस के कुछ अच्छा हो सकता, नहीं तो उनके लिए तो दिन अच्छे नहीं है, खराब ही है।
लेकिन कांग्रेस के नेताओं को लेकर पहले कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत करना था, अब कांग्रेस युक्त बीजेपी हो रही है, ये क्या हो गया?
मैंने क्या कहा कि उनने भारत जोड़ो के नाम पर कांग्रेस छोड़ो यात्रा चली, तो मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ? वो रात दिन उनकी कार्य व्यवहार पद्धति ऐसी है कि कांग्रेस पे लोगों का भरोसा टूट रहा है। कांग्रेस के ही बड़े बड़े नेता पूरे देश में, मेरे प्रदेश की बात करूं तो कांग्रेस का कौन सा बड़ा नेता है? हम जानते हैं सिंधिया जी पहले हमारे पास आ चुके हैं, अभी आप जिनका नाम बोल रहे हो वो भी दरवाजे पे खड़े, आज नहीं तो कल पता नहीं क्या होगा। लेकिन मैं नहीं कह सकता हूँ, आज जितने आए उनके भरोसे से भाजपा लोगों का विश्वास जीत रही है। 8.5 करोड़ जनता प्रदेश की हम पे भरोसा करती है, पूरे देश की 142 करोड़ की आबादी माननीय मोदी जी पे भरोसा करती है। और मुझे इस बात की प्रसन्नता कि माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, माननीय नड्डा जी के नेतृत्व में जिस प्रकार से जनता का पिछले 10 सालों में सरकार के साथ विश्वास बना है, निश्चित रूप से दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र गौरवान्वित होगा। 400 पार आपकी बार मोदी सरकार,
और उसके लिए 29 सीटें आपको देनी पड़ेंगी। लेकिन आप क्या रहे हैं? आपका अभियान क्या शुरू हो चुका है? आपकी क्या स्ट्रैटेजी है? वहाँ योगी जी निकल गए हैं, वो रैलियाँ शुरू कर रहे हैं, अयोध्या से शुरू किया उन्होंने।
देखिए,
आप क्या करेंगे?
हमने कहा कि भाजपा को चुनाव के आधारित काम करने वाली पार्टी के नाते नहीं जाना जाता है। भाजपा की अपनी स्ट्रेटेजी बहुत स्पष्ट रहती है कि जब सरकार बनती है तो जनता के हित के निर्णयों को लगातार वो लागू करती रहती है, जनता के बीच में जुड़ी रहती है और सरकार के माध्यम से हमारे आदर्शों को स्थापित करते रहते हैं। और मुझे इस बात की प्रसन्नता है कि ये लगभग 3 महीने की सरकार है और 3 महीने की सरकार में समान रूप से हमने सभी सेक्टर में काम किया, कोई सेक्टर खाली नहीं छोड़ा है। और इसी निर्णयों के आधार पर जनता के बीच लगातार, अभी आपने जो 2 दिन पहले सर्वे बताया है, उस सर्वे में स्पष्ट हो रहा है कि भाजपा के लिए और अनुकूलता बनी।
लेकिन किया क्या है? आपने कहा कि बहुत 3 महीने में मैंने काफ़ी काम किया है, क्योंकि देखिए सीए, इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड्स, मुझे नहीं पता कि ये मुद्दे मध्य प्रदेश में कितने आपके विरोध में जा सकते हैं, लेकिन किसानों का एक मुद्दा, क्योंकि मध्य प्रदेश में किसान भारी तादाद में, कृषि से जुड़े हुए लोग, उनकी ज़िंदगी आधारित बहुत लोगों की है। ऐसे में एसपी गारंटी कानून को लेकर यहाँ पर, लीगल गारंटी कानून को लेकर यहाँ दिल्ली में भी विरोध हो रहा है और इससे पहले देखा गया है मध्य प्रदेश में भी हुआ है। किसानों के लिए क्या करेंगे? कृषि क्षेत्र के लिए क्या करेंगे?
देखिए, आपको जानकारी के लिए बता दूं कि मध्य प्रदेश की अभी मैंने एग्रीकल्चर ग्रोथ रेट 25% जो बताई थी, वो हमारी एनवीडी नर्मदा वैली के लगभग दोनों तरफ, निमाड़ से मालवा तक और महाकौशल सभी क्षेत्रों में एरिकेटेड एरिया बढ़ाया गया था। लेकिन माननीय मोदी जी ने जो एक बड़ा अभियान चालू किया, नदी जोड़ो अभियान, माननीय अटल जी ने शुरू किया था, लेकिन वो छूटा था। मुझे इस बात की प्रसन्नता कि इतने कम समय में हमने केन बेतवा नदी जोड़ो अभियान के लिए उसका निर्णायक मुकाम तक पहुँचा दिया। एक 20 साल से हमारा कांग्रेस की सरकार के समय से अशोक गहलोत जी मध्य प्रदेश और राजस्थान का समझौता नहीं कर रहे थे। पार्वती काली सिंध चंबल परियोजना जो लगभग 70,000 करोड़ की है, उसका एमओयू हमने कर दिया, इसका टेंडर हम कर रहे हैं। तो ये जो हमारा पश्चिमी मध्य प्रदेश का पूरा हिस्सा, मालवा और चंबल वाला, ये पूरा 13 जिलों में इसका लाभ मिलेगा। इसके अलावा जो हमारा ट्राइबल का बेल्ट है, या कोदो कुटकी जो मिलेट्स के जो अनाज होते हैं, तो 1,000 रुपये प्रति कुंटल हमने उसमें बढ़ावा दिया है। इसके प्रोडक्ट को नीचे लाने के लिए फूड इंडस्ट्रियों की श्रृंखला खड़ी कर रहे हैं। इसके अलावा एग्रीकल्चर के लिए हमने खास करके, अभी तक केवल एग्रीकल्चर कॉलेज में एग्रीकल्चर के बीएससी एग्रीकल्चर होते थे, इसको सामान्य विश्वविद्यालय में अनुमति दे करके, क्योंकि कृषि आधारित राज्य है, तो नीचे तक यूनिवर्सिटियों में, कॉलेजों में एग्रीकल्चर की शिक्षा दें, हार्टिकल्चर की शिक्षा दें भविष्य में। ऐसे कई सारे काम जिसके माध्यम से जनता का विश्वास हम पे बन रहा है।
चूंकि अब अंत की तरफ हम बढ़ रहे हैं, शिवराज सिंह चौहान एक भारी भरकम सीएम जो कि इतने लंबे वक्त से थे, उनसे आपने ये कुर्सी ली थी।
ली नहीं, दी उन्होंने।
दी उन्होंने। ये दबाव कुछ दिन रहा क्या आप पर कि शायद वो भी चाहते थे और मुझे चुना गया है, ये दबाव रहा क्या?
देखो, मुझे इस बात का गर्व है कि मेरी पार्टी परिवार आधारित काम करने विश्वास करती है। हमारे यहाँ हमेशा कोई छोटा कार्यकर्ता भी हो तो उसको परिवार की तरह लेके चलते हैं। तो शिवराज सिंह जी ने स्वयं ने मेरे को प्रस्तावित किया, आज भी मुझे मार्गदर्शन करते हैं, मैं उनके पास जाता हूं। अभी 2 दिन पहले ही वो चूंकि अब विदेशा के प्रत्याशी घोषित हुए तो मैंने उनके साथ मंडीदीप में एक बड़ा कार्यक्रम किया। थोड़े दिन पहले बुधनी में एक सैनिक स्कूल की भूमि पूजन में हम साथ में सम्मिलित हुए थे। एक उनने वृक्षारोपण का बड़ा अभियान चलाया हुआ है, मैं उसमें शामिल हुआ। माननीय नरेंद्र सिंह जी तोमर हमारे सभापति हैं, उनके साथ अभी मुरैना में कार्यक्रम था। माननीय सिंधिया जी के साथ मैं ग्वालियर के कार्यक्रम में था। प्रहलाद पटेल जी हमारे बड़े नेता यहाँ के मंत्री थे, आज सवेरे में उनके साथ एक मीटिंग
आपने
करके
तो सद्भावना पर एक पूरा ऐसे ही लिख दिया। लेकिन चलिए एक तस्वीर दिखाते हैं, आप लोग भी देखिए, इसी के साथ अंत करेंगे। आपने एचआर में भी पढ़ाई की है, आपने लॉ में भी की है, मेडिकल में भी आप कर रहे थे, फिर आपने छोड़ा क्योंकि आपको चुनाव लड़ना था। ये लाठी भांजेंगे अब मुख्यमंत्री जी, तो कोई कला आपने छोड़ी नहीं है। पानी में रह के शवासन भी करते हैं।
देखिए, आपकी जानकारी के लिए, अभी आपने शिक्षा की बात करी है, मैं 5000 साल पुराने उज्जैन के सांदीपनी आश्रम की बताता हूँ। भगवान कृष्ण ने कंस को भले ही मार दिया, लेकिन शिक्षा ग्रहण करने वो उज्जैन आए थे, और उज्जैन में आकर के उनने जो 64 कला, 14 विद्या, 4 वेद, 18 पुराण जो शिक्षा ग्रहण की, मुझे आज यद्यपि मैं शिक्षा मंत्री रहा हूँ, मैंने कोशिश की है कि वो प्राचीन विधाएं सब वापस एजुकेशन का हिस्सा बने। कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि वो सारी चीज़ों से लोग अपने जीवन में इनको धारण करें। पढ़ना लिखना ये बात है, लेकिन शारीरिक दक्षता में कौन कमी रहना चाहिए। मुझे इस बात की प्रसन्नता है कि आपने मुझे वो दिखा करके हम कहीं किसी पद पे पहुंच जाएं, लेकिन शरीर को भी अपने इस लायक बनाए रखें जिससे हम स्वस्थ शरीर में स्वस्थ मस्तिष्क का वास होता है, ये मान्यता है।
मोहन यादव जी, आप मंच पर आए, इंडिया टुडे के कॉन्क्लेव में तमाम सवालों के जवाब आपने दिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत
आपका
धन्यवाद, बहुत
हम आप
धन्यवाद।
भर रहे हैं 29 सीटों का, देखते हैं चुनाव में क्या होता है। धन्यवाद।
बहुत धन्यवाद।
A big round of applause, please, for Chief Minister Mohan Yadav. Can I request to come on stage Manoj Sharma, CEO of Publishing, India Today, to hand over a token of our appreciation to the Honorable Chief Minister? Thank you very much, Mohan Yadav ji, for joining us here at the India Today Conclave. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch, being served right opposite at the Shah Jahan Hall. Also, a quick reminder that you can catch our special discussion, The Gazing Table, where top India Today group editors, anchors, renowned thought leaders will be coming together to unpack what the future holds. So you can catch the discussion live. It's happening in Mumtaz Hall by invite only, but we will be playing that out live for you at the Shah Jahan Hall. Enjoy lunch. We'll see you back here at 2:15. 21st edition of the India Today Conclave, and a quick shout out to our sponsors. The India Today Conclave presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, powered by Kirloskar, co-presented by Motwani Jadeja Foundation, our conclave partner Hindustan Power Project Group, knowledge partner Reva University, tourism partner Gujarat Tourism, partner Ultratech Cement, celebration partner Radical Ketan, conglomerate partner Darwin, festive partner Marsha Arts, banking partner SBI, international school partner SSVM, and gifting partner Walterbilt. Session, viral from Israel-Gaza war zone, a stinging comic commentary. I'd like to invite the session moderator, Shivarur, Senior Executive Editor, India Today Television, on stage to introduce our very special speaker. So before Shiv comes on, let's just give you a glimpse about our next guest and what makes the next session so special. Apologies, just give us a moment. We're going to be playing that out for you in just a brief moment.
Joining me now to discuss the conflict in Israel and Gaza is a TV host and satirist, Bassam Youssef. Bassam, it's great to have you back on the program. I wish it was under different circumstances. First of all, what is your reaction to what happened on October the 7th?
Oh, it was terrible, of course. I mean, we kind of get our news kind of also secondhand because, you know, my wife's family, they live in Gaza. They have cousins and uncles there, and their house also was bombed. We haven't been able to communicate with them for the past 3 days. Communication are lost. So we don't know actually what is the, how are they doing, but, you know, we're used to that. I mean, it's just like, it's very repetitive. We're used to that. We're used to them being bombed every time and moving from one place to the other. You know, it's just like those Palestinians, they're very dramatic. Israel killing us. But they never die. I mean, they always come back. You know, they're very difficult to kill, very difficult people to kill. I know because I'm married to one. I tried many times, couldn't kill her.
I mean, there's a dark humor there, and I understand why, because...
No, it's not dark humor. I try to get to her every time, but she uses our kids as human shields. I can never take her out. I would say I really applaud Israel for doing one thing that no military force in the world does. Because I heard Ben Shapiro and I heard Ron DeSantis, and they said Israel is the only military force in the world that warns civilians before bombing them. I mean, how fucking cute. That is so nice of them. Because with this logic, if Russian troops started warning Ukrainians before bombing their houses, we're cool with Putin, right? I mean, okay, Habibi, you have warned them, go invade, it's fine, you have done your job.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that sets the stage for our next session, viral from the Israel-Gaza war zone, a stinging comic commentary. Shivarur on stage to take this forward.
I really don't know how to introduce our next guest after you've watched that video. Fun fact, I happen to be
in Israel when that video actually dropped. So it was something that absolutely exploded. Now, Bassem Youssef is someone all of you have heard about. That video got 22 million views when it first came out, and it spawned an entire ecosystem, for want of a better word, of knowledge and awareness about what was happening between Israel and Gaza and Palestine. This is a man, ladies and gentlemen, who fled from Egypt in 2014, knowing full well perhaps that the war for freedom of speech, expression, satire, commentary was going to make him someone who would spend perhaps the rest of his life on the run. So we're very, very lucky to have someone who continues to spend his life provoking, commenting, satirizing, and making fun of the most serious things happening in the most dangerous parts of the world. It is our deepest honor to welcome Bassem Youssef.
That's a very scary visual. Hi, everybody. I am very pleased to be here in India. By the way, this is my first time ever in India. And this week, yes, this is my first time. And this week is very special for me because in 5 days, I'm going to turn 50 years old. So the last thing I would ever imagine that I would spend my birthday in India. And I have to tell you, I've been here only for 2 days. Man, New Delhi, this is Cairo multiplied by 1,000. Wallahi. Like, I live now in Los Angeles, and everybody in Los Angeles bitches about traffic. And I tell them, if you haven't been to Cairo, you haven't seen traffic. And the thing is, this is what we do as brown people. We like to compete with white people with who has the biggest misery. It's like, oh, you have traffic? Wait, ya habibi, listen to me, you know? But I have to tell you, after 2 days in New Delhi, you win. We cannot compete with that kind of traffic. I thought it was Kanala, alhamdulillah, you guys are amazing. So it is amazing that I'm here, and I am very, very pleased to be here, and it's such an honor. And I don't know, I thought a lot about how to start my speech. So I thought of starting a speech of maybe like an unusual way, maybe quoting someone that you might know. And the quote goes as, starvation of an underfed Bengalese is less serious than that of sturdy Greeks. That was Winston Churchill responding to the news of millions of Indians killed in the Bengal famine in 1943. Churchill was also the one who said, I do not admit that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the black people of Australia. I do not admit that a wrong has been done to these people by the fact that a stronger race, a higher grade race, a more worldly wise race has come in and taken their place. Now, I know that my presence here carries certain expectations of talking about certain topics, or might I say, one certain topic, but it is all connected. Human stories across our history, with their pain, struggle, grave injustice, are all connected. The stories might come from different parts of the world, different eras of our past, but at the core, they are more or less the same story. It's a story of who writes the story, who owns the narrative, and who manipulates the truth. Winston Churchill was a hero to the British Empire. He is even considered by many as the greatest Briton that ever lived. But for India and for many other ex-British colonies, he was a racist, colonial, and hateful enemy. Same goes for many European and American politicians, leaders, and military commanders, all through history. Someone's hero is another one's colonial nightmare. But we don't write the story. They do. It is also a very old and repetitive story. Throughout history, humans killed other humans, conquered humans, enslaved humans, exploited humans. From an evolutionary point of view, we are animals, but we don't want to feel like animals. I won't just get up and kill you in the morning. Who do you think I am? An animal? No, I'm human. I am evolved. I only kill if I absolutely need to. So I need a justification. You are a threat. You are a danger. You brought it on yourself. But most importantly, you are not as human as me. Under the Nazis, Jewish people were called rats. It's not that easy to put a human in a gas chamber, but a rat, put 10, put 100, put 1,000,000. It's just a rat, an animal, a subhuman lower than me. You can't just take another human, put him in chains, enslave them, torture them, and treat them like animals. You need to see him as an animal, as a savage, as someone who doesn't deserve to be human. It's their color. It's their primitive culture. They are less than me. You can't just starve or kill whole population. You need to see them as unworthy of living. Killing humans is difficult, but doing it because of feeling superior, entitled, that's easy. In short, humans have been consistent about one thing and one thing alone: being assholes to other humans. Throughout our history, we killed people because they had the wrong religion, the wrong color, the wrong ethnicity. But they don't even have to be different. Even with people who looked, sounded, and believed the same, we, like the assholes we are, managed to find something, anything, to excuse ourselves for our shitty behaviors towards others. Maybe we can't help it. Maybe human nature is by nature a shitty nature. But there is a problem. Humans actually believe that they can do better. After World War II, with the formation of the UN and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the spree of nations' independence around the world and the civil rights movements and the fight for equality and prosperity for all, we thought that we could evolve into better humans, that the atrocities that happened in the past will never be repeated, never again. We are not primitive anymore. We are not in the dark ages anymore. We have defeated colonialism, racism, and injustice. We can do better and finally become human. How embarrassingly naive we were. We maintained our brutality, but we became more creative in justifying the shit we do to other humans. All because we became more connected to reality. You see, a long time ago, we weren't aware of what's happening far away from us. If you were a resident of ancient Athens or Rome, if you lived in Spain or Portugal in the 1600s, if you were a citizen of England or France in the 1800s, you would have enjoyed a good life under the power of those empires. But this quality of life was made possible through the exploitation of other nations and people. But the people of these empires were too far removed from the process. They enjoyed the fruit of their nation's dominance without having to know how it happened and at what human cost. 100 years ago, you would have never heard this in London. Let's have some tea. It's fair trade. No Indians were harmed in the process. No, people were like, oh, spices. I don't know how we got them, but yeah. Same is true today. I now live in America, which in its spare time invades people here and there. And because of that, we enjoy great discounts at Costco. But now we are not that remote because of the technology that is available in our hands. We now have a first row seat to the killing, the abuse, and the exploitation necessary to provide a life of comfort, wealth, and prosperity for the mighty and the powerful. So now, we as humans need even better justification, more effective distractions, and more bullshit reasoning so we don't feel bad about ourselves. Now we need a better constructed reality to make us feel okay with all of this. An alternative reality, or in layman terms, propaganda. But despite our progress and despite our elaborate propaganda, our justifications to kill others remain the same. They are savages, terrorists. They are coming for us. They have WMDs. Boom, let's invade Iraq. Or like how ISIS decided that the rest of us are infidels, heathens, and that God gave them the right to kill other men and enslave their women. Or when Israelis feeling that because they were God-chosen people, they can kill others that God didn't choose. Here is the thing with propaganda. You cannot refute propaganda with just facts and truth. Propaganda is meant to make you emotional, to make you have a visceral reaction. The lies have to be so elaborate in order to prevent you from using common sense. They distract you, throw you off balance. ignore reality, and make you focus on what they want you to focus on. Before I took the stage, they played a video of my interview with Piers Morgan talking about the war in Gaza. I was put in a position to defend people who were vilified while being slaughtered because the Israeli propaganda made millions believe that these people deserve to die. They did it through lies, propaganda, twisting facts, and emotional blackmail. In these situations, the truth doesn't work. Facts don't work. You need to destroy propaganda in a way that is slick and effective. Suddenly, satire comes in handy. How many people should we kill? As many as we can. But Israel is warning civilians before bombing them. Very, very cute. All I did was regurgitate their talking points to them to make them see how stupid they are. Propaganda is not just about lies, it's about distraction. Just take a small sample of the cliches they use in order to divert the conversation. I'm sure you heard these one after the other. What is a proportionate response? Does Israel have the right to defend itself? Do you condemn Hamas? Does Israel have the right to exist? October 7th, decapitated babies, babies, babies. Women were raped. Babies were put in the oven. They are killing babies. October 7th, October 7th. Why don't the Arab take in the Palestinians? Where is the outrage when Muslims kill other Muslims? Why don't you talk about Syria, Libya, Sudan, Yemen? October 7th, you are anti-Semitic. You are a Jew hater. You are a terrorist sympathizer. Do you condemn Hamas? October 7th, October 7th. We will talk about everything except the killing that is happening every day as we sit here discussing bullshit talking points. This style of distraction is inspired by a very old debating trick called gish galloping. Gish galloping is a way where one side throws distraction, lies, and half-truth at you in order to confuse you, distract you away from the real issues. We have seen this on display every day since the war started. History only started on October 7th. We are not allowed to talk about what came before. You criticize Israel, you want ceasefire, you hate the Jews. What about the decapitated babies? So now they shut down the conversation. They turn it emotional, visceral, but I don't blame them. They do what other countries do. They lie. They lie and they lie and they lie and they lie. And when you think they are done, they go like DJ Khaled, another one. No, I don't blame them. I blame the Western media, the same media that gave us lectures and history lessons about transparency, honesty, journalistic integrity, and holding people accountable. The decapitated babies, the gang rape stories, the babies in ovens, these were lies that have been refuted by the Israeli media themselves. None of the Western media outlets retracted any of those stories with the proper apologies. Hours, no, days. Days were dedicated to the most obscene, outlandish stories, and no one said, sorry guys, we messed up. The Israeli media talked extensively about the Hannibal Directive and how a huge portion of Israeli civilians were killed by not-so-friendly fire. CNN, BBC, nothing. They were busy publishing headlines like 15 people were killed in Gaza. Killed by who? We don't know. How are they killed? We don't know. They have been doing this forever. One of my favorite headlines by the New York Times is from 2014. When Israel fired a missile killing 5 people in a coffee shop in Gaza. And the headline came as, "Missile finds patrons at cafe." How did it find them? We don't know. What would have happened if it never found them? We have no idea. Or when the Wall Street Journal, just a few weeks ago in October, published this headlines. Blast goes off at Orthodox Church in Gaza. Yes, there was a miracle blast that miraculously happened. You don't believe in miracles? Come on, it actually happened in a church. Miracles do happen. The Western media that has been lecturing us about the dangers of using religion and Holy Scripture to justify political actions and launching wars, those same people have no problem talking about the historical claims of the chosen people and their indisputable right in the promised land. Really. Chosen people. Chosen by whom? Promised. Promised by whom? God? Your God? My God? Whose God? We don't know. It is funny how the West uses religion as it pleases. They ridicule and criticize brown people religions at will. Your religion is violent. Your religion is nonsense. Your religion is ridiculous, savage, primitive. You can't take political decisions just because your scripture tells you so. And yet, they openly talk about God choosing certain people to do whatever the hell they want. And this is where I get confused. If they really believe in this whole thing about chosen people, then why don't they just all convert to Judaism? If you believe that they are the chosen people, won't you feel left out? Won't you feel unchosen? I mean, the hypocrisy. We are the West. We are secular. We are liberal. We don't care about religion. But when it comes to Israel, suddenly it's biblical. By the way, the lies and the false justification that have been used to kill other people and wiping out whole communities have been recycled over and over again. 1898, the Wilmington Massacre. 1906, the Atlanta Massacre. 1912, Forsyth County Massacre. 1921, the Tulsa Massacre. 1922, Perry, Florida. 1923, Rosewood, Florida. 1931, the Scottsboro Boys Trial in Alabama. These were massacres against black people in America, and all of them started the same way. A rumor, an allegation that some black people raped or assaulted white women. That gave white Americans an excuse to kill, torture, lynch, and even burn down whole communities, displacing them, destroying their homes, hospitals, and schools. Collective punishment, gendered accusations, and displacement based on false rumors. Sound familiar? They even still use the same kind of accusation whenever people speak against injustice. When some people try to support the black community in their plight for justice and equality, they were called race traitors, self-hating whites, self-hating Americans. Same as we see today, when Jewish people stand up against Israeli war crimes, they are called self-hating Jews. And it doesn't matter how Jewish you are. The co-author of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Stephen Hessel, was a Jew. He was a Holocaust survivor. He was part of the French resistance against the Nazis. When he stood up for Palestinian rights, he was called an anti-Semite, just like that. Together with many Jewish people, including politicians, comedians, actors, ex-IDF soldiers who rejected Zionist lies, and even rabbis. They too were called self-hating Jews and anti-Semites. It's the best way to shut down the conversation. I got a taste of that myself, because my position against them, they now call me a Jew hater, an anti-Semite, and a secret member of the Muslim Brotherhood. But I'm used to that. In Egypt 13 years ago, when I hosted my political satire show, and because of my views, I was called an infidel, a traitor, a Freemason, a secret Jew, an underground Mossad agent, and my absolute favorite, I was called a CIA operative who has been recruited by Jon Stewart to use satire to bring down the country. I'm running out of countries and I'm running out of accusations. Yes, satire is a huge threat to propaganda because those who manipulate people and blackmail them through lies and fear, they know that satire is their kryptonite. Because when you laugh at someone, you are not afraid of them anymore. When you ridicule their lies, they have no legs to stand on. And when you use common sense, laced with a little bit of humor, their talking points self-implode. They don't want you to call them out, because if you do, you will ruin whatever they have to be trying to achieve. Stripping Palestinians away from humanity, painting them as terrorists, savages, and monsters so everyone can feel better killing them. They act like a typical narcissist every time you expose them. When they're like, how dare you ruin my reputation by telling people what I actually do? Americans did that with black people. Britain did that with Indians. The West did that with Iraq. Lies, propaganda, and dehumanization. But to be fair, it is not just white people doing it to brown people and black people. Brown and black people dehumanized others too. At certain point of history, we were cruel and violent against other people. Human history is just one big abusive, toxic relationship. But it just happens that now, white people rule the planet. And they do that with the very advanced technology and very scary weapons. So the destruction and the decimation are much more pronounced and the killing is much more effective. Today, I don't have to drive my sword into your body to kill you. I can just sit behind a screen, push a button, and blow your whole block up. Advanced technology allowed humans to be more removed and more lethal while being conveniently away from the bloodshed? How many times did you hear them brag about bombing their enemies back to the Stone Ages, killing them like animals? But there's a problem. When you treat people like animals, animals is what you're gonna get. When someone attacks another one with a knife, it's terrorism. But if I fly comfortably in my $64 million F-16, pushing a button to drop a 16,000 A-84 multi-purpose bomb on a residential block, killing 200 people, that's not terrorism, that is war. Those are just collateral damages, sad and inevitable outcome of war. We have gotten so comfortable killing people from afar, from behind screens, treating them like savages. They roam behind fortified walls. It's easy and convenient. But here's the problem. When that screen is removed, when the fortified walls get breached, you will find yourself face to face with what you have created. You bomb them to the Middle Ages, then Middle Age brutality is what you're gonna get. You treated them like savages, they will attack you like savages. Despite all that, I still consider myself very fortunate. Living in today's world, I often marvel at our human ability to innovate and create a better life that is easy, convenient, and even at sometimes very entertaining. But I'm also scared of our own ability to hate, discriminate, and self-destruct. I hope that we truly evolve to understand that we are all the same. I wish that we can understand that no matter how much we think we can be powerful enough to abuse, exploit, and kill other people, what we are really doing is killing our own humanity. I wish that the leaders we celebrate would be leaders who help lift all humans, help all humans, be good to all humans, not just leaders who acquire their fame and status from using and abusing a group of people from the benefit of their own. And speaking of leaders, and in closing, there is just one thing left for me to say. Fuck Winston Churchill. Thank you very much.
They just need a minute to change this up, so we'll both get mics for the.
Well, you know, we can talk like this until they do that. Not to keep them wait. Hello.
Can we just do it like this? Yeah? Okay. So you've given us a whole lot to think about, Basim. We didn't expect anything less, but I'm going to start off with what you started with and how you ended. I'm not going to repeat the words, but beep Winston Churchill is something that I dare say would get a rise out of most Indians.
Okay.
So you've warmed yourself to all Indians by saying that about Winston Churchill, but why? Why did you think that, talking about Winston Churchill and the British would get everyone's blood up?
Well, because
it's a very provocative thing, and it's something that a lot of people relate to in this country.
Well, because we basically, I said before, Egypt and India is like Egypt but multiplied by 1,000. We were also occupied by the British for a very long time. And we understand what is the meaning of being looked down, and what's the meaning of actually being discriminated against, being looked down as a lower race because they think they are better and they have the right to exploit our riches and our resources because they are entitled to do that. And while they are heroes in their own land, they do that on the expense of our own people and our own resources. So I understand how you feel, and I felt kind of a more of a camaraderie with Indians in this particular matter.
I wanted to talk about anti-Semitism now, Basim, because that's something that you're attacked with a lot. You're called a Jew hater, you're labeled as anti-Semitic. People are unwilling to listen to anything you have to say sometimes because they say, no, the place he's coming from is anti-Semitism. And that's one of the themes that you just touched upon right now when you talked about how all these things are thrown at you so that the essence of what you want to say is diluted or diverted from. How do you respond when people call you a Jew hater or an anti-Semite?
Well, here's the thing. The accusation of anti-Semitism is a very dangerous accusation. No one should ever be hated or discriminated against because of their ethnicity and religion. But the way that it's been used and overused and abused, it's being used in a way to shut down conversation. Everybody's an anti-Semite, and it's been so overused that it doesn't mean anything anymore. It's like, whenever you call anybody Islamophobe, you know what people say? Okay, I'm an Islamophobe. What you gonna do, right? I don't believe that way, that when you throw accusations at people in order to shut down the conversation. Jonathan Glazer, he was like an Israeli Jewish director. He won an Oscar for his movie about the Holocaust. And because he refused to have his Jewish faith to be used as an excuse to kill other people, he was called an anti-Semite. So if you overuse a certain accusation, it means nothing. It means nothing anymore. It's like, you want to call me an anti-Semite, call me I don't care. But the thing is, here's the thing. Even in India, even in America, even in Egypt, the way that people use like, oh, you hate your country, you hate your religion, you're not Indian enough, you're not Egyptian enough, you're not American enough, you're a self-hating American, you're self-hating Egyptian, self-hating Indian. This is a way in order to create this visceral emotional blackmail so people will be scared to speak up. So I think what happened is good, because we need to speak up, because they cannot use these empty accusations against us anymore. Because if they use that, this is going to be the first step to shut down the conversation and do whatever the hell they want while you being afraid to speak up.
Being called a self-loathing Indian is very much part of the conversation here in India as well, so we know what you're talking about. But
but the thing is, like, I'm sure that a lot of people who've been called self-loathing Indians are people who criticize what's happening in India out of love. The people who actually criticize things in their own country or their own religion, it becomes, if I don't care about my country, I will not criticize what's happening. Right? Or if I'm complicit in what's happening, why would I criticize? And again, as you said, self-loathing Indian, self-hating Jew, self-hating American. It is the same exact way and strategy in order to shut down conversation.
Many of the things you've spoken about are extremely evocative, and the parallels you've drawn are themes that resonate with us as Indians as well, from your Egyptian experience. And I just wanted to quickly tell our audience here, because I was approached by many people. Raise your hands if you have a specific question for Bassem. You can ask him, he will answer you. We've got about 25 more minutes. So I have a few questions, so until we pass some mics around, if you raise your hand, I'll see you. Okay, yeah, over there. But before you, I'm going to quickly ask one question. Since you talked about, Bassem, elaborate lies, propaganda as, subtle elaborate lies. It's not loud, it's insidious, it's subtle. You don't really know it when it's happening. What's the most elaborate lie currently in your view?
In my view?
Yeah, in your view.
Well, there's a lot of them. The whole thing about the propaganda that there was gang raping of women and decapitated babies. The Israeli media itself has refuted these claims time after time after time after time. And that's why I use the example from the Black history, African-American history in America, because they would use that in order to kill and decimate whole community. I don't know if you know about that, about Tulsa. In Tulsa, in Oklahoma, there was a very prominent and very lavish Black community. They had good businesses. They were raising up in the socioeconomic ladder. And just because of a lie that some Black person assaulted a white woman in an elevator, their whole district was burned out. In Atlanta, it happened the same, and they even pushed them and displaced them into a smaller place in the middle of Atlanta. So that's why it is this kind of ways in order to use a very, very elaborate lies in order to kill people.
Okay. We've got a question over there.
This guy did it first.
Okay, there first and then you. Yeah, go ahead.
Promoting me up the order, sir. So while I very much enjoy satire myself, thank you for promoting me up the order. While I very much enjoy satire myself, Malcolm Gladwell hosted a podcast where he said that satire often misses the mark because a lot of the audience takes it literally. They don't know you're joking. Have you ever faced this problem, and do you have a view on satire? Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Even, especially in the Arab world, a lot of people mix satire with disrespect. If you joke about something, you're disrespecting me. And this comes from an authoritarian mind. Because if I'm in a place of authority, you don't have the right to criticize me. It is kind of like the father figure, man. I'm your father. How come that you criticize me? And that works in families, but that doesn't work in politics. Because in politics, you're an elected politician. It doesn't matter how old or how respectful, you're not my father. You are there to do a job for me. I mean, this is the idea of a public servant. So when you criticize using satire, it is a way of freedom of expression. But people, they shut down the conversation. They call you disrespectful. They even use religion in order to discredit you. So of course, satire doesn't miss the mark. People who criticize it, they miss the mark.
Do they say, why are you making fun of a serious issue?
Oh yeah, all the time. Yeah.
Right, Basim, yeah. Humor me a little. You haven't spoken about your terror past, your connection with terrorists back home. Why? Tell us all. Also, you criticize the West, but when you were to flee Egypt, you landed in the great US of A.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, here's the thing. I criticize a country that I wanted to be better. I tried that with my country and I failed. Now I'm in a new country, that's why I don't want to be running out of countries. Well, here's the thing, this is like a very, I like that you asked this because this is exactly what a white person would tell me. It's like, if you're criticizing the West, why are you staying there? This is exactly what they say, right? But the thing is, we go to the West.
Don't insult me by calling me white.
No, of course not, I said like one. But but here's the thing. The way that we go to the West because they marketed their countries very well. Come to us, we have freedom of expression. We come. And we speak up, it's like, no, go back to where you came from. It's like, come on. That doesn't work. If you promise people to come there for freedom of expression and equality, we go there and we take this promise. And again, when we criticize the West, we don't criticize the West out of hate. We want it to be out of love, so they will be better for themselves and for the rest of humanity. The same way that I criticize my own country, I don't do it out of hate. I don't do it out of spite. I do it out of love in order to be better. Thank you.
Speaking of, thank you, Geeta, for that. The land.
And also, like, I want to escape. Like, I wanted to play the white man game. They always win, so I want to be on the winning side.
Speaking of the land of the free and home of the brave, Basim.
Yes.
You've got an interesting name for the current president of the United States, Genocide Joe.
No, Genocide Joe was before me. I added geriatric to the image. He's a geriatric genocide Biden.
Yeah. So you've got an election coming up where you've decided to be much more against the current president than the guy who's up against him. How's that working out for you?
Well,
one would have imagined when it comes to Trump.
No, it doesn't. When I am against Biden, it doesn't mean that I'm with Trump.
Yeah.
But it's just like, it is sad that like a democracy like America can only produce two people that should be in a nursing home. You know, it's just like, I think we should, like, this is very sad. This is extremely sad, you know. I mean, I have a joke that I say in my stand-up comedy. I make a joke about Trump, so the Trump supporters kind of get angry. I said, like, guys, it's not that. It's just like, it is so refreshing. You know, when Trump was president, he was in your face the whole time. He was all in the news. But now it's so refreshing to find that, to wake up in the morning and forget you have a president. And then I said, like, even Joe Biden, he wakes up in the morning and he forgets he's president. So that is the thing. I mean, the whole idea of look at it from a business point of view. How many oil companies you had in the past, and how many oil companies you have now? How many armed companies you had in the past? Now they used to have like about 53 companies. Now they are consolidated in 5. This kind of monopoly, consolidating power in a very few hands, like consolidating power in only 2 parties. These are not the 2 best candidates in America. These are the candidates that are promoted by those 2 parties. Consolidating power in the hands of very few is very dangerous. It's dangerous to economy, it's like monopoly, and it's dangerous for politics, and it's dangerous for freedom of expression. So this is when you say that you do not accept what is happening, it doesn't mean that you support Trump. It means that you are against the discourse that the democratic process has taken, and I think that the United States deserve much better than this.
Well, this isn't going to happen, Basim, but if you were moderating the presidential debate between Biden and Trump this year, what would you say to both by way of introduction? What would you say to both? You can spend 30 seconds saying something to both Biden and Trump. What would you say to them?
Please welcome a madman and a genocide man. He's like, this is the problem with the choices that we have. Like, I was just like, please, I was like, please welcome the only 2 choices that we have that we shouldn't be ending with. That is basically what we should represent them with.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Basim. My question is like, it's when anyone does comic and satire, it is pretty much a creative work. So my question is, like, when you do so for the darker side of life, for a war or for so many negative things happening around the world, how do you prepare yourself? I mean, what's your creative process behind it before you do a satire show?
What is the creative process of writing comedy?
Satire and comedy of the darker subjects.
Yeah, I go into a period of depression. And then I end up with some suicidal thoughts. And this process of self-cleansing and the need to exterminate yourself, accompanied by me being coming to become 50 and in my midlife crisis, so that all creates a great environment for dark satire.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You know, I want to return to that video. We've got a still image from the Piers Morgan conversation that you had that went so incredibly viral. What happened immediately after that, Basim? You know, because you went and did another longer piece with Piers that was in LA. But in the immediate aftermath of that incredible piece with Piers for the first time, what happened immediately after that? What changed for you?
Oh, my life changed forever.
Apart from your enormously bigger fan base and audience, what changed for you?
Well, of course, there are some positive changes because suddenly a lot of Arabs came to me, and they're Arabs in politics, and they said like it's kind of like opened the door for them to speak because a lot of people are afraid to speak up. So, but what happened to me is that I lost a couple of jobs in Hollywood, and I actually gained a lot of work too. And it seems that it was the best representation of how you could be dropped by the establishment, chosen by the people. Yeah. Because in live comedy and live audience, you don't have to go through a middleman. You don't have to go through a studio. People come and they pay the ticket to see you. So it's more of like a vote of people, more than just like you having to go by what the establishment says.
Got a question from there?
Thank you for the honesty. We have very similar views about Mr. Churchill. I feel the conversation.
You're going to get that a lot, believe me.
Thank you. I'm very happy that I touched a nerve. Thank you.
I feel the conversation may be a bit incomplete till we don't hear a few minutes about your views about Mr. Putin. I feel that also may be included in the conversation. What do you feel about Mr. Putin?
What?
The Russian guy?
Putin.
Oh, Putin. Yeah. But how do I feel about Putin?
What do you feel about Putin? What do you think about Putin?
I think he's an authoritarian dictator. Same. It's not. It's like, here's the thing. Well, when you criticize a certain side, it doesn't mean that you like the other side. I mean, the fact that like these are the choices that are given on both sides doesn't make it right. But I think like Putin is a dictator. I think America in itself is going to, in its own way, of becoming what we call it's more of an oligarchy. Because the problem with America, here's the thing, you can talk about Putin and Russia, but like, he does what he's expected to do, to be an authoritarian, to be a brutal dictator. But America that markets itself as a democracy has been now turning very, very slowly to an oligarchy, because all of the politicians are being bought by special interest groups, whether by like certain lobbies or certain gun groups or certain groups that follows the military industrial complex or the pharmaceutical company. So you end up voting for people. You have the illusion of freedom of expression, and you vote for someone, and that someone doesn't represent your interest. He represents whoever pays him in order to carry his campaign. So, like, about Putin, I mean, there's nothing really to be said about. Like, he's a classical brutal dictator. But, you know, I'm more concerned about the people who call themselves the leaders of the free world, who market themselves at the beacon of democracy. You need to step up for what you are talking about.
Western hypocrisy is another theme that resonates with us here in India, especially the Western press. You know, you took the names of certain newspapers and publications, and those very frequently become trigger points here in India as well. You often say, Basim, imagine if Israel was Russia. Would the press be looking at it the same way? Can you expand on that a little bit? What happens when you say that? Because you've given us examples of how the Western press reports on Israel. You took those very, resonant examples of the headlines they gave for that bomb that went off in a church in Gaza. And you constantly say, what if Israel was actually Russia?
Or what
in the context of what's happening in Ukraine.
If the Palestinians were Ukraine?
Or Ukraine, correct.
But the thing is, when you say that, they tell you, how dare you compare them? You know, they don't even want to even start the comparison. It's like, oh, that's different. This is where the hypocrisy is very apparent, because they always talk about Israel's right to exist. What about Palestinians' right to exist? They talk about their right to defend themselves. What about Palestinians' right to defend itself? And it doesn't mean that when I talk about that I support Hamas. But this is how they want to kind of conclude the conversation. They want to put you in that corner, right? You can talk and criticize Hamas as much as you want, but Hamas is a product for what happened by Israel for years and years and years and years. So you cannot really separate the both.
Got a question back there? Yeah, the lady in the glasses back there. Then I'm coming to you.
First of all, thank you so much for sharing with all of us that there was no romantic golden age in the past. We come from great stocks of shit, and we're looking for an equally crappier future. But in times like this, when it is so dark, what gives you hope? That is, if you're still hopeful.
What gives you hope is the new generation. I mean, I think it was very apparent in the past few months how the newer generation who were not been following the legacy media, that they formed their own media, their own research. I myself have learned so much from younger people doing research and debunking lies and propaganda that have stayed for years and years and years and years. The younger people, Basha, yes, thank you. The younger people who have now taken over TikTok and taken over the social media, explaining things to us that the legacy media didn't do for us. So maybe my hope is that new generation who have their own way of acquiring information, who having their own way of knowing the truth, and that is the thing that gave me hope. Maybe the new generation that we criticize and we make fun of because they're on TikTok the whole time, maybe there's something that we don't see, that they will come and surprise us.
Is that an opportunity, Basim? I want to explore that for a moment before I come to you. Is that an opportunity with this new generation rejecting legacy media, forming their own opinions, doing their own research, but the cycle of violence, the circle of war continues? Why isn't that an opportunity for things to actually change?
Because they don't have the power. But power is still in the hands of the old guard.
Because the geriatrics are dying. They have to die.
Because no, dude, no, they don't have to die. We need to put them in a nursing home. But it's not that. It's just I think we have a great opportunity in the future for those younger people. Hopefully when they come to the position of power, they can actually make change. And maybe it is what we have seen in the past few months that was as brutal as it was. It gives us hope in a new generation that we never thought that would perform that well.
Yeah.
Hey, hi, my name is Vimal Daga. I think you and I think everyone might believe that whatever we think and we talk much, that will happen or maybe manifest, right? We are the normal people, human beings, right? We don't like wars, we don't like any negative things, right? I know this is not good for your business, you guys' business maybe, but I think if you want to remove these kind of negative things or war, right, we have to stop. I believe the only way to stop something is to stop talking about those topics, right? If you keep on talking something, a negative or anything about war, not about you, I'm just talking very general, right? I think that is the only way to stop the negative thing, right? Otherwise, it will manifest more and more.
All right, let's follow your advice and let's talk about everything bad happens in the world and see. Let's give it a week. I think this is a very nice and spiritual way to speak about things, but I think that doesn't work. Because the only way things change is actually you talk about them. I understand that talking about them are noisy and disturbing. As they say, democracy is very noisy. Democracy is it's a very noisy place because you have to listen to bullshit. You have to listen to horrible things. But that is how things change. You talk about things. You don't hide your head in the sand and not talk about it, hoping for it to go away. That's my simple reaction.
Speaking about war, Geeta, just before I come to you, I have a quick question, and I must ask this. Since the gentleman here talked about how to stop war, I must ask you, because this is something you probably are asked, Basim, which is, as far as Israel and Palestine are concerned, it's been going on for so long, cycles of violence keep coming up. How does it end? What needs to happen for it to end?
You're asking me?
I'm asking you.
This is a 75 years conflict that scholars and politicians and nations fail to stop.
That's probably why. Maybe it needs a comic.
It comes down to justice. Justice, fair, to be fair and to give people what they deserve. You cannot expect to come and replace a whole population, take their land, and then expect them to go and die silent and disappear into the night. I mean, it happened before. It happened with the Native Americans. It happened with the Aboriginals in Australia. But 50 million Native Americans were killed. 20 million Aboriginals killed in Australia. But the thing is, we don't live in 1400s anymore. We live now, we see that what happens day to day, and you cannot just like annihilate a whole people or expect to displace 7 million people outside of a certain land and expect it to go away. Like, if we really believe in our ability to be humans and to change things, we cannot allow the mistakes of the past to keep repeating because it just happened before.
Geeta, we're almost out of time, so yeah.
Thank you, Shiv, for a second chance. I can,
second question.
Here's the
on and on with you.
Here's the white woman again.
The white woman again. Basim.
Yes.
You have turned a very dark age or a stage in our history into a lot of people to ponder upon, but also brought it to the fore through your humor. But it's about content generation. Where are you getting this content from? What is, just give us one glimpse of your conversation with your loser cousin back home or back in Gaza, your brother-in-law in Gaza. What's a conversation that you have, and how do you pick up content from that?
What conversation do I have with
your loser cousin or your loser brother-in-law?
By the way, my loser brother-in-law is not actually a loser, he's a doctor. And I will tell you
Come on, don't break my heart.
No.
I don't need those details.
No, wait.
And Basim is a surgeon, by the way, for those who don't know.
I used to be a heart surgeon.
We do.
Yes, I used to be a doctor, so that makes me practically an Indian. So I know, like, I know, guys, like, I tell everybody,
We have one of India's top doctors sitting right there, Dr. Naresh Trehan.
Hello, sir. Like, okay, guys, if anybody have a headache, I tell people in my show, the only reason I became a doctor is because in the Middle East, you're expected to be one of three things: a doctor, an engineer, or a disappointment. So I've been living my life as a disappointment now for 13 years. So back to my loser cousin. Here's the thing about my loser cousin. I made that joke about him in the Piers Morgan show. I told him, my loser cousin, he's not even good enough to be a human shield, And I told my wife, can you please, send him a message that, I'm sorry I made fun of him, but and you know what happened? She sent him a message. 3 days later, he responded. He said, what show? TV? What TV? We don't have internet. And then he said, Basim, we love him. Let him say whatever they want. This is how they act. This is how they act, even in the middle of the war. And the thing is, all of her family, the cousins and the uncles there, will all spread around Gaza. And now they are being pushed to Rafah. And they are all of them lost their homes. They are talking about 18 people. 18 families, and they live now in one apartment. And that apartment is in a building that could be bombed right now as we speak. And all because these freaking lies that they were repeating in order to justify the killing of millions of people, while the West is sitting there wasting our time in bullshit discussions. What's a proportionate response? Seriously, are you fucking seriously asking this question? What's a proportionate This question should have been stopped by the second day of the war. Because what is happening there is a continuous onslaught of killing innocent people using bullshit shits, and the Western media is complicit because they are wasting time by distracting you with useless questions, right? And this is the way. This is the way that their discussion ends to nowhere. They just want to give you the illusion of the freedom of discussion, where they only waste your time, where they're letting them do whatever they want.
We're almost out of time. There's a question that, and I'm not saying this because I work for the India Today group, but Basim, you'll be happy to know that when the India Today group sent me and some of my colleagues to Israel last year to cover what happened after October the 7th, we were the first network that not only reported from Israel, but also went into the Palestinian territories and told both sides of the story. So we brought both sides of the story to this entire thing. So I just wanted to place that on the record because it's important as far as the media is concerned. War reporting is a difficult job, and the India Today group has definitely shown the way as far as that is concerned.
No, because here's the thing, because you guys know what it means to be dehumanized. You guys know what it means to be ruled by ruthless people who dehumanize you and look down upon you. That is why in America, the people who support the Palestinian rights are African Americans, because they have been through that. They have been through that pain. And they know, and we know. And we know when they do that with all of their like very elegant suits and very nice looks and makeup, they do that behind a facade that is actually full of lies. So we understand we expect nothing less than you. And also I want to thank the amazing staff of India Today. They were amazing, and I have to apologize to them because behind their back, I sneaked out from my room today at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I went to the Taj Mahal, and I came back and they were like, please don't go, please don't go. But like there's a lot of traffic. So I went at 3 o'clock in the morning, went to the Taj Mahal, and I came here in time. And I said we need to lock you in the room. It's like, I escaped from Egypt. Do you think the Taj Palace can contain me? So I apologize if I gave you guys some minimum heart attack. You have a doctor here who can take care of you. I forgot everything about medicine, call 911. But otherwise, I'm extremely, extremely proud and happy and honored to be a guest in this amazing, amazing event. And you guys have made my time, and you basically gave me my best birthday ever in years. So thank you very much.
And while wishing you a very happy birthday in advance, Basim, I just want to tell everyone here that some people may want to label you as the Jon Stewart of the Arab world, but I think all of us here are going to remember you as Basim Youssef of America. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Very much.
Basim, can I just request you to stay on stage for a moment, please? Can we have Dr. Pradipta Basu, Head of Marketing of Radico Khaitan, to hand over a token of our appreciation, please, to Basim. A big round of applause, please, for Basim Youssef, for so patiently taking all of our questions and taking the time out to join us here at the India Today Conclave. Thank you very much, Basim. As we set up for our next session, just a quick reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that in the Mumtaz Hall, there's a concurrent session that's going to kick off. Those interested can please also go there and enjoy that session. We're having MLA from Mizoram, Barrel Vani Sanghi, joining us there. Voice of the people from airwaves to assembly. Promises to be an engaging session, so you can join us at Mumtaz Hall for the concurrent session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is Being God with AI, One Command of Inspiration, Imagination and Innovation. Can I invite on stage our session moderator, Ayush Elavadi, technology editor and presenter of Business Today Television, to introduce our next set of panelists.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we thought there's so much talk of artificial intelligence over the past couple of years. The seminal iPhone moment for AI, the reason it's become so common and ubiquitous, happens to be ChatGPT. That's the whole world of generative AI, but there's so much happening and there's so many questions. I can see a bunch of question marks in the audience. Is it a boon? Is it a bane? Will it take away my job? Will it augment my job? Well, these are answers we are seeking today with two very special guests, and I'll walk and talk you through what the format of this conversation will be like. We believe a little less conversation, a little more action. So, my guests for the evening are Vaishak Venugopalan, Director of Solution Consulting, Adobe India. A huge round of applause, please. And Samik Roy, Executive Director, India and South Asia, Microsoft India. Samik, Vaishak, what a pleasure to have you with us here at the India Today Conclave. So we want to start off with giving you guys a visual representation of what artificial intelligence is all about. These guys are working on some of the most cutting-edge products in the tech world, and I can vouch for that. But we want to show you, maybe Vaishak, why don't you join us on stage right over here? And very quickly, tell everyone, or show everyone, what AI can potentially do. A huge round of applause for Vaishak Venugopalan.
Thank you, Ayush. Such a pleasure to be here. And I thought with a 5-minute introduction to show you probably 15 slides, only to actually change my mind and show you the real stuff. What is generative AI is all about? How does it look like? At Adobe, we have been working for more than 10 years on AI and generative AI. And let's see the magic of generative AI, which is your imagination's new best friend. If I can get my feed in here. Yeah, there you go. Let me go ahead and start with a prompt, which is, let's say, as you can see, a very busy evening. Can you see that at the bottom? This is Adobe Firefly. And I'm going to go ahead and say that, let's get started. Generate an image based on this prompt. In order to make it pop, I have added stuff like bubbles and rainbows and the following, right? So if I can get that over here, yeah, there you go. Let's see what the AI is going to imagine about this particular prompt. I can always change the size of this particular images. As you can see, I've just changed it to 16 by 9. There you go. There is rainbow, there is bubbles, but I want a 16 by 9, so it's working on that. And if the internet gods are with us today, it should pop up. There you go.
Wow. Vaishak, this is all live image generation. I could type something else and it would still work.
Absolutely. It's not just live image generation, but all of this, it's taking a little bit of time to get the fourth one out. I hope it comes out. But all of these images are commercially safe for you to use. We'll talk about that in a second. What we are doing here is we are asking the generative AI to imagine about this prompt of India Gate, bubbles, and rainbows and flowers that's actually in there. It doesn't stop there. I can now take this particular image, modify, let's say, only certain sections, amplify certain colors, certain objects, let's say add more people. I can do that right over here. If I can move back to my slides, there you go. I have a pop quiz for everyone in here. There are 4 images, and these are generated using the prompt, beautiful sunset at the beach. There are 4 images, pop quiz. Which one do you think is an original?
Okay, quick show of hands. Image number 1, is that original or AI generated?
1.
So now,
okay.
is 1 AI generated? Okay, there's 1 hand. What about image 2? Is that AI generated? A lot of,
votes
smartphone camera enthusiasts here. What about image 3? Is that AI generated? Yes. And the last one, image 4? Any show of hands? All right, Vaishak.
My apologies, I didn't want to pull a fast one on you. The fact is, all 4 of them are generated by generative AI. The point I want to make here is that it's indistinguishable from the work that you would literally take a camera and shoot a picture versus what is generated by generative AI. Is that good? Is that bad? It's a little bit of both. It is good because it amplifies the creative production cycles. If you are generating 5 images today, probably you can generate 50 with the same time. Because that is what is needed in the creative economy. India, as a creative economy, we need to produce faster, more efficient, creative content, and that's what we at Adobe strive to actually achieve.
Super, Vaishak. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Why don't you join me here? And Samik, over to you. Are you going to level up on what Vaishak just did right now?
Thank you. Good afternoon. If you can just slightly switch to my slide. First, this image was generated by Copilot in less than 15 seconds. So let me start by asking all of you a question. How many of you, raise of hands, have used ChatGPT? Whoa, beautiful, right? How many of you have heard of Copilot? Ah, lovely, I have some work to do, okay? Now, the very fact that most of your hands were up for the first question talks about the fact that the era of AI is here. If you all heard the leaders of the World Economic Forum at Davos, they clearly said that the planet is entering the next generation, and this is the generation being led by AI. It's going to impact every individual, it's going to impact teams, it's going to impact organizations, if used in the right manner positively, and all of that will actually help to build the economy of the country. When we talk of AI, there are 3 aspects which we need to keep in mind. One is using the AI as it is out of the box within the products. So when I asked the question, how many of you have heard of Copilots or used Copilots, I saw 50-40% of the hands going up. That's Copilots. That's using the product as it is, AI-led, a digital assistant within the product, and I will demonstrate that to you. The other one is to use the technology and the platform and the models to build AI in the way it will help you work in an organization. It can be on any aspects, Tell me what the forecast should be. Tell me based on this, how much should the production be? Tell me how much of ordering did I need to do? Okay? Tell me whether I should approve or disapprove this particular claim. Tell me whether this is a fraudulent loan or not. And while doing all of this, the third very important aspect is ethical AI, responsible AI. But let me just very quickly try and demonstrate what all AI can do for you. Now, this is a very simple aspect. You can today ask AI to help you fix a bulb, because AI can see, it can read, it can hear, and it can talk back to you. So this is a capturing of a live demo. I just took the picture and put it there and said, help me fix this. The first thing it did is it put a caption and says, I have identified this as a white globe lamp out there, right? And the moment I put this particular question and I say, I need to change the bulb, can you help me do it? ChatGPT very quickly identifies who I am and then gives me a list of instructions one by one. And it's very interesting. It takes care because it also says, if the lamp was on while you asked me this question, so please take time to cool down the lamp. And then as you go through it, it basically says that you got to take the lamp up, unscrew the lamp. And then when I ask the question, it tells me to give an image of how it looks like. And the moment I give the image of how it looks like, it identifies what's the kind of bulb which can go inside it and gives me that. And when I say, these are the 2 bulbs which I have, now tell me how do I fix the bulb and which bulb to choose, it then try and understands and relates that particular bulb to that particular socket and says, use the right-hand bulb because that's the one which will fix it. Correct? So simple. it could interact with me in the language which I wanted to interact with and do it. Let me quickly change things. Copilot, a few of you put your hands up. Copilot is an AI digital assistant which is there in every solution of Microsoft, whether you use Windows, whether you use the browser Edge, whether you use Bing, whether you use Office 365, which is a productivity suite or a collaborative suite. So let's just give you a very, very simple example of how it helps in day-to-day work. Okay? So I write an email in the morning to a couple of my team members. Okay? And this email talks about a particular aspects which I want to discuss with them. I go and try doing my work. And when I come back after a couple of hours, I see a lot of people have replied on that email. Sounds familiar? Correct? All of you have seen it? And then you see nested emails, you see 17, 18 emails. What I do is I just go to Copilot and say, summarize it for me and draft a response. And then I can say, the response needs to be formal and it needs to be short. Okay? And just look at what Copilot does. It basically creates the entire response. I can either edit it further or just keep it and send it. So I decide the response looks good, I send it, and the email goes out to everybody. And you can see out there, an email is out there. Correct? Just think of it. Instead of going through 17 emails, it just saves me time. It's just one example, just one simple example on how Copilot could help you. With that, why don't I ask you the question? Do you use Copilot?
I do use Copilot. Why don't you please have a seat, a huge round of applause for these two demos. We're going to geek out a little bit right now. Now, you guys answered whether you use ChatGPT or Google Bard or Gemini. But when you use these generative AI tools, how many of you guys trust the results blindly? Show of hands, put your hands up. That's what we're going to get to really figure out how these models can be trained on perhaps more superior data sets with more safeguards, checks and balances. But let's really simplify it, Vaishak. You actually did a live image generation. If I had typed, show me the India Today Conclave taking place in Kittilä in Finland, it could have possibly generated something like that as well right here.
Yes, absolutely.
But now tell me, isn't that a concern? Because OpenAI is a company that came up with ChatGPT, DALL-E, a big Microsoft connection there as well. And now they've come up with Sora. Sora is going to be, in simple words, live video generation, 1-minute videos, putting a lot of us behind the cameras and out here, well, at least in a little bit of, under a little bit of pressure, because that's what Sora can do. The OpenAI CTO comes out in an interview yesterday, day before, and says, we're not quite sure where those images and videos are coming from. That's a matter of concern. I mean, are you just picking it off my Instagram profile, my YouTube videos? Where are you getting all that data from, Vaishak? Where's Adobe getting the data?
Yeah, thank you, Ayush. We firmly believe that it's absolutely important to see through what you're feeding the AI. What we do is, we put immense amount of effort, due diligence, ethics committee, to make sure that what goes in to our Firefly image model is safe for use. And all these assets that we have trained our AI on, we have the license for them. It makes sure that whatever comes out of our image generation models are safe to use. We haven't fed any celebrity into it, so you will never see any celebrity out of it. Okay. We haven't fed anything not safe for work into it, so you will never see anything out of that. So it's important to understand the AI that you use, where have they sourced their data from, and is it commercially safe for all of us to use?
Something Microsoft's been right up there in the AI race, and you guys have been doing a lot of work here in India as well. Explain to us what we just discussed. Ethical AI, responsible AI, are these just terms that we should be talking about? Or is there real work that's happening? Is there practice to back this theory?
Sure. So I think you used two very, very important terms. And if you go back to the presentation, I talked about 3 imperatives of AI. Using AI as it is out of the box product like Copilot, building AI frameworks using the model, and across all of them is responsible or ethical AI. Now, this is a constantly evolving thing as people learn as well, and it will change. But as of now, we believe that there are 6 principles which are very important in ethical AI. Okay. That's accountability, transparency, inclusion, fairness, scalability, and privacy and security. And there's a lot of work which is happening. There are white papers which are written out there. There are governments which are looking at rules and regulations. Yesterday, actually, the first regulation was passed in Europe, even if you look at the DPDP bill, these are all aspects which are going towards the right rules and regulations and creating the frameworks for technology to be used in the right purpose. Now, the very important aspect out here is to ensure that you train the model on the right set of data. And that's where accountability and responsibility are.
But how do you train the model on the right set of data? This is publicly available data. A lot of the responses that come on ChatGPT, and I'm sure people will vouch for that, sound like data sets, of course, which are trained on maybe 2022, 23, whatever the limitation is, but really superior versions of Google search or Bing search.
Yeah. So it's how you put the guardrails when you implement the AI within your organization. So let's say I have created an AI-enabled interface for any consumer to come and interact with me. And when I do that, I got to tell the model that you got to only answer questions which are within the reliance of the data that I'm feeding you, and this is the data of the organization. So this does not go and breach any protection and any privacy of anybody else, correct? So when you ask the question, and you can go and try it, you ask a particular set of questions, it will only give you answers of that particular organization. The moment you ask, so can you please tell me what is the cost of this product of that particular company, it will give you an answer to say, sorry, that is not what I can do. So that's where responsible and ethics really come in.
It's interesting because while we are talking about generative AI, it's not like these big tech companies haven't faltered, right? We saw what happened with Google over the past couple of weeks. So many biases, so much prejudice, and largely a lot of these tech companies are training these AI models, which might be the future of human civilization, on Western values and data sets. And this has been an issue, right? Even when you take a photo on a top smartphone, the way it corrects color for a person of color as opposed to a person in the West is a big contentious issue in the tech world.
Absolutely. So, yes, there are challenges which we cannot oversee, right? First one you mentioned, which is harmful bias. It's a real challenge, right? And second one, obviously, is deepfakes as well. You had a mention about an example of that. So harmful bias, I can give you an example. At Adobe, you might think, yes, we are a technology company. Of course, our strength is to actually create intellectual property rights for technology. For generative AI, a large part of our workforce who are actually involved in generative AI, you think they are engineers. Yes, there are lots of engineers. But more than that, it's the people who actually make sure that there is due diligence done to make sure the biases are actually not influenced in every single step. It's a lot of effort, but our values make sure that we follow that particular suite. If you notice that we were not the first one to get into market with the generative AI model, but it's important to make sure that the harmful biases is not perpetuating whatever is being said there in the data set that's being followed in. Talking about deepfakes, yes, it can sway decisions, and there are real threats out there for sure. So, I
mean, we are in an election year.
Absolutely, absolutely. So it's important to actually acknowledge that there will be always bad actors. So our approach towards that is, how do we empower good actors with tools and techniques so that before the content is consumed, they know how this content was produced. Is it trustworthy? What is the life cycle of this particular content, a video, an image, or whatever that is, and whether the AI has been used, whether human has altered images and whatnot. So basically, I'm sure you will get this. You get a nutrition label on the content before you consume it so that you know where this is sourced and what all content is actually in there. So that's the way we look forward to actually fight deepfakes out there.
Okay, macronutrients in the digital world, carbs, calories, fats, all of that. But it's very interesting because the conversation, and sometimes, all of us tech folk in the media are blamed for it, saying this is fear-mongering. We're talking about AI being a fear-based discourse as opposed to a hope-based discourse, right? So I want to pose this question to you, Samik. Do you think it is more of a fear-based discourse now, but the kind of work you guys are doing with the guardrails you guys promise, it should be more of a hope-based discourse in light of the classical argument. Will AI, especially with what OpenAI is doing with Sora and Google's doing with some of their platforms, will it take away my job? And all of us, and I'm asking this collectively for the entire audience and everyone watching at home as well.
Yeah, I think your question is very valid, and I'm sure it's on the minds of the entire audience. But let me take a step back. This is an interesting discussion which comes out every single time there is an invention out there. When steam engine was invented, people said, oh my God, locomotion will take away so much jobs. After that, the electricity got invented, the second industrial revolution, and people said, oh, all the manual processes are going to be now automated and jobs will go away. Then came computers, the internet, and people said, oh, now computers will take away all the jobs. When e-commerce came, people said the brick and mortar stores will close. When OTT came, people said nobody will go to halls anymore and the film industry is doomed. But let's just step back. When computers came in, today India is the womb of the IT industry of the world. IT became a vertical and an industry and has a ministry and has a significant contribution to the GDP of the country. It didn't take jobs away. So it's a similar discussion right now. And look, the fear is valid, but this is about the elasticity of the job market. What I would say is it needs skilling, okay, and reskilling. Now, the good part of AI is that it reduces the learning curve a lot, so people can learn faster. A difference between the previous era and this era is, in the previous era, we used computers and automation to bring information at your fingertips. That's what people try to do. They try to digitize places, they try to digitize people, they try to digitize data. In this era, it is about expertise at your fingertips. So even a common person, by using a lot of these AI-generated models, can produce better results. So skilling will be very, very important, and redeployment. That's what I would say.
Yeah, just want to add to that. So absolutely. So we also believe the same, which is AI and the powerful child of AI, which is generative AI, will lower the floor so that more people can actually enter. It will democratize creativity, right, to a large extent. At the same time, it will also elevate the ceiling so that we are all will be driven with the help of enablement and education, as Samik mentioned. The professionals will be elevated to actually up-level the quality of work. And that is what has happened in any other transformational wave of technology which has come to us. It has always amplified and progressed the human race in longer terms.
So that's interesting. So by that yardstick, are you telling me the Writers Guild on strike in Hollywood, or all the protesters outside tech conferences in Europe whenever we visit, don't have justified fears? Is that what you're saying? Because what you're trying to tell me is if you embrace it, you're good. And then a follow-up question to that would be, if you're embracing this AI revolution, all of us, then does that mean the ones that don't would really be left behind in the next 5 years or 10 years? What does that mean for all of us who perhaps don't want it and want to live under a rock, because that might be the one way to stay disconnected?
Yeah, so the only reference we have is the history. What has happened with other transformational way of technology, right? It's absolutely fine to have fears about it. It's absolutely okay to be a little shy from, putting that into practice and stuff like that. But we all have to dip our toes in so that it benefits us as individuals, as organization in the long term. We firmly believe in that. And I'm not, in any way actually, I don't want to actually downplay the protest or the questions that are coming up. But it's important to dip your toes in right now and understand how this can be applied to your own life to actually make it progressful, progress your businesses as your individual careers and so on and so forth. It's important to understand it and embrace it so that it enables you to fast forward into your future.
We can't have a conversation on AI without educating and entertaining everyone as well. Samik, the last one's to you. This is a really important theme, artificial general intelligence. You will hear this over the next few months and years, AGI. Now, this is something I personally think, if it's in the wrong hands, and Samik will explain what it is, could be, well, something that would be a double whammy for us, right? We could have major issues. This could be something which could destroy everything as we know it. If you could explain to us very quickly, what is artificial general intelligence and why should we be worried if Sam Altman or Elon Musk says that they have achieved artificial general intelligence?
I mean, everybody is talking about different timelines, and the timelines are not known. You know, it can be a couple of years, it can be 5 years, it can be 10 years. But basically, the fundamental of this is that we will create intelligence which far supersedes human intelligence.
So the AI becomes smarter than all of us in this room?
Then smarter than all of us. But I will just step back and say, see, these are all tools and technologies for human beings to use. How you use a particular thing depends on us at the end of the day. They are not going to overtake us, right? And that's where it comes back to ethical AI, it comes back to responsible AI. And as I said, these are evolving things. As you discover new things, there'll be new guardrails, there'll be new rules, there'll be new regulations that will come in, okay? I mean, just look at ChatGPT. It took 3 months to reach 100 million users worldwide, 3 months. Just to give you a perspective, internet took 7 years, and mobile phones, which is the most touched device by each one of us, took 16 years, correct? The ChatGPT. So it's just telling you how fast people are using it because they see a value in it and they're able to do things faster. So all of it will come back to the use of AI ethically, responsibly, under the right guardrails, and then things are fine. I think my colleague said a very nice thing. Adopt it ethically and see the benefits.
Okay, so one very quick thing before we wrap up. One word answers. If the AI revolution and that wave is coming our way to disrupt everyone's life sitting in this room, and you as AI experts, what is that one word that you really think will make sure that this is a safe and an inclusive revolution? One word from your end.
I would confidently say embrace it.
Embrace it. Samik?
Embrace it with responsible AI guardrails.
Embrace it to enhance. And I'm guessing you guys are much wiser in terms of AI as well. We'll all be taking questions even later. Thank you so much for being a lovely audience, and thank you for being a stellar panel here at the India Today Conclave.
Thank you so much.
Can I request you gentlemen to please be on stage? Can I have Mr. Shantanu Dhar, CHRO of Hindustan Power, to please come up and hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Vaishaka and Mr. Samik. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Vaishak Venugopalan and Samik Roy for joining us here at the India Today Conclave for their extremely insightful discussion. Our next session is False Alarm, Why the West Gets India's Democracy Wrong. This promises to be an extremely interesting session. I'd like to call upon the stage the moderator, Gaurav Sawant, Managing Editor, Strategic Affairs and Defense, India Today TV, on stage to introduce our speakers for the next session.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. There is a report of varieties of democracy. This report has come out recently, and this report argues that there is a backslide in India's democracy. It argues, this is the 2024 report. This comes at a time when India is actually preparing for the 2024 elections. Things are just getting more exciting when it comes to this election. India's critics are arguing at this point of time that there is, one, deterioration when it comes to freedom of expression. There's a crackdown on media, there's a crackdown on social media. The argument is that civil society in India is under attack and that stringent sections of law are being applied to silence critics of the government. Is West getting India's democracy wrong? That's the question that I put to our guest this afternoon. Tripurdaman Singh is a scholar, historian and author, and may I request you to kindly join us on stage, sir. Before he and I talk, may I also invite on stage Asha Motwani Jadeja ji. You're a scholar at the Stanford, you're a philanthropist. I want you to share your thoughts. May I request you to join us on stage and share your thoughts. Is there a decline in India's democracy?
Gaurav, thank you for having me here. I want to bring to your attention something. Here's my answer to what you just asked. Is the Indian democracy in a state of dilution, decline, weakness? Kya ho raha hai, right? I'm going to cite the example of a very dear friend of mine called Professor Walter Russell Mead, who is a scholar at the Hudson Institute in Washington, D.C. Walter is an established, known authority on democracy, political science, geopolitics, and he's also a person who works very closely in foreign policy. He's an advisor to White House. And here is what I heard from Walter. Walter said that a couple of years ago, he didn't know much about India. But then he was told that, this is what's going on, you must Indian democracy. He tried doing some research and he discovered that there are lots and lots of voices out there on the internet and in media which are either extremely anti-India, they're extremely pro-India. And he said, what I'm going to do, since I don't know India well, and this I'm talking about the West, let's assume Walter is a reflection of the West. He said, I'm going to pack my bags and visit India. He comes and spends a little bit of time in India, and he discovers that whatever he had read in the media was not only overblown from both sides, but what he didn't realize is that what he discovered is that the democracy not just vibrant, but there is something going on here which is reflected in his meeting with Prime Minister Modi. So Walter goes, Gaurav, to meet the PM and says, how do you think what should I do to gauge the health of Indian democracy? And the Prime Minister said, "Aap ek kaam karo, go to Ayodhya and go to Varanasi," which Walter did. What's very interesting is, after plunging into both these cities, he came out with one brilliant insight, that what Modi has pulled off is marrying this fervor that's rising in India, the sort of Hindu nationalism that might be there, with business. He has figured out a way to create profit out of it. He said the kind of profits that Varanasi and Ayodhya alone are generating is something that is, if that is replicated in the rest of India, we are looking at absolutely an act of a genius being pulled off here. It's beginning, it's very imperfect, but it's happening. So my view of that is the West must spend the time to come and see India and understand it better rather than judging it from media. So with that said, not only am I thrilled to have Gaurav, but Tripur is my nephew, so enjoy.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Very kind of you to have joined us and set the stage for this conversation. So, as a scholar, as a historian, as a writer, as an academic, do you think there is a backslide, when we talk about Indian democracy? We're all gearing up for the 2024 elections now.
No, I wrote a piece for the Journal of Democracy last year as well on why the idea of backsliding is a misnomer in the Indian context. First, because it misunderstands the historical context in which Indian democracy was born. It misrepresents the constitutional and institutional structure on which Indian democracy is premised. And it suffers from what I call the Tocqueville effect, or a kind of recency bias. So if you think about backsliding vis-a-vis what, and backsliding from which point to which point. So it's either backsliding from a normative ideal, which is generally taken to be the advanced democracies of Western Europe and North America. India has never been like the advanced democracies of Western Europe and North America. Its foundation addressed a very specific set of circumstances. It faced a very specific set of questions. So Indian democracy is normatively unique. It's a singularity. So a normative comparison with the advanced democracies of the West, where you say each degree of divergence or each spectrum of difference somehow represents a spectrum of inferiority, is, in my mind, like a very strange and unproductive comparison to make.
What was the response to this piece of yours in the academic world in the West, or from the society? Was there a pushback?
I mean, academic debate is, of course, part and parcel of the job, but I do know that some people were not very happy with what I'd written. And many people, I think, suspect that it's that it could be seen as an attempt to provide a form of intellectual cover to the current political configuration. Of course, that is not my intention, but interestingly, even when one of my books went for peer review, this was one of the pieces of feedback that came from the reviewers, that I incorporate a paragraph in it saying that it is not the intention of the book to provide any sort of intellectual cover for any future sort of constitutional skullduggery, which I did in the edition that was published in Britain. So.
And this was only for Britain. So you were asked to add a para to your book that it's not meant to help a government.
I wasn't specifically asked to, but the way academic publishing works, you get a series of reports from your academic reviewers, and you address the concerns they raise. And so this was one of the concerns. And since I had to address that concern, this was the primary way that they expected me to address it, which I did. And obviously, the book is not intended to provide intellectual cover for any form of constitutional skullduggery either.
Before we come to your book and talk about specifically about the 16 days, I want you to look at, and I want friends here to look at some of the cartoons that have appeared in newspapers, in the media, in the West. For example, when it came to Mission Mangal, India's Mission Mangal, and there were some cartoons that were printed in the press there. And not just that, when Indian economy was doing very well, they show a snake charmer. And when we talk about India's population, they show an overcrowded train compared to China. Does all of that reflect a certain... So, for example, this is what appeared in a newspaper. Or that... India's Mangal mission, Mars mission, is this reflective of a bias against India?
It's definitely reflective of ignorance, and there's a sense of Orientalist stereotyping that suffuses a lot of commentary and a lot of writing on India, and there's no denying that. Saying that it isn't necessarily bias. Bias comes, would come from a place of knowledge and a place of information. This is outright ignorance, and it's quite common. And I would just flip that again. So part of the question is why the West misunderstands what's happening in India, and the underside of that question is why does India fail to represent and put forward its point in a way that can change the current thinking. So both sides of the question are worth thinking about.
Okay, because one of these cartoons, and all of us who are sitting here, we talk about the International Solar Alliance and India gaining from solar energy, and then a publication puts out poor people eating a solar panel. This cannot really be ignorance. Is this a bias? Is this a pronounced bias?
Yes, and it's drawn very much from ignorance, from an old kind of old style entitlement, which a lot of Orientalists commentary was suffused by the idea that India was a nation of snake charmers. I mean, if you look at the visual imagery of merchant ivory films, it's very much from that era, and the West, or large parts of the Western commentariat, in a sense, are yet to catch up with the transformation that India has undergone. And this is very, very representative of that. It's in extremely poor taste. And it is very representative of a certain kind of ignorance and a certain kind of Orientalist stereotyping, which suffuses very large parts of the West. I'm not saying that it doesn't represent bias. I'm saying that that bias doesn't necessarily come from a place of hostility, but it definitely comes from a place of profound ignorance.
And when critics say that, look at the judiciary in India, for example, they don't really take on the government, and they almost end up being on the same page as the executive. Do you buy that?
Historically, the judiciary in India has been shy of taking on the government and of, having, in a sense, a real fist fight with the executive. I think part of the reason is that the judiciary has been reticent to give judgments that they do not think will meet a certain threshold of social legitimacy. And they're wary of giving judgments which they do not think will be obeyed or they think will be openly flouted. If you look at it historically, I mean, the judiciary has it legitimized the emergency. It ruled that actually even the basic right to life and liberty stood suspended, and they gave a judgment supporting that. And so there is and part of it is, of course, the judiciary's thinking. Part of it is also by design. India is very much, as I said, we were answering a very unique set of circumstances. So India is by design an executive-heavy democracy. And it is that for a variety of historical reasons. And so the executive is very much placed in the driving seat of the constitutional schemata. So it is not surprising that the judiciary has shied away from challenging the executive beyond a point. What is surprising is actually the extent to which the judiciary has gone. It has actually, through creation of doctrines like the basic structure, actually acquired a degree of power which would be almost unheard of in many other democratic setups.
Okay. When the government talks about a uniform civil code or reforming personal laws, does that smack of majoritarianism, or is the government well within its rights to do so? And the criticism that comes India's way that this is nothing but, again, vote bank politics or rank majoritarianism?
Again, two things. India is majoritarian by design. The reason we chose the first past the post system, which generates where a relatively small percentage of votes can generate very, very large majorities, was designed precisely for this reason, because they saw it as guaranteeing a kind of stability and a kind of unified government at the center, which would otherwise not accrue if you had taken on, say, a adversarial sort of presidential system like the US, or proportional representation as you see in many countries in Europe. So we are majoritarian by design. Again, we have what is often called, and if you look back at perhaps the big dog of constitutional scholars, Granville Austin, we have a constitution that is social revolutionary in nature. It hands to the state vast powers to intervene in the social domain, to regulate social relationships, to legalize social relationships. And that was precisely because India's founding figures, Ambedkar and Nehru, chiefly thought that Indian society lacked the capacity for social reform in and of itself. And that is why not only did the state arm itself with these vast coercive powers, it intervened very heavily in the social domain to reform Hindu laws, to regulate, for example, to open up temples, to have state intervention in temples, which is now a very contentious question, as you know, on the question of caste, and to address the question of caste discrimination. And so if you have that logic driving the constitutional schemata to say that somehow one section of the population can be immune to it or somehow has the capacity for social reform, but X segment of the population doesn't, to my mind smacks of a kind of it smacks of cognitive dissonance if one was to make that claim.
So if you're reforming, let's say, the Hindu laws, you're well within your rights to reform Muslim laws, and that does not rank of majoritarianism or reek of majoritarianism.
No, it doesn't reek of majoritarianism at all. In fact, completely the opposite. In fact, more or less, again, I will give you a historical example by force of habit, nothing else. It is that generally when, say, really consequential steps have been taken, they've been justified by reference to the directive principles of state policy with the idea that these were, in effect, guidelines based on which the governance of the country was to be conducted. And so there was an idea, and it was very much put into the Constitution in the form of a directive principle, that one day we would have universal civil law. And so first, it is not majoritarian, simply because we chose a particular system, we chose it for a reason. And secondly, given that the state is armed with a certain degree of power to intervene in the social domain for a particular reason, for it to use that power for precisely that reason cannot really be termed majoritarianism, in my opinion, at all.
Again, that criticism that comes India's way is on the use of laws on sedition.
Yeah.
You've written extensively on the First Amendment and the manner in which First Amendment was brought in. When you hear this criticism, when you read about this criticism that the government uses stringent sections of the law to silence critics, where do you stand on that?
There's no denying that the sedition law is, and now it's been replaced by another law, which is more or less the same, that the sedition law is open to misuse. But it was always open to misuse. In fact, it was, again, by design, it was designed for misuse. It was designed to suppress Indian nationalists during the Raj era. And so for that reason, it was, my apologies, it was more or less decided that it would be done away with when the Constitution was written up. And as you mentioned, it was brought back via the First Amendment. And the biggest reason why it was opposed by such a wide constellation, and just to give you a tiny nugget of information, among the people that sedition was contemplated against, it was Nehru even contemplated using it against Shyam Prasad Mukherjee, who was then his own cabinet colleague. So it's a law written in necessarily broad terms to serve an executive-heavy agenda. So it's not surprising that it's misused. It is surprising to me that actually those who are subjected to it, when they come into power, decide that it's now well and good. And this is another trend in Indian politics, and you will see it throughout history, is that nobody actually comes up with a concrete proposal to do away with those elements that promote a certain kind of authoritarianism or a certain kind of concentration and amplification of executive power, because everyone wants to use it for their own particular agenda. So everyone opposes sedition when they're in the opposition, and everyone is happy to use it once you're sitting on the chair of government.
There's also a lot of criticism of late that free speech is under tremendous threat in India, and that systems of checks and balances are failing. Whether it's the press, it's the social media that's under attack, stringent sections of law being used to silence critics. In your appreciation, has anything special been done in the past 10 years, or is that what the system has been like, in our country?
So as I speak about the Tocqueville effect again, part of the reason why there is a lot of, in a sense, brouhaha over free speech now is because you can see a lot more than you could see 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago. But in the arena for free speech in India has always been at the capriciousness of the executive. So India will never be as liberal as it was on 26 January 1950, the day the Constitution was enforced. Every constitutional amendment, every legal tool that the government has created after that has only constrained that arena legally and constitutionally over the last 50, 70 odd years. Now you have a situation where someone the state, has the power to act the way it does, to constrain free speech the way it does, to squeeze that arena whenever it wants. And then it's left to the capriciousness of whoever's sitting in power, the moods, whims, and fancies of whoever's sitting in power to do as they will. And so legally and constitutionally, that arena has always been extremely constrained. It depends on how far the government wants to intervene in that domain, and then to fault a particular government for using the powers that it has been granted for exactly the purposes that it is using them, to my mind, is against brownie point scoring without actually having any sense about how to address that problem. If there is genuinely a problem, someone should come up with a concrete proposal to say, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to undo X, Y, and Z bits of India's constitutional scheme or India's legal structure to prevent that domain from being constrained in the future. But no one does it. And I think that is more important than any commentary on the fact that free speech might be facing a rollback or not. In my eyes, it's basically an oscillation dependent solely and completely on the whims and fancies of whoever sits in the chair of power.
Interesting. And as we gear up for the 2024 elections, this dance of democracy continues. I'm sure all of you are going out to vote. But are we, as some argue, an elected autocracy or a vibrant democracy? That debate continues. Weigh in on that for joining us here on this India Today special. Sir, many thanks.
Thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. Can I request Mr. Shantanu Dhar, CHRO of Hindustan Power, to please come up on stage and hand over a token of our appreciation. A big round of applause, please, for Mr. Singh for taking the time out and joining us here at the India Today Conclave. All right, our next session is Banega to Badhega Bharat. This session is sponsored by Ultratech Cement. And for the same, to take things forward, I'd like to invite our special session moderators, Saurabh Dwivedi, editor The Lullen Top, and India Today Hindi on stage.
ये जो भारी भरकम मशीन रखी है इसको उठा के रख दो। देवियों और सज्जनों,
कि पापा जल्दी घर पर आएं।
भरपूर अंग्रेजी का वक्त अब कुछ देर के लिए थम रहा है। शाम की नमस्ते। बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा भारत। सुनने में पहली दफ़ा आपको लग सकता है कि एक और सरकारी इश्तिहार है जिसके सत्य होने की संभावनाएं बहुत कम हैं, लेकिन संभावनाओं को हौसलों के ज़रिए हकीकत में बदलने का नाम भारत है। 2024 की यही कहानी है। मंच पर आपको हिंदुस्तान के 4 कोने से 4 नौजवान हसरतें नजर आएंगी। सबसे पहले मैं मंच पर बुलाऊंगा झारखंड के सिमडेगा ज़िले के। कभी इस ज़िले की पहचान होती थी नक्सल प्रभावित इलाकों के लिए, और अब इस ज़िले की पहचान होती है हिंदुस्तान की महिला हॉकी टीम को एक के बाद एक शानदार खिलाड़ी देने के लिए। कभी इस इलाके के किसान लड़ाई किया करते थे कि ज़मीन नहीं देंगे, अब कहते हैं आओ हमारे गांव में हॉकी का मैदान बनाओ। ये बदलाव कैसे मुमकिन हुआ, कैसे सिमडेगा जैसे ज़िले में एस्ट्रोटर्फ बना, और कैसे वहाँ स्कूल की बच्चियों से कहा गया कि किसी दिन बस्ता भूल कर आ जाओ, दिक्कत नहीं है, हॉकी स्टिक भूल कर मत आना। मंच पर मैं आवाज़ दे रहा हूँ सिमडेगा में हॉकी का ये कायाकल्प करने वाले मनोज कोनबेगी और सिमडेगा के स्कूल की हॉकी टीम की कैप्टन संजना डुंगडुंग को। प्लीज गिव अ बिग हैंड। हमारे दूसरे मेहमान वो हैं जिनका ये मानना है कि सारी पढ़ाई स्कूल में नहीं होती है, ज़िंदगी भरपूर पढ़ाई सिखाती है, बशर्ते आपके भीतर हौसला हो। इसलिए इन्होंने 12वीं के बाद पढ़ाई करनी कर दी बंद, लग गए धंधे पानी में। और उसके कुछ बरस बाद देश की सबसे विशालकाय नदी जिसे हम पिता मानते हैं, इकलौती ऐसी नदी ब्रह्मपुत्रा, उस पर बना बहुत बड़ा पुल, इतना बड़ा कि जो तमाम कारोबारी फेरी के जरिए दिन गुजारा करते थे एक राज्य से दूसरे राज्य जाने में, उन्हें सिर्फ कुछ घंटों का वक्त लगा। और इनको वक्त नहीं लगा उतना अपने कारोबार की काया पलट करने में। माताजी चाय की किसान थी, बेटा जी चाय के बड़े कारोबारी हैं, प्लांट भी बना लिया है। असम से चाय ले जाते हैं अरुणाचल से रेशम लेकर आते हैं और पूरे हिंदुस्तान में बेचते हैं। ऐसी कमाल की कहानी एक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चरल इंटरवेंशन से मुमकिन हुई। मंच पर मैं आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं डिब्रूगढ़ से आए नौजवान चाय किसान गौरव कुमार दास को। तीसरी कहानी देवियों और सज्जनों मेरी फेवरेट है। राजस्थान, जहां पर किसी समय जेंडर रेशियो बहुत खराब हुआ करता था, वहां एक लड़की महा फ्यूडल समाज में पैदा होती है और मुनादी करती है 12वीं के बाद कि मुझे बड़े होकर किसान बनना है। एक तो लड़की ऊपर से शादी के लिए राजी नहीं हो रही है परंपराओं के हिसाब से, और तिस पर कह रही है किसान बनना है। किसानी की पढ़ाई करने जाती है तो सब लड़कों के बीच इकलौती लड़की। उसके बाद जब किसानी का कारोबार शुरू करती है तब उसे ये सबक याद रहता है, इसलिए उसने अपने साथ हजारों महिला किसानों को जोड़ा। राजस्थान में भीलवाड़ा में मशरूम की खेती के जरिए क्रांति की, किसानों को आत्मनिर्भर बनाया, किसानी को कारोबार में तब्दील किया। मंच पर आमंत्रित करिए कमाल की महिला उद्यमी, कमाल की किसान, मशरूम लेडी के नाम से विख्यात अन्नू कानावत को। चौथी कहानी उनके लिए है जो ये मानते हैं कि सरकारी असरकारी नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि बदलते हिंदुस्तान में अगर कोई ठान ले तो चीज़ें मुमकिन हो सकती हैं। उसी मद में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड किया जा सकता है और उसी मद में उन सपनों को भरपूर सीमेंट, भरपूर इस्पात दिया जा सकता है। ये चौथी कहानी एक IAS ऑफिसर की है जिसने ये तय किया कि जो ज़िला लॉ एंड ऑर्डर में खराबी के लिए कुख्यात था, उस ज़िले से क्या भविष्य में सबसे ज़्यादा स्पेस साइंटिस्ट निकल सकते हैं? क्या उस ज़िले के हर सरकारी स्कूल में अलग से एक स्पेस ऑब्जर्वेटरी हो सकती है? क्या उस ज़िले के किसान रात के वक्त किस्मत को कोसने या सराहने के लिए आसमान देखने के बजाय जुपिटर या सैटर्न को देखने के लिए आसमान की तरफ देख सकते हैं? ये कायाकल्प किया है उत्तर प्रदेश काडर के 2016 बैच के IAS अधिकारी अभिषेक पांडे ने। मंच पर मैं अभिषेक को आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं और आमंत्रित कर रहा हूं उनके साथ 7वीं क्लास में पढ़ने वाले खगोल मित्र रेहान को, जो आज शाम को इसी होटल के प्रांगण में आपको सितारों से वाकिफ करवाएंगे। जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करिए। सारे उलट पुलट हो गए। अच्छा, नाम यहाँ लिखा हुआ। कोई बात नहीं भाई साहब, हम बदल देते हैं। ये लीजिए। देखो रेहान, तुम्हारे नाम की स्पेलिंग ठीक है गुरु? दुनिया रोज बदलती है, मेरा देश रोज संवरता है, इसीलिए बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा भारत में। हम आज उनकी कहानियां नहीं सुना रहे हैं जो आसमान में खूब चमक रहे हैं। वो गुनाह नहीं है, वो भी कामयाबी है, और इसलिए बाकी सत्रों में हम आपको ऐसे मेहमानों से मिलवा रहे हैं। लेकिन ये वो भारत है जो आप जनगण मन के भाग्य विधाता के समय सुनते और महसूस करते हैं। वो भारत है जो 1.5 बिलियन की आबादी में अपनी उंगली पर इंक लगाए नज़र आता है। पर ये भारत सिर्फ स्टैटिस्टिक्स का एक नंबर नहीं है, ये वो लोग हैं जो इस देश के मुकद्दर को बुलंद कर रहे हैं। इनकी कहानी सुनते हैं। मनोज जी, सिमडेगा आज आकांक्षी ज़िला है। मुझे पता चला वहाँ बड़ा कमाल का एस्ट्रोटर्फ स्टेडियम बन गया है। पर बनने की कहानी इतनी आसान नहीं होती। ये हॉकी का कायाकल्प और ये स्टेडियम बना कैसे, बताइए सर।
जी, निश्चित रूप से पहले वहाँ स्टेडियम नहीं हुआ था। 2010 में जब सिमडेगा की टीम पहली बार नेहरू हॉकी खेलने के लिए महिला हॉकी टीम आई हुई थी दिल्ली में, और वह सिमडेगा जिला की महिला हॉकी टीम थी जो नेहरू हॉकी के फाइनल तक पहुंची, लेकिन फाइनल मैच में वो हरियाणा के शाहबाद की टीम से पराजित होकर वो लौट गई सिमडेगा। जब टीम लौटी, हम लोग ढोल नगाड़े के साथ टीम की स्वागत कर रहे थे, तो सभी बच्चों में खुशी तो नहीं, खुश तो अंदर से दिखते थे लेकिन काफ़ी रो रहे थे। जब हमने उनको पूछा कि आप पहली बार सिमडेगा की टीम नेहरू हॉकी गई और उसके बावजूद आपने फाइनल तक खेला, उप विजेता बना, तो आप रो क्यों रही हैं? तो टीम की कैप्टन अरुणा रंजीता थी, उन्होंने कहा कि सर, यदि हमारे भी जिला में एस्ट्रोटर्फ होता तो हम निश्चित रूप से एस्ट्रोटर्फ में अभ्यास किए रहते तो हरियाणा की टीम को पराजित करते, आज हम विजेता रहते। उस दिन ने हम लोगों ने ठान लिया कि अब हमारा एक ही मुहिम होगा कि सिमडेगा जिला में एस्ट्रोटर्फ का निर्माण हो। हम लोगों ने जो भी छोटा मैच हो, बड़ा मैच हो, कोई उपलब्धि हो, तो उसमें मीडिया के माध्यम से, सोशल वर्कों के माध्यम से सभी एस्ट्रोटर्फ की मांग की, और 2013 में एस्ट्रोटर्फ की स्वीकृति मिली जिला में। 2015 में पूरा हुआ, और उसी वर्ष 2 महीना हमने एस्ट्रोटर्फ में प्रशिक्षण दिया खिलाड़ियों को हम लोगों ने, और सब जूनियर राष्ट्रीय हॉकी चैंपियनशिप में झारखंड टीम में सिमडेगा से 15 खिलाड़ी चुनी गई और झारखंड टीम फाइनल खेली।
ये बताइए, ये करंगागुंडी में जो स्कूल है उसका ये नियम बड़ा कमाल का है कि बस्ता भूल जाओ लेकिन हॉकी स्टिक नहीं भूलनी। कौन सी क्लास में हॉकी दे दी जाती है इन बच्चियों को?
निश्चित रूप से सिमडेगा जिला से 40 किलोमीटर दूर एक करंगागुड़ी गांव है, जहां नियम बना हुआ है कि आप स्कूल आओ तो बिना हॉकी स्टिक के नहीं आ सकते हो। तो उसमें नीचे क्लास से, पहला क्लास से ही हॉकी स्टिक बच्चों को मस्ट है लाने के लिए, और उसका यह परिणाम है कि आज झारखंड की कई बेटियां इंडिया टीम में खेल रही है। अभी सीनियर इंडिया टीम में झारखंड से 4 खिलाड़ी हैं, जिनमें करंगागुड़ी से 2 खिलाड़ी हैं।
संजना, अब मैं आपके पास आ रहा हूँ, आप गाना गाने के लिए तैयार हैं?
यस सर।
वेरी गुड। नहीं, आज आपको गाना नहीं गाना है, आज आपको बताना है कि आप हॉकी में कौन सी पोजीशन पे खेलती हैं, आपके स्कूल की टीम कैसा कर रही है। संजना करंगागुंडी उत्क्रमित मध्य विद्यालय की कैप्टन हैं, सेंटर फॉरवर्ड में खेलती हैं। पहले तो ये बताओ, ये जो चक दे इंडिया में हम लोगों को दिखाया गया है वैसा ही होता है या कुछ उससे अलग होता है?
यस सर।
आपने फिल्म देखी है बच्चे?
यस सर।
कैसी लगी आपको?
बहुत अच्छा लगा हमको देख के, और हमको लगा कि हम भी एक दिन इन लोग के जैसे नेशनल खेलेंगे, फिर एक दिन हम भी ओलंपिक खेलेंगे, इन लोग के जैसे आगे बढ़ेंगे और देश का नाम रोशन करेंगे जैसे लगा।
अच्छा बेटा, आप ये बताओ, आपके मम्मी पापा क्या करते हैं?
मेरी मम्मी हम लोग के लिए काम करने गई है, बॉम्बे में रहती है, और उसको महीना में 10,000 पैसा मिलता है, वो घर पोछा करती है। और पापा किसान हैं, वो भी हम लोग के लिए बहुत मेहनत करते हैं और हम लोग को अच्छा से खिलाने चाहते हैं।
तो आप कहाँ रहते हो? डे बोर्डिंग सेंटर में रहते हो हॉकी के?
यस सर, मैं डे बोर्डिंग सेंटर में रहती हूँ।
कितने बजे उठ जाना पड़ता है? बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ती होगी। सुबह से बताओ, क्या संजना का दिन कैसे शुरू होता है? कितनी दौड़ लगानी पड़ती है, कितना पसीना?
ये सर, बहुत मेहनत करना पड़ता है हम लोग को। हम लोग जब खेल रहे थे, मैं 2017 से खेलती हूँ, तब से मेरा बचपने से मेरा है कि हम नेशनल खेलेंगे, फिर देश का नाम रोशन करेंगे।
कितने बजे उठ जाती हो संजना प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए? सुबह कितनी दौड़ लगानी पड़ती है?
जी 5 या 10।
10 किलोमीटर?
जी नहीं, राउंड।
अच्छा, 10 राउंड।
यस सर।
हाँ, कभी ऐसा हुआ है कि हॉकी लेके जा रही हो, गांव में कोई बदमाशी कर रहा हो तो उसको भी जरा ऐसे ड्रैग फ्लिक कर दिया उसकी पीठ वीठ पे?
नो सर।
कभी किसी की पीठ पे हॉकी नहीं पड़ी है?
जी नहीं।
सही सही बताओ, यहाँ झूठ नहीं बोलना है। घबराते हैं सब लोग तुमसे कि हॉकी वाली लड़की है, एक हॉकी धर देगी रख के?
नो सर।
तुमसे डरते नहीं है लोग?
यस सर।
डरते हैं कि नहीं डरते हैं?
डरते हैं हमको।
डरते हैं? किस बात से डरते हैं?
जी हम आदमी लोग को देखते हैं किधर उन लोग को देंगे जैसे लगता है, फिर हम उन लोग को अगर गुस्सा लगता है तो मार देते हैं हम पैर में।
देवियों सज्जनों, सत्य सामने आ गया है। ये बुलंद भारत है, कोई आंख दिखाएगा तो धर देंगे। अच्छा, ये इस कहानी का कुल मर्म ये हमें समझ में आया। ये लोग यहीं पर हैं प्रांगण में, तो अगर आपको और दिलचस्पी हो संजना से हॉकी के कुछ स्किल मूव सीखने में, सो यू मोर देन वेलकम। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड हुआ, एक गांव बना, एक एस्ट्रोटर्फ का मैदान बना कि अगली बार लड़कियां रोते हुए ये ना कहें कि मैदान बेहतर होता तो जीत सकते थे। डे बोर्डिंग स्कूल बना जहां पे सामान्य पृष्ठभूमि से आने वाली बच्चियों की खुराक का ख्याल रखा गया, ट्रेनिंग का ख्याल रखा गया। तो अगली दफ़ा जब आपको किसी ओलंपिक स्टेडियम में हमारे देश की लड़कियां पसीना बहाते हॉकी घुमाते दिखाएं, तो आपको संजना जैसी सब लड़कियों का चेहरा याद करना है। अगली कहानी पर जाते हैं। अभिषेक, मान लिया गया है आईएएस अफसर, आप सीडीओ थे बुलंदशहर में, रूटीन के डेवलपमेंट होंगे, बिजली सड़क पानी खड़ंजा बिछेगा वगैरह वगैरह। ये स्पेस ऑब्जर्वेटरी सरकारी स्कूलों में, वो भी 100 से ज़्यादा सरकारी स्कूलों में बनाने का ख्याल कैसे आया?
धन्यवाद सौरभ जी। यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी लोगों को नमस्कार। ये कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत, जिसे हम बुलंदशहर में खगोल क्रांति के रूप से जानते हैं, इसकी शुरुआत 2021 में कोरोना की दूसरी लहर के बाद हुई थी। और कोरोना की वजह से हमारे जितने भी स्कूल्स थे उनमें एकेडमिक ज़ीरो ईयर हो गया था, पठन पाठन बुरी तरह प्रभावित हुआ था और एक लर्निंग गैप आ गया था जिसको ब्रिज करना बहुत ज़रूरी था। तो उस वक्त हमें लगा कि स्कूल को एक संस्थान के तौर पर पुनः गांव के मानचित्र पर स्थापित करना बहुत ज़रूरी है, और इसलिए स्कूल और समुदाय के बीच की दूरी घटाने के लिए हमने लैब्स को स्थापित करने का सोचा। बड़ा मुद्दा ये था कि ये लैब्स की थीम क्या होगी, और उस वक्त हमें लगा कि हम सब की सभ्यता की शुरुआत आसमान में तारों को देखने से हुई है, सो व्हाट बेटर वे देन टू गो बैक टू होम। तो इस तरह से हमने लैब्स को एस्ट्रोनॉमी थीम बनाया।
पर गांव वालों को ये बताना और कन्विंस करना कि सिर्फ आप अपनी कुंडली में सितारे मत देखिए, सिर्फ सितारों को कोसिए नहीं बल्कि स्टार गेजिंग करिए, वो तजुर्बा कैसा था?
बहुत सारी मानवीय कहानियों से रूबरू हुआ मैं इस पूरी यात्रा के दौरान, और मुझे जितना ये मुश्किल लगा था उतना मुश्किल रहा नहीं। पूरी प्रक्रिया लोकतांत्रिक रूप से संपन्न की गई ग्राम सभा की बैठकों में।
कोई वाकया आप बताना चाहें?
जी, जैसे जब शुरुआत में प्रयोगशालाओं के साथ हमने खगोल रात्रि यानी कि बेसिकली स्टार गेजिंग इवेंट्स ऑर्गेनाइज करने चालू किए, तो होता क्या था कि उस स्कूल का कोई एक मास्टर साहब जो हैं वो बाहर खेत में टेलीस्कोप को फोकस करके लगा देते थे और दो अलग अलग पंक्तियाँ लगती थी, एक पुरुषों की पंक्तियाँ, एक महिलाओं की पंक्तियाँ, पहले पुरुष फिर महिला, ऐसे एक एक करके लोग देखते थे। तो होता क्या था कि पुरुषों की लाइन तो तेज़ी से आगे बढ़ती थी, वो अपना जुपिटर, सैटर्न, मून सब देखते थे और अगला आदमी आगे देखता था, परंतु महिलाओं की पंक्ति में बार बार फोकस गड़बड़ हो जाता था। तो मास्टर साहब भी झुंझलाते थे कि क्या हो रहा है और समझ नहीं आ रहा, शायद महिलाएं घबरा रही हैं या फिर क्या। जब इस समस्या के ऊपर थोड़ा ध्यान से विचार किया गया और महिलाओं को देखा गया, तो पता चला कि जब भी कोई महिला टेलीस्कोप में चांद और सैटर्न और जुपिटर को देखकर पीछे हटती थी, तो वो अपने दोनों हाथों से टेलीस्कोप को प्रणाम करती थी, क्योंकि उनके लिए सैटर्न यानी शनि, शनि यानी देवता, तो उनके लिए टेलीस्कोप से वो बस नक्षत्र को नहीं देख रही थी, वो अपने देवता से भी रूबरू हो रही थी। तो फिर बाद में हमें ये भी चेतावनी देनी पड़ी कि कोई कम से कम तेल ला के टेलीस्कोप के ऊपर ना डाल दे।
बिल्कुल, आस्था अपनी जगह है, लेकिन रैशनैलिटी सबसे बड़ी आस्था होनी चाहिए। प्रश्नाकुलता, लगातार सवाल पूछना। रेहान, आप खगोल दूत हैं।
यस सर।
पहले जब बताओ तुम्हारे मम्मी पापा का करत?
सर मेरे पापा बागों का काम करते हैं और भैंसों का काम करते हैं।
बागों का और भैंसों का?
जी सर।
कितने लीटर दूध देती है तुम्हारी भैंस?
सर सुबह को 2-3 लीटर और शाम को भी 2।
बढ़िया, एकदम दूध से एकदम मूंछ बना के मलाई से फिर स्कूल पहुंचते हो?
जी सर।
और ये जो तुम भारी भरकम मशीन है वो तुम्हारी रखी कहाँ है? अच्छा, वो उधर रखी हुई है
टेलीस्कोप।
तुम इस टेलीस्कोप को चला लेते हो?
जी सर।
क्या क्या दिखता है इससे?
सर इससे जो दूर की चीज़ें होती हैं जैसे ग्रह, प्लैनेट्स, वो हमें करीब से दिख जाते हैं।
कुछ जरा बताओ हमको 2-3 के बारे में।
सर हमने सैटर्न भी देख रखा है, बृहस्पति भी देख रखा है।
ऐसे पहले बताओ सैटर्न दिखता कैसा है?
सर सैटर्न एक गोल सा होता है, उसके चारों ओर रिंग्स टाइप का कुछ वो होते हैं गोल गोल, वो भी देख रखे हैं हमने। और एक उसका मून टाइटन, वो भी देख रखा।
अच्छा, टाइटन सैटर्न का मून है?
जी सर, उसे
बताइए साहब, हम सोचते थे सिर्फ घड़ी का ब्रांड हैं? और मून, हमारा जो सच्ची मुच्ची वाला हमारा मून है, जहाँ पे अभी हम लोग की मशीन पहुंची है, वो कैसा दिखता है? वो भी दिख जाता है इससे?
सर कौन सा मून?
अपनी अर्थ का जो मून है।
जी सर, देख रखा हमने।
वो भी देख रखा है, वो कैसा दिखता है?
सर वो जब करता है तो बिल्कुल तिरछा टाइप का सर दिखता है, और क्रिएटर्स भी दिखते हैं उसमें।
क्रेटर्स दिखते हैं?
जी सर, देख रखे हैं हमने।
तो ये शाम को अगर कोई देखना चाहे, आप लोग दिखाओगे शाम को? आपको ये मशीन चलानी आती है?
जी सर।
तो जितने यहाँ लोग बैठे हैं, एक बार चेक कर लेना कोई तेल लेके ना आया हो, है ना, शनि देवता के लिए। और जुपिटर भी दिखता है?
जी सर।
वो कैसा दिखता है?
उसके बैंड्स दिखते हैं। कल ही हमने जुपिटर देखा था, एंड उसके 4 मून भी देखे।
जुपिटर के 4 मून हैं?
जी सर।
बड़ा इन्फ्लेशन चल रहा है यार, हैं? तो आप आज शाम को सब लोगों को, अब आप हमारे भी इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव के भी खगोल मित्र हैं।
जी सर।
ये बताओ, बड़े होके क्या करोगे?
स्पेस साइंटिस्ट।
स्पेस साइंटिस्ट बनोगे, वेरी गुड। मैं वर्तमान और भविष्य दोनों को लेकर आश्वस्त हूं, क्योंकि मेरे देश के सरकारी स्कूलों में स्पेस ऑब्जर्वेटरी बन रही हैं, और वहाँ पे पढ़ने वाले बच्चे, खेती किसानी की पृष्ठभूमि से आने वाले बच्चे, ये एस्पिरेशन पाल रहे हैं कि उन्हें स्पेस साइंटिस्ट बनना है। बहुत शुभकामनाएं बेटा आपको। गौरव, आपकी कहानी, हम लोग तो 12वीं के बाद एकदम लग जाते थे IIT JEE वगैरह वगैरह। ये अभिषेक IIT JEE में लग गए, जो उस लायक नहीं थे वो पत्रकारिता में निकल आए। पर आपने तो एकदम टी प्लांटेशन शुरू कर दिया, पुश्तैनी काम था क्या?
जी, वो मैंने एक्चुअली डिसाइड किया था कि अगर मेरा लाइफ को कोई ऐसा कुछ पढ़ना ज़रूरी नहीं है, सोच ले उस टाइम, क्योंकि मेरे को गार्डन में बाद में जाके कुछ करना था। वो कि फैमिली बिजनेस था एक, और दूसरा पढ़ाई कभी ख़त्म नहीं होता है। अब हम पढ़ाई हमेशा रहता ही है।
भाई साहब, ये बात फिर से कह दीजिए, पढ़ाई कभी ख़त्म नहीं होता है।
अभी भी मैं पढ़ाई करता हूँ, अभी मैं मोबाइल पर पढ़ाई करता हूँ
जी।
जैसे कि अभी नया नया टेक्नोलॉजी आता है जो हम लोग अभी यूज़ करते हैं, तो उसी हिसाब से मैंने उस टाइम गार्डन में वही चीज़, मेरा दिमाग जो है, मेरा जो क्रिएटिविटी है, वो मैंने टी गार्डन पे लगाया था
जी।
जी, तो इसीलिए मैंने पढ़ाई नहीं की उसके।
तो अब क्या करते हैं आप? आपके बगल में चाय रखी, जरा बताइए। ऑर्थोडॉक्स बड़ा नेगेटिव वर्ड माना जाता है, पर ये भाई साहब कहते हैं ऑर्थोडॉक्स चाय सबसे अच्छी होती है। क्या होता है वो?
जी, ये तो है ब्लैक टी
जी,
ये तो सबको पता ही है। और जो ऑर्थोडॉक्स टी है उसमें, और इसमें डिफाइन है कि इसमें एंटीऑक्सीडेंट कम रहता है, उसमें एंटीऑक्सीडेंट ज़्यादा रहता है। और इसमें ये क्या होता है, इसमें फ्रेशनेस सबको अच्छा से करते हैं, सुबह उठ के पीते हैं, सबको फ्रेशनेस अच्छा होता है। और उसमें क्या होता है कि वो हेल्दी लाइफस्टाइल होता है लोगों के लिए। तो उसमें आपका बहुत सारे डिजीजेस वो रोड करते हैं, जैसे कि ब्लड प्रेशर और शुगर, और आपका क्रोनिक डिजीजेस हो गया,
अच्छा,
कैंसर, वो सब आपको उसमें बहुत फ़ायदा है।
ये बताओ गौरव बाबू, हम लोग देखते हैं देश में बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट बन रहे हैं। का बोगीबील का ब्रिज 2018 में बना,
2018 में
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने जाके उद्घाटन किया। हम लोगों ने कहा कि अब अरुणाचल और असम के बीच की दूरी घट गई। पर उसका आप लोगों की ज़िंदगी पे क्या फ़र्क पड़ा?
जी, जो ब्रिज पहले जब बना नहीं था, उस टाइम हमको एहसास ही नहीं होता कि वो ब्रिज हम लोग के लिए कितना महत्वपूर्ण है। तो उससे पहले क्या होता था, ब्रिज क्रॉस करने के लिए हम लोग को सिर्फ एक ही उपाय था, वो था फेरी। तो फेरी से आप एक दिन में जाओगे तो दूसरे दिन आना पड़ेगा,
2 दिन लग जाते थे।
2 दिन आपका लग जाता है। और फेरी से आपका हैवी व्हीकल्स ट्रेडिंग नहीं हो सकता है, तो आपको ट्रेडिंग का बहुत मतलब प्रॉब्लम हो रहा था उस टाइम। तो अभी जब ब्रिज बन गया तो अभी लोगों को 1 घंटे में अप डाउन हो जाता है दोनों जगह, जैसे कि और
अपनी कहानी बताइए, यहाँ इनकम टैक्स वाले नहीं बैठे हैं, टर्नओवर बहुत बड़ा है गुरु।
मेरे कहानी ये था कि तो मैं तो टी गन का जो इसे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करता हूँ, वो बेचने के लिए मैं अरुणाचल का जो मेजर सिटी है ईटानगर, पासीघाट, वहाँ में बेचने गया। ठीक है, वहाँ का बायस भी आया यहाँ पे। तो वहाँ जाके पता चला कि वहाँ पे बहुत सारे ऐसा रॉ मटेरियल्स है जो इंडिया में आना बहुत ज़रूरी है। आपको मैं एक चीज़ बताऊँगा, जो रजनीगंधा है ना बेचता है जो, तो वो रजनीगंधा का जो रॉ मटेरियल्स है अरुणाचल में सबसे ज़्यादा मिलता है। तो वो सब किसी बहुत सारा ऐसा चीज़ है जो मतलब,
और अरुणाचल में खूब रेशम की खेती होती है।
हाँ, अरुणाचल से पूरा ऐसा रॉ मटेरियल ज़्यादा मिलता है, मतलब वो नेचुरल रॉ मटेरियल वहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा मिलता है।
तो आप चाय ले जाते हो और रेशम लाते हो?
हाँ, चाय लेके जाता हूँ मैं, मुगा सिल्क लाता हूँ वहाँ से, कपड़ा।
मुगा सिल्क लाते हैं?
हाँ, वो सब तो नहीं ला रहा हूँ, उसका ट्रेडिंग नहीं है मेरा। तो मेरा डिब्रूगढ़ अब ये हब बन गया है, तो साइड में जितना भी छोटे छोटे
एक ब्रिज बनने से
हाँ
ये बदलाव आया,
बहुत बदलाव हो गया।
अच्छा, अनु, आपके पास आते हैं, क्या है कहानी? बड़ा अजीब सा रहा होगा एकदम एग्रीकल्चर की क्लास में अकेले बैठना, कैसे घर वालों को कन्विंस किया?
सर, सबसे पहले सभी को खमांगड़ी, मैं राजस्थान से बिलोंग करती हूँ और एग्रीकल्चर एक ऐसा सब्जेक्ट है जो माना जाता है कि बस किसान और जो मेल है वही कर सकते हैं, महिलाओं के लिए ऐसा नहीं है। बट ये एक मिथ है जो हम सबको ऐसा लगता है कि महिलाएं एग्रीकल्चर नहीं करती, बल्कि 90% देश की महिलाएं ही एग्रीकल्चर करती है। पुरुष तो सिर्फ सामने आके अवार्ड्स ले लेते हैं।
आपने घर वालों को कैसे कन्विंस किया कि खेती की पढ़ाई करनी है?
सर, जब मेरे माता श्री और हमारे वहाँ पर 200 बीघा ज़मीन थी मेरे घर पे, उसके बावजूद भी हमारी स्थिति बहुत ख़राब थी कि वो हमें पढ़ा नहीं सक रहे थे अच्छी स्कूल में। मेरी गवर्नमेंट स्कूल से स्टडी हुई थी और सबसे बड़ी बात थी कि बेटियां जब पैदा होती है तो उनके भी सपने होते हैं, बट वो उनको राजस्थान का ही नहीं, बहुत सारी जगह ऐसा हालात है कि बेटियों को पढ़ाते ही उनको एक ही मिशन होता है, शादी, शादी के बाद बच्चे, बच्चे के बाद परिवार, और वहीं बंदिश बन जाती है। तो मैंने पापा को सिर्फ एक चीज़ बोली कि आपकी जो 200 बीघा ज़मीन है, वैसे ही 10-10 बीघा, 20-20 बीघा ज़मीन जिन फार्मर्स के पास है, वो किस तरीके से काम कर रहे हैं और उनकी खाने की स्थिति नहीं है। जब हमारी ये स्थिति हो सकती है तो उनकी क्यों नहीं? तो इस पर मैं रिसर्च करूँगी, मैं आगे जाके इसमें बहुत अच्छा काम करूँगी, मुझ पे भरोसा कीजिए। और मैं कभी आपकी राजस्थान की जो संस्कृति है और संस्कार है उनको कभी गलत साबित नहीं करूँगी, और मेरी वजह से कभी राजस्थान पे कोई आँच नहीं आएगी। आप जहाँ कहेंगे मैं शादी करूँगी, बट मुझे टाइम चाहिए।
जी, टाइम चाहिए। और उसी टाइम प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी आ गए आपकी कहानी में, ये कैसे हुआ? तब वो मुख्यमंत्री थे मेरे ख्याल से।
जी सर, मैं 2013-14 के अंदर जब गुजरात में गई तो मैं वहाँ एग्री बिजनेस मैनेजमेंट, मतलब एग्रीकल्चर का एक सब्जेक्ट होता है, वो पढ़ने गई थी, क्योंकि मुझे जॉब नहीं करनी थी। मुझे नौकरी का टाइम ऐसा लगता था कि सुबह से शाम तक नौकरी करो, किसी के अंडर में काम करो, और एक गधा मजदूरी हो जाती है।
ऐसा मत करिए बहन जी, बहुत लोगों के घाव रिसने लगेंगे। सब कोई किसानी नहीं कर सकता।
नहीं सर, देखिए, जो जॉब करते हैं इंटरेस्ट से करते हैं और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के तरीके से जॉब करते हैं, उनके लिए गधा मजदूरी नहीं है। बट जो इनकम के लिए जॉब करते हैं उनके लिए गधा मजदूरी है।
बिल्कुल, ये बहुत ज़रूरी बात कही आपने।
तो जब मैं गुजरात गई तो एक गिफ्ट सिटी मोदी जी ने बनाई थी वहाँ पर उस टाइम पे, जब मैं नेताओं से ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टेड नहीं थी मिलने में, और मुझे लगता भी नहीं था कि नेता क्या होते हैं उस टाइम पे। जब हमारे को कॉलेज का टूर लेके गए वहाँ गिफ्ट सिटी में, और बहुत बड़ा हॉल मोदी जी ने बनाया था, उसके अंदर मैं भी एक स्टूडेंट बैठी थी। और जब मोदी जी ने वहाँ पर लेक्चर दिया तो जब वहाँ पर जो गाड़ियाँ खड़ी हुई वो सब BMW थी। तो मैंने जब देखा तो किसान उतर रहे हैं BMW से, मेरी आंखें तो चकाचौंध रह गई। मैंने कहा, राजस्थान के किसान के पास रोटी नहीं है और दूसरी तरफ गुजरात के किसान के पास BMW, ये कैसे हुआ? तो मोदी जी तो वहाँ से स्पीच देके चले गए, बट मेरे दिमाग में 3 दिन मेरे को नींद नहीं आई। और उसके बाद मैंने सभी से पूछताछ चालू की, गुजरात के बच्चों से, कि ये ऐसा हुआ कैसे। तो उन्होंने बताया कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का इसमें सबसे बड़ा रोल है। कोई भी नेता होता है तो या तो कुछ मतलब ऐसी चीज़ें करते हैं जो कोई काम की नहीं होती है, बट जो मोदी जी ने वहाँ पर
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इज द की वर्ड। उसके बाद अनु वापस आई, ये कॉलेज में पढ़ाने लगी, फिर इनको मशरूम की खेती के बारे में पता चला और ध्यान आया कि हमारे घर में घोड़ों का एक अस्तबल था जो इस्तेमाल नहीं हो रहा है और जहाँ टेम्परेचर रेगुलेट होता है। उसके बाद की कहानी पूरा राजस्थान जानता है, किस तरह से इन्होंने अपने साथ हज़ारों महिला किसानों को जोड़ा और मशरूम की खेती की। देवियों और सज्जनों, समय की मर्यादा है, इसलिए सत्र को यहाँ पर रोकते हैं। पर इन चेहरों को गौर से देखिए, क्योंकि ये वो हज़ारों लाखों करोड़ों चेहरे हैं जो रोज़ खुद को बना रहे हैं, भारत को बना रहे हैं, और इसीलिए ये बनता भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सभी का। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you very much to all of our panelists. This session was sponsored by Ultratech. Can I invite Mr. Ajay Dang, President and Head of Marketing, Ultratech Cement, to hand over a token of our appreciation to all of these everyday heroes that we have on stage.
अपने साथ जो टेलीस्कोप लेके आए हैं उसको हम बाहर सेटअप करेंगे, तो अगर आप में से कोई स्टार गेजिंग करना चाहे तो यू आर मोर देन वेलकम। कोई मशरूम की खेती सीखना चाहे तो अनु यहाँ पर उपलब्ध हैं। चाय के बागानों में कोई जाना चाहे या चाय की क्वालिटी डिस्कस करना चाहे या हॉकी के मूव सीखना चाहे, दे आर हियर।
Okay, a big round of applause, please, for all of our panelists. Thank you very much for joining us. I'll also make a quick announcement here about our breakaway session that's happening currently in Mumtaz Hall. Is India prepared for disease X? We have a renowned epidemiologist, Mr. Ramanan Lakshmi Narayan, with us in that hall. He'll be willing to take all of your questions. So those interested can also head over to Mumtaz Hall for that session. All right, we're all set for our next session, the New World Disorder, Lessons for India. Can I invite on stage our session moderator, Rahul Kaval, News Director, TVTN, and Managing Editor, Special Online Projects, Executive Director, Business Today.
We've spent a lot of time at the India Today Conclave talking about how India is evolving politically and economically. Economic strength also changes the world order, and India's position unquestionably on the global high table has changed in the last 10 years. But what can potentially happen over the next 5, given the global uncertainty and all the other factors at play? How is India's position at the global high table likely to change? What are the tailwinds propelling us? What are the headwinds pushing us back? To talk about that, we're joined at the India Today Conclave by 3 super sharp voices on geoeconomics and geopolitics. Allow me to introduce first one of India's preeminent public intellectuals, Dr. Samir Saran, President of the Observer Research Foundation. We've got Bjarke, President of the World Economic Forum. Thank you very much. Rudra Chaudhary, heads Carnegie India. Thank you very much for joining us, and it's an absolute pleasure to have you with us. So far, Dr. Saran, India's rise over the past 10 years has been largely benign, where we've been able to navigate complicated trapezes, Russia, Ukraine, what's happening in the Middle East, continuing our ties with the United States. China remains a big stumbling block, but apart from that, the government has navigated the foreign affairs space smartly. How do you see that change over the next 5 years? Are we likely to see more headwinds trying to push us back, or will the tailwinds, given the current geopolitical order, continue to push us forward? Let's start from there.
So Rahul, I think the last 10 years have not been benign. We have navigated a really complex decade. We have come out largely unscathed by all that has transpired. And it's really been a rocky road. And all credit to the Indian establishment, Indian industry, and Indian people for being able to pull together and pull out of some of the most troubling periods, including the pandemic, the conflicts, both in our neighborhood, Afghanistan, people have forgotten about it, Ukraine, more recently the Middle East. But even prior to that, the shocks that were literally buffeting us since the early 2010s. So it's been a troubling decade, and it's not going to change. What's going to be added to this challenge is going to be how people view India's rise in the days ahead. Till now, people have celebrated an additional place for investments, an additional engine for growth. I think Bjarke mentioned this morning, 15% of global growth comes from India. So there is a bit of a celebration about having an alternative, about having something extra driving global growth. But at some point, the second word is going to come into place, and that's conformity. Everyone likes additionality. India offers additionality, so they celebrate that. But they also want conformity. Do we conform to what they assess is a free society, a free market, a democracy, a political system? And there you're going to see increasingly India's growth attract greater attention, greater criticism, greater scrutiny, greater pushback.
In what way?
Sorry?
In what way?
You had an ambassador of a country talking about CAA, from a country which is having a problem of migration and immigration
This is Eric Garcetti speaking at the conclave.
Eric Garcetti, for example, someone who is probably familiar with the society in Hollywood, is now becoming an expert on Indian political establishment. So, for example, you're going to see unnecessary comments of this kind, right? Because it makes news, it gives you visibility, it attracts people to your job and to your responsibility. So you're going to see, I think the foreign minister said it, or someone said it on his panel, you're going to see political sledging, an equivalent of what you see in cricket. You're going to see sledging happen. You're going to see India being, these pinpricks, these small, clumsy statements emanating from, unconcerned and uninformed sources. And you'll have to handle that. That's one part. But the second and more insidious and difficult part is many of these global institutions that are going to be pretty much responsible for, and I think Sanjeev mentioned it in one of his discussions, Sanjeev Sanyal mentioned it in one of his discussions, many of those who are going to be responsible for rating your creditworthiness or for looking at your ESG scores and multiple other indices, they are going to be influenced by many of these voices as well. So you will have to institutionally prepare for yourself to make a case for India that allows the largest pool of global capital to flow into your geography. It's not going to be easy. Japan is a case in point. South Koreans have gone through this period as well. The Americans have gone through this period. The English didn't give them the keys to the kingdom without resistance. So history will tell you that emergence is not necessarily an easy journey. You will have to battle it out. So we have a good decade ahead of growth, of prosperity, of lifting people out of poverty and meeting aspirations of 1.5 billion people. But we will have to do it with muscles. So we'll have to build our own muscles.
I want to draw Bjarke Brande into this debate, because when we spoke last, you said that this coming time will be the time of the G3, China, the United States and India shaping the global order, and that things are likely to get better for India in the time to come because the world is looking beyond China because of what else is happening internationally. Sameer's argument is that there will be a pushback which creates friction or tensions. The world will not very easily accept India's rise because no country's rise has been accepted easily ever going back in time. Do you buy that this G3 may not fall into place as easily as people sitting in this audience would like, and that there are very serious headwinds India would have to deal with?
I didn't say that, but you paraphrased me in a nice way. Go ahead.
So, I think there is clear correlation between a country's economic success and also influence just in its neighborhood, but also globally. I think this is frequently overlooked. Soviet Union was forever until it was no more, and the reason why the Soviet Union was struggling, at least the last 2 decades, was that economic growth was not happening anymore. Still in the 60s and the 70s, there were some growth. So the reason why India's also geopolitical position, in my view, will be strengthened and will have more leverage in the years to come is to the due fact that India's economy is also growing very, very fast. So it's going to go from a $3 trillion US dollars economy to a 10 trillion one, at least in the coming decade. That will also give India opportunity to invest more in education, research, but also its army and defense. You will see also a stronger India there. And then to your question, will this raise concerns? Will this also create challenges? I think maybe mainly in its neighborhood, because the fact is that in many of these countries in India's neighborhood, already China and India meet each other in Myanmar, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka. This is already a fact. I think India is currently in a honeymoon phase globally in many ways, especially in Europe and in the US.
But honeymoons don't last long.
So for some marriages, it can even improve and improve. And, but of course, honeymoons are very nice period, but you know, love can grow even stronger every year.
How nice. Rudra, this tension that we're seeing, particularly with Canada, to some extent with the United States, expressed largely in private, sometimes in public. Samir referred to the comments made by Ambassador Garcetti on the Citizenship Amendment Act. Will the pinpricks increase, or will countries like the United States, a country that you study and analyze closely, continue seeing the larger picture, and even if there is some opposition or resentment, it's voiced more privately and not made a big deal of publicly?
No, thanks, Rahul. Just one point I'll make. If the president of the World Economic Forum turns around and says is that India looks like a honeymoon, despite all the challenges that Samir has talked about and all the contradictions that, frankly, this leadership has had to deal with in the last decade, I think that's a pretty good outcome, right? Because challenges are there. It's definitely not a honeymoon for India. Challenges are there with Europe. As you grow economically, politically, strategically, those challenges will be there even with like-minded states. On the point that you're making, Rahul, look, I think let me just get away from the pinpricks to some of the strategic stuff. Where are we in India today? What are we dealing with, right? One, we have a geopolitical challenge, which is a war in Ukraine, which has pushed us, frankly, to think very seriously about diversification of our strategic resources, reconsider our relations with Russia, turn to countries that have the capability to deliver for us and our interests over the next many decades. Countries like the United States on the one hand, countries like France on the other. My own sense is, down the line is, and, the elections, I think, have been called today, whichever way, in the sense, it's pretty clear which way India is going to go in the near future. It's not very clear where other countries are going to go in the near future. I think actually there's more opportunity. And the reason I see opportunity is because we've created that space in the last 5 years, which have been very difficult. Not everybody's managed that space, right? So today, for instance, we have a relationship with the United States that covers everything from quantum to AI to defense technologies. There are a lot of people from the private sector here. They're invested in this relationship, I think, in a way in which they weren't even 2 or 3 years ago. That's going to continue. Will you have instability if a new government comes in the US? Sure. But I think by and large, we will have, the line is pretty clear in that sense, at least with the United States.
The most complicated relationship for India is China, Samir. And when it comes to Beijing, over the next 5 years, how do you see the relationship play out? We're currently in a state of confrontation along the border. Our economic ties aren't completely frozen, but clearly are far from the good times of the past. Does this continue at some point in time? Do you think Beijing sees good reason and then starts piping down? Or do you think this is the way it's likely to stay?
Rahul, let me just take a minute to explain my first opening statement. I was talking about sledging. I was not talking about substance. Substantively, we should, in some ways, develop a thick skin and muscles to ignore some of these barbs that will come our way. This is virtue signaling. This is American politics playing out its own selves and expressing them in a manner that implicates us. But this is largely American political system using India as a tool to settle their own unsettled agendas at home. We should rather focus on what is really happening with the US and the strategic community, the foreign policy community, the business community is bet on India. Similarly, that's true for what Bjarke was saying about the Europeans as well. And I think that's the real story. The real story is that India is moving from 4 trillion to 10 trillion and then 15 trillion over the next decade, decade and a half. And people want to be part of that journey. People want to benefit from it. How can we open more doors? How can we make regulatory predictability offering that we put on the table? How can we remove supply chain irritants and make India the manufacturing hub? So for us, the real task in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, is to continue to receive the interest that we have generated courtesy the previous 10 years. We have to get used to sledging. Now we are playing men's cricket or women's cricket, and we are playing it in a format which is competitive, and we are going to have to deal with folks who will think otherwise, and we have to build the capacity to do that. In many ways, the India-China relationship is a big driver in this global interest in us. The Chinese behavior, not only towards us, but towards everyone, has been the single biggest catalyst to shine the torch on India and the possibility India offers. So more power to Xi Jinping, may he remain forever, and may people continue to see India in the light that they are already doing. So I think China has done a yeoman service in some ways to us, and his behavior has opened doors and windows, and perhaps even made us more aware of the need to look at other partnerships and opportunities beyond Beijing. Otherwise, in the last decade, in the early part of the last decade, you were seeing a huge amount of growth in the trading relationship between
India and China. So does the India-China relationship get worse over the next 5 years in your view, or get better, or stay where it is?
Here is my take. I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. I think the next 5 years are really turbulent. At some stage, maybe when we are close to $6 or $7 trillion and we have $150 to $200 billion, when we have $300 to $400 billion defense budget and security capabilities, we will make it costly for them to be adventurous. At this time, we have the largest asymmetry between the two, and for them, troubling us on the border, pushing us on certain frontiers, creating their large presence in the Indian Ocean is rather easy. We will have to make it costly for them, and I think that starts changing this decade towards the later part of this decade. And I think post that you will see a new, perhaps unwritten agreement between the two to not cross certain red lines. We have to draw those red lines, and we have to make it costly when they breach those red lines. So I think it's going to be a little turbulent, it's going to be worse before it gets better, and it's probably going to be half a decade before we see
Brand, what's your outlook on China's prospects? We're seeing different kinds of prognosis in terms of the economic woes that different sectors of the Chinese economy are facing, but it still is a massive economic reality globally. And what's your sense of where China moves from here and how that impacts India's rise?
So it's always challenging to discuss China in New Delhi. But
tell us what you would, even if you were sitting in Switzerland.
We have to be real political about that. So if you look at China in 1980, China was 0.5% of the global economy. Today, China is around 17 to 20% of the world economy. And it's definitely competing with the US. And we are seeing now a competition between these two large economies that we've never seen before. The US, 25% of the global economy, with 5% of the global population. So US is economically still an exceptional powerhouse. The interesting thing, and I think when we're in India, is to see how has India maneuvered, or how has India come out of this competition that I think we will just see more of in the years to come between the US and China. And as long as it's competition and not decoupling, I think we still will see global economic growth. And that is coming back to my last point in my first intervention, is that India has in many ways benefited from this competition, because many countries are now looking at their supply chains, their near-shoring, their friend-shoring, and we are seeing more manufacturing coming to India, and many countries, including the US, look at China and India, where they look at India as kind of check and balances in Asia. So checks and balances is something that other nations do look upon as a positive factor, because you don't want to have the winner takes it all. You want to have checks and balances. When India gets stronger, and also economically, and open up its markets, because if it wants to be a manufacturing hub, you also have to import the input factors. You can't produce everything in your own country in that respect, because then you will not really be the manufacturing hub of the world. That opens up also new opportunities for other countries, for foreign direct investments. India will also now need to maneuver very delicately in its security and foreign policy. Currently, a lot of the military equipment in India comes from Russia. And with the unlimited friendship between China and Russia, I guess that the current leadership in India also makes its own reflections based on this. So there is a lot of interesting things to see forward. What we hope for is that even in a polarized, fractured world, we'll find areas where we can collaborate, because many of the most serious problems do not travel with a passport. They are transboundary. And in these areas, climate change, handling AI, future pandemics, both the G3, India, China, and the US has to collaborate. And they can compete in other areas, but in these areas, I do hope there's possibility to find common
Interesting
solutions.
points there. Rudra Chaudhary, Samir makes the argument that relations with China get worse before they ultimately get better based on India's rise economically and militarily. Bjarke made the point that India is actually benefiting because of the way that China has been acting. Do things get better? Do they get worse? Do they stay the same?
No, just to respond to what Bjarke said, look, I think in terms of you look at what is the opportunity and challenge for India in the near future, the opportunity is the changing nature of geopolitics. That's very clear. What does that essentially mean? It means the dislocation of economic production from one major country to others. And there is a lot of support from around the world for that dislocation in itself. Can India absorb a lot of that dislocation? Absolutely. Is that an opportunity for us at the operational level, at the business level? Yes. Are we seeing it happen? Yes. Frankly, what's the big challenge? I would say the challenge for us in terms of geopolitics is, in fact, what the Honorable Prime Minister and a range of other ministers have mentioned, is the rate at which we can actually keep absorbing this, which means factor market change, which means ease of doing business. We're seeing a lot of it happen. We need to see it happen faster to be able to make sure that we're actually arresting these geopolitical opportunities. We see it in semiconductors. We're seeing it in electronic manufacturing. You know, Rahul, 2 years ago, we were told by a lot of people that there's no way that India will have a 28 nano foundry. You'll never get it. Today you have a company from Taiwan investing with a company in India, 28 nano. How did that happen? Some of it was dislocation, some of it was change that was made in India that made this happen in itself. So we look at opportunities. Will it get worse with China before it gets better on the boundary? Anybody's guess. Geopolitically, I think as Samir mentioned, it's not a bad place to be where we are in some sense.
Let's spend a moment on India's most important relationship, which, make no mistake, is the United States, where we've seen bipartisan support to India's growth. Now, some of it is marred by some of the comments that have been made, or for example, what's been happening on the issue of Khalistan and America's perception around that. But there's also a bright chance that Donald Trump may come to power once again in the US. In both those circumstances, if the Democrats were to come back to power, will the stress increase? And what happens, Samir, in your view, between the Indian government, whoever it is that comes to power, and a Donald Trump administration?
Look, I think on that count, we should be actually quite confident that irrespective of who wins the elections in November, India is going to be doing fairly well. And I think the drivers for that are pretty much what we have already discussed in this panel, that there is a new geo-economic framework that is emerging, and India is going to be one of the hubs, one of the central pillars of that new geo-economic framework. We know the political frictions and competition and contests that are underway between the big two currently is going to give us a privileged position. We know that the region we are in is going to contribute, I think there's an IMF report that says 60% of global growth is, or 80% of global growth is from the emerging and developing countries, many of those who are in this neighborhood. So even the growth and economic drivers are related to us pretty intimately. So I think Americans who have understood realpolitik and perhaps have written chapters on it in the last century understand this better than most. And whoever sits in DC is obviously going to have a public-facing domestic conversation and narrative that is going to appease their constituencies. But that aside, in real substantive terms, what the US and India achieved in the last 20 years was unthinkable. If someone was sitting in 2000, India Today 2000, would we be talking about US being India's most important partner? It would be really a ludicrous conversation to be having, but it's true, it's happened. The most transformational relationship of this century has been the India-US relationship, and that direction is not going to change. Donald Trump may add tariffs and may seek to bring manufacturing back to America. Donald Trump may think Biden's Inflation Reduction Act is an endorsement of his own earlier determination to protect American industry. All of that aside, in real terms, the India-US relationship is bound to grow both in terms of its economic engagement, its political alignment, and more importantly, its increasingly intimate security arrangements. Do not forget what the US has done in the border confrontation with China over the last 3 years. It is the most underwritten and under-discussed part, but please understand today you have more teeth and more muscles on the borders, courtesy some of the access to technologies, eyes in the sky, and collaboration between the two establishments. The intimacy in defense relationship is going to be what is going to be perhaps really transformational in the next 5 years if Donald Trump comes back, or even if Biden remains. I think it is a material who's sitting in the White House, that White House and India are going to continue to have this special relationship.
So Rudra, there are two theories. One is that behind the scenes, America is indeed putting a lot of pressure, and they're asking India to be a certain way, which conforms to, as Samir says, what is acceptable in the local American context. The other is that there's way too much practicality and pragmatism, and they're going to hold their nose if they don't like something, but just they realize the inevitability of wanting to continue to partner in India's rise. Which of the two do you think is more likely to play out in the next 5 years?
The tension's going to exist. On this particular incident that you talked about, I think in the summer, there'll be newspaper headlines, there will be some case that takes place in New York, etc. There will be some kind of push and pressure in itself. My own sense is pretty clear. Strategically, we're absolutely clear in terms of where we're going with the US. I think the US administration, whichever one it is pretty clear where it's going with India. The operational tension will be left to diplomacy and how you deal with that. But the strategic investments that we're seeing at the moment I think will help balance the scales, at least in the near future. There are just way too many American investments coming this way. You have a US Army today coming to India and saying that, listen, we have to decouple all our military supply chains by 2028. We need to do it here. We need your ammunition factories. When you have that game of leverage, where you're producing what they need, not only for themselves, but also for the world, it changes the tone of the debate altogether.
Look, look at the Ukraine conflict, right? Russia is outproducing the entire EU and American production complex, defense industrial complex. I was in a conversation with some Quad members, and names shall not be taken, and one of their biggest anxieties, and perhaps even their optimistic assessments, was that bring India into play, bring manufacturing at scale into play. If they need to be producing at scale to confront, and Russia is not China. China is multiple times the threat the Russian capabilities pose to them. So they are really thinking about this being the big base that allows the largely similar like-minded countries that constitute the Quad to be able to put together a framework. But just one more thing. But even look at the sledging, as I call it. Right? Look at it. Look at what the American response was to something that happened and the Canadian response was. American response, remove the American media. American media has its own life, lives in La La Land, and let them cater to the readers there. But look at the American state. The American state had conversations behind closed doors. And you had the Canadians going to their parliament and making crazy statements. And that's the difference between a country that is determined to create a strategic relationship with a partner and sees in the partner a future that is conjoint and in many ways coterminous, while the other one is basically seeking votes for the next elections. That's the difference between the American elite.
When you look at India's rise, what worries you the most? What is it that you think is of greatest concern from your perch?
So maybe I'll comment on this situation about US-India relations first, and then I'll come back to that. You know, there is between the US and India, there is not a lot of challenges. It's mainly common interests. You know, the only bipartisan issue in Washington, D.C. is the relationship with China. And India is not relying a lot on export and import from China, contrary to many other nations. There is some, but not as much as Europe, that also, of course, is importing a lot from China, but also exports to China. So Europe is more between a rock and a hard place in that relationship. India also has the advantage for itself that the growth in the years to come will also come a lot from the emerging economies. And as I said to you earlier today, Rahul, already 50% in the coming years of the global growth will come from emerging economies, and after 2040, probably 60%. So India can also build an ecosystem of friends among these emerging economies in Latin America, in Africa, but also in ASEAN, that can benefit India. The strength of the US since the Second World War is not only that they were on top of the Bretton Woods institutions, but they also had a unique ecosystem of friends. And with the US-India relations, we have seen that India has been able to work both with President Trump, but also with the current administration. The challenges for India moving forward is that on the security side, of course, any kind of conflicts and wars will be very negative for growth and investment. So that's why I think there will be also solutions on the border conflicts with China. I don't think that it's any of these two nations' interest to escalate this further. But of course, India relies a lot today, as I mentioned, on Russian military equipment. And I think India also in the coming decade will be a big buyer of US equipment to both hedge, but also make sure that one can then manage the necessary deterrence. Another X factor is the development in Pakistan. And we know that Pakistan is also a nuclear power. I don't think there will be major flare-ups, but of course we can see a further deterioration in this relationship. Hopefully not, but we know the economic situation in Pakistan is not the best. So then, India needs to maneuver its neighboring area, and many of the neighbors are also Muslim countries. And this is something also India, of course, has to factor in its policy.
So the stopwatch tells me time's up, and therefore this is where I wrap up. Bjarke Brande for coming all the way from the World Economic Forum in Switzerland. Thank you very much. Thanks also to Rudra and to Samir Saran for joining us. We were able to cover a fair amount of ground and give you some food for thought
on how India's equations with important global players are likely to change, the good and maybe the not so good. So thank you very much. Can we have a warm round of applause for our speakers for this session? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Gentlemen, I request you to stay on stage. Can I have Mr. Abhishek Khaitan, Managing Director of Radco Khaitan, to join us here on stage and hand over a token of our appreciation? A big round of applause, please, and a big thank you to Mr. Chaudhary, Mr. Saran, and Mr. Brande for taking the time out and joining us here at the India Today Conclave. Mr. Khaitan. So the election dates are out. Let's get back to hardcore politics, shall we? That's exactly what our next session is. India's opposition, the search for a narrative and strategy. And I'd like to invite session moderator Preeti Chaudhary, Executive Editor, India Today Television, to introduce our speakers for the session.
So ladies and gentlemen, every time as a student, you knew exams are around the corner, but the dates were not out. So you could chill a bit, because it will take some time. But when it comes down to election, we knew the elections are around the corner, but the dates are not out. Well, the dates are out exactly an hour ago, and in 33 days, the first vote will be cast. It will be a battle of narratives where it comes down to the India Alliance versus the NDA. Till now, whether one likes it, not likes it, the perceptional narrative is that the BJP, will it cross 370? Will the NDA reach 400? Will the Congress actually cross 50? Not quite about who is going to win this election. Does the India Alliance have a strategy, a narrative? I want to invite on stage former Chief Minister, Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, former Deputy Chief Minister, Rajasthan, Sachin Pilot, Delhi Cabinet Minister Atishi. So the Aam Aadmi Party, the NC and the Congress, all part of the India Alliance. There seems to be a bit of an ambiguity where the NC is concerned. Is it still part of the India Alliance, not part of the India Alliance? We're going to take that question right on top. Mr. Abdullah, are you a part of the India Alliance still? Because your father says you're going to do it alone. You say that you don't want to go with the Muftis or the PDP, but you want to go with the Congress, but there's ambiguity there.
No, there's absolutely no ambiguity. We've made it very clear that we are a part of the India Alliance, and our seat-sharing talks with the Congress have more or less concluded. We've made it very clear that the 3 seats that are already with the India Alliance, which are the seats from the Kashmir Valley, those will be contested by the National Conference. And the other 3 seats in erstwhile Jammu and Kashmir, I'm including Ladakh and Kargil in that as well, those will be contested by the Congress in consultation with, particularly for the Kargil Ladakh seat, in consultation with other groups there. So,
but the PDP is now not a part of the India Alliance.
No, that's a question for the Congress. I'm not answerable for the PDP, and I'm not answerable for the wider India Alliance. I'm answerable for my relationship with the India Alliance, not the PDP's relationship.
So you have no relationship with the PDP?
With?
The PDP.
Look, you're talking about the India Alliance right now.
Okay, fine. All right, so that's for the Congress. But Mr. Abdullah, to ask you, the election dates were announced, a tad bit disappointed that Jammu and Kashmir dates were not out today.
Well, I'm a bit disappointed but not surprised because all this hawa that's been created about one nation, one election, clearly the Election Commission, the J&K government, and to that extent the government of India is unable to put its money where its mouth is. I mean, this was an ideal time to actually roll out the process of one nation, one election. Now, if you can't have one nation, I mean, you can't have Jammu and Kashmir polls at the same time as the rest of the country now, how are you promising it for 2029? This was a test case, and clearly in this test case they failed. We were very hopeful. Look, we haven't had an assembly election in Jammu and Kashmir since 2014. So you're going on 10 years now. 10 years is a long time to not have elections in Jammu and Kashmir, especially at a time when the government of India is busy telling the whole world that everything is so much better. If it is so much better, then the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Let's have those elections and let's see how much better things are.
Mr. Pilot, 33 days before the first vote is cast, the first phase of election, 19th of April. Unfortunately, for the India Alliance, which your party is a huge part of, the conversation is not who will be the Prime Minister, but who will be the leader of opposition, whether you'll even cross that 54 mark of the 10%, where why are you smiling, Mr. Abdullah? Okay. It's actually, isn't it?
Unfortunately, that's a statement that has come from you. I have never heard that. We don't think like that. And Preeti, just so that you know, we are fighting this election to win. Whether we win or not, that is dependent on the people of this country. And it's best that that judgment remains on hold till June 4th, number one. Number two, India Alliance as a partnership came to the front because of circumstances that this country witnessed for the last 9 years. In the last 9 years, the governance, the report card of the government, the data, the issues that matter to the people should be at the centerpiece of our conversation and our narratives. Unfortunately, what has happened in the last 9 years has been a constant, systematic attack on the well-established constitutional entities in the country for the last 70 years. So various different parties, and I'm sure the next question will be, TMC nahi aayi, wo party nahi aayi. Fair enough, but the attempt was to get all opposition together so that we can have a formidable and surmountable challenge to the NDA and defeat them at the poll hustings. India Alliance, except one or two parties, about 24 parties strong. And don't forget, in 2019, the BJP got 37% plus minus. That means 2/3 of the voters who went to the polling booth voted against the BJP. That means it's not what it seems like, 300 par, 400 par, 500 par. The people of India, 2/3 of them did not vote for the BJP. So our attempt was to assimilate all different political parties, despite having differences, and we still do. But the attempt was to collate a coalition called India, get everyone together. And you were questioning about Jammu Kashmir, ek seat, do seat. What is important is the opposition coming together? Yes. Are we fighting to say in 10 years' time, we want a better country with better numbers in everywhere, job creation, inflation, price rise, disparity between rich and poor, all those issues matter to us. So the Congress is fighting despite, let me tell you, we are also giving up a lot of our seats in many states. And it's very tough for a political party to yield political space. But the larger interest of the country is to have a united opposition. And who will become what, time will tell and people will tell. So let's wait for the elections to finish and we'll speak after that.
No, but Mr. Pilot, no, my question's not whether TMC aayi, nahi aayi. And
you really never going to ask me that?
No, I'll come back to the question I'm asking you. The question is, I'll tell you why. It's not a figment of the media's imagination when they ask you this question. It's not built up just by us. And I'll give you the reason why. You say, like you just said right now, that the Constitution is at stake. You say democracy is at stake. You say this is the most important election that has to be fought this time around in 2024. You say it's that important. But it's strangely not important enough for the top leadership of the Congress to take to the field where Lok Sabha is concerned, where you want your voters to fight it out, but you're not getting into the battlefield. How do you expect the voter to buy into an idea that you yourself are not buying, Mr. Pilot?
So, Preeti, first of all, I did not get so melodramatic. I didn't use those words that you did. I was saying that we feel the systems have been challenged and need to have a counterbalance. In a democracy, an opposition is almost as important as the government. So as an opposition, we are within our rights to ask questions, to ask for transparency, ask for debate, discussions. Should we not ask question why 147 MPs were suspended in a single day and bills were passed? Should we not ask why Supreme Court has ruled against so many things, like the electoral bonds, for example? Should we not ask what happened in Chandigarh when the Supreme Court had to intervene? These are important things and we must nip them at the bud. Who's going to do that? Unfortunately, it's not going to be the media. It has to be the opposition. So please, when you ask me what we are doing, I am committed to what I'm saying. So is my party. And just for the record, so is India Alliance. We will fight and we will win. Our strategy, who will contest, who will fight, how many seats, that's up to us, and we'll take a call on that.
No, you're willing to, you should actually ask all those questions, but this session has exactly to do with me asking questions on what's right or wrong with the India Alliance. Whether you have your narrative right, whether you have your strategy right. Therefore, the biggest question that your voter, the number that you entailed earlier, is asking you that why aren't you fighting? And I want to come down to you, Atish, and I'll give you an analogy which my colleague Rajdeep uses very often where cricket is concerned. This is the most important match. You're fighting the World Cup final. You have India versus Pakistan. Would you get your benchers who've been warming the benches to fight it out? Or will the opening act be a Sachin Pilot, Ashok Gehlot, Atishi, Arvind Kejriwal, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi? You've chosen not to do so.
So I think, Preeti, first of all, every party and every alliance is bound to have its own strategy. So what is our strategy for selecting our candidates is not something that is going to be discussed in the India Today Conclave. But yes, we have all chosen our candidates to win the seats that we are fighting, because it is a do-or-die battle for us. And I don't think it's a do-or-die battle just for us in terms of the parties who are represented here or the people who are sitting here. I think that this election is a do-or-die battle for this country. It's a do-or-die battle for the constitution of this country. And I think that is really what is at stake in this 2024 elections, and I cannot underline it more. You look at every democratic institution in this country. One by one, they are all being eroded. I mean, till a few days back, we used to talk about the Central Election Commission being eroded. We used to talk about Income Tax Department, CBI, ED. Today, with this entire electoral bonds matter, you now see that the biggest nationalized bank of this country, the State Bank of India, has just become another arm of the BJP. You now see the fact that the CBI and ED are not just putting the opposition party leaders into jail, but they've become like, we used to see those Bollywood movies, कि बॉम्बे का एक डॉन होता था, वो अपने 2 गुंडों को भेजता था, वो मार पिटाई करते थे. उसके बाद कोई आके कहता था कि जी अगर मार पिटाई नहीं चाहते हो तो प्रोटेक्शन मनी हमें दे दो, हफ्ता हमें दे देना. This is exactly what is happening in our country. You send CBI and ED after the biggest businesses of the country, and as soon as they get raided by IT department, by CBI, by ED, within 1 week they are buying hundreds of crores of electoral bonds. So the fact is that today, ED and CBI have become like those गली के गुंडे जो जाके मार पिटाई करते हैं, जिसके बाद बीजेपी की सरकार हफ्ता मांगती है जो इलेक्टोरल बॉन्ड से दिया गया है. That is the state of the constitution of our country. That is the state of the democracy of this country. And I think it is important that all of us understand that this is the battle that we are all fighting.
But I'll circle back to the question, and I'm sorry because I'm going to ask you that again before I move on. If it is a do-or-die battle, then why is it that the India Alliance's top leadership is not willing to do or die? Why isn't it so big for you to actually put your name on that ticket? Why isn't an Atishi fighting? You fought the last time in 2019. Are you fighting this time, Atishi?
No, but what makes you think that we haven't put our best foot forward? Every party, I can definitely speak for my own party, is that when we choose candidates, there are multiple considerations at stake, right? So you are going to choose, as per that particular parliamentary constituency, who is your most winnable candidate. Now that most winnable candidate may not necessarily be the person that you see on India Today Conclave. It can be very many other people who are leaders of our party whom you might not know of. I think that we have put forward very strong candidates in Delhi, and I am very hopeful that at least the 4 candidates that we have fielded in Delhi are going to be winners. Even in Punjab, we have fielded 5 of our sitting cabinet ministers. Now, is that not heavyweight enough for you?
No, it's not that. All I'm just saying is if there was an Arvind Kejriwal fighting from New Delhi, it would be different, but fine, I get what you're saying. But, Sachin, I want to get you back into this conversation, Mr. Pilot, and that comes from, when you're just talking. I'm not trying to pin the India Alliance down, but we're talking about the narrative and of the India Alliance, and if there is a cohesive strategy or not. Do you sense that there's been a lack of urgency Because I'll give you an example. 267 seats have been announced of the BJP. You're less than 100 right now. Of course, you're not fighting as many seats as the BJP, so that is debatable. But in terms of, getting your act together, because till November, the India Alliance looked promising. It was coming together, it was cohesive, you had these multiple committees, none of those committees have met. And, see where you are today. Do you at least accept that there was a lack of urgency in getting things together?
I fail to understand, Preeti, please explain this to me. The race of who will announce the candidates first, that becomes a parameter for you to judge the urgency. Elections are announced today, and we all know when the nominations are going to be filed. We are fighting on every state with some alliances. It takes time to negotiate. As far as the narrative is concerned, I think the narrative is already set. We don't have to set it. The narrative is the government of the day, which has been there for 10 years, without any coalition pressure, what they had promised to the people of India of doubling the farmers' income, of giving 2 crore jobs a year, of reducing poverty, reducing inflation. Have they checked all those boxes? Have they delivered what they themselves committed to? That is the narrative. The narrative is in today's India, just casting a vote and having elected a government, that's not democracy. Democracy is that every institution must be credible, transparent, and should have the faith of the people. Democracy is when you have a healthy debate, when the parliament functions, when there is a level playing field for all political parties involved, when stakeholders can say something. So that is the narrative. It's not about Congress winning, losing, India Alliance winning, losing. Today in India, these elections are important because the people of India want to see a credible roadmap as an alternative. And we are the ones providing that. And might I just say, India Alliance has many partners in its fold, right? We are still talking, figuring out names, and we will do it very soon. But pan-India, the Congress remains the only political party that can actually give a formidable challenge to the BJP nationally. Every state has leaders and parties which are very important for us, equal partners, no big and small. But nationally, it is the Congress that can actually, across the length and breadth of India, take on the BJP and defeat them. We've done it before, we'll do it again.
Is there at least acceptance? Because both, Mr. Abdullah and Atishi sitting right next to you, through the course of those 4-5 months when you were fighting those elections in Madhya Pradesh, in Rajasthan, there was a sense that you could have at that point of time, you were buying time. If you would have started working at that point of time and building your alliance, bolstering your narrative, things would have been different. You wanted to wait out that result and then take on from there.
It's not easy, Preeti, to fight a state election with a party and then come and talk to them about negotiating seats. It's very difficult for political parties, but we see the larger objective. We see our interest today in the state is important, but the national interest is much larger. And like Omar was saying, whether it's we fight 1 seat less, you fight 2 seats more, in the end of the day, these are details. End of the day, when you look back. On 4th of June, we want the India Alliance and all like-minded parties to get a majority. Now, I may fight 2 seats, 4 seats, less or more, and that's not important. Of course, in negotiations, we always go to the brink, but ultimately, the objective is to field one-to-one candidates against the BJP and NDA. And we are really almost there in our target in terms of achieving that in most states.
Mr. Abdullah, many times, with that one odd soundbite to television channels, one can sense a possible disillusionment and a frustration with the India Alliance. I'll take you back. To last year in January, there was this one picture, and that would go against, because if there is something that the India Alliance has to say, it is carried. This, if you can just turn back, was the cover page of most Mr. Abdullah newspapers the next day. That has you, that has Ms. Mufti, that has Priyanka, that has Rahul Gandhi, of course, Mr. Khadge. Right? So this picture, exactly a year ago in Kashmir, you were there, gave out a sense of potential, possible hope, and this was a year back, that it was all coming together, in parts and pieces, and the entire game plan and the narrative was being formed. Is there disillusionment, a sense of cynicism?
Where? Amongst?
Of maybe, the Congress going too slow, dragging its feet, could have done better, so many committees, not one has met.
No, I don't think the Congress is to blame for everything that has gone wrong with the India Alliance. And let's face it, there have been hiccups along the way. The recent state elections, the lack of clarity as to whether the India Alliance would fight those elections together or not, that hurt us. In the India Alliance meetings before those elections, all the parties that belong to those states, they all wanted some clarity as to whether we would fight together or not. The ultimate decision was that we wouldn't fight together, and as Sachin rightly pointed out, that was a bit of a problem because having fought elections against each other just a few months ago, to get sort of seat sharing sorted out now takes a little bit of time. But otherwise, other than Nitish Kumarji leaving, I think the India Alliance, contrary to a lot of other expectations, has done reasonably well. Now, as far as this photograph you're showing, what has changed in this photograph? I haven't seen anybody who's in this photograph announce that they've left the India Alliance.
The photograph has changed, Mr. Abdullah. Maybe at that point of time, it's the T-shirt. But you're trying a bit hard
yes,
with the white T-shirt is concerned.
And Rahul's beard is longer. I had a bit more hair under my hat. But other than that, if you just look at the constituents of the India Alliance there, none of them have disassociated themselves from the India Alliance.
No, I'll tell you.
We have sort of, I'd like to believe we have more or less successfully concluded a seat-sharing talk with the Congress. So I mean, where is the disillusionment? Where is the problem?
As a pull in Atashi, I'll tell you where it's coming from. Because right after that picture, where both of you were walking in that white T-shirt, well, interesting choice because you matched it with Rahul. I interviewed you, if you remember. And at that point of time, in that interview, you gave me a timeline. And you said, if by November we don't figure it out, we are in trouble. It's...
Yes, and as I said, then we did hit a roadblock. We hit a roadblock with the state elections. I was one of those who in the meeting said that, look, we need clarity. We need to understand whether we're fighting assembly together or is the India Alliance only for parliament. So I'm quite sort of clear in this that not fighting the assembly elections together didn't do us any favors. I mean, if you look at the numbers, Sachin will know Rajasthan much better than I do. But when you start compiling the vote share and you join the smaller parties that fought against the Congress and put that together, suddenly you find that the Congress with all those people would have actually been in a position to form the government rather than the BJP. So no, there are lessons to be learned. But as far as this parliament election that's coming up. Look, I'll be honest with you, I didn't expect a seat-sharing arrangement in UP. I did not think the Congress and the Samajwadi Party would be able to come together in UP, but they seem to have. Truth be told, I did not expect the Aam Aadmi Party to give up seats in Delhi. I really didn't. We always felt that, I mean, internally when we talked, that if the India Alliance had a problem, it would have it in West Bengal, it would have it in Delhi. We still have one in West Bengal, but fortunately we don't have one in Delhi at the moment.
Well, true, but, there has to be some amount of acceptance, Atishi, because through the last 6 months, every time we had Mr. Kejriwal speak after one of those meetings in Patna, where he'd say, slow hai, thoda jaldi karne ka hai, thoda slow chal raha hai. There was a sense of frustration.
No, I think there's no denying that. There's no denying both the facts. First of all, the fact that India Alliance came together and has stayed together, that in itself I think is an important achievement. It's an important achievement because you have all of these political parties who have contested elections against each other, not just in one state, but in multiple states. Why are we coming together? We are coming together because we believe that there's a larger crisis in this country, a larger battle for the constitution of this country. But that does not make it very easy to set aside the differences and the past relationships that these parties might have had. So the fact that the India Alliance has come together and stayed together apart from Nitish Kumarji leaving, I think is a positive. But yes, there's no denying the fact that it has been slow. And I think it could have been faster, and I do believe that if it had been faster, the alliance would have been in a better position today. But there's a saying in Hindi which says, "Der aaye durust aaye."
But I'll bring in Mr. Pilot there because yesterday we had this whole psephology session and we had some of the top psephologists of the country on one stage. And I'm not trying to pin you down, Mr. Pilot, or the Congress, but the general opinion of most of the psephologists was that Congress has been the weakest link. Not just in terms of how they treat their allies, but also possibly how they treat their own. And allow me, and humor us, if pictures could speak 1,000 words, we're going to just put the picture. Right, wait out. It's coming. We're going to put a picture out. And then there was one. Each one of the men in this picture, has left the party. And the general perception is that the party did not give them the opportunity that they deserved, the ear that they needed, or the call that they needed at that point of time.
So what's the question?
The question is, why haven't you left A? Or is it in the offing?
So I knew that at some point Preeti has very, very consciously done that ever since we started talking to each other on record. But again, for the nth time, let me tell you, Preeti, anyone who makes a choice to change ideology or change their political track, is there an independent individual decision? Whether the compulsions are there, whether there is pressure, whether there is allurement, I'm not to say. That's their own choice. But whoever leaves and does something else, some other party, whether that decision is right or wrong, the final judgment will be time and voters. They will be the final people who will say whether aapne theek kiya, galat kiya. As far as we are concerned in the Congress party, if you think that the BJP is so confident of getting 350, 70, 80, whatever, then why are they picking on every opposition leader? They're trying to pick every party, every leader, they're trying to get themselves. If they were so confident, why would they want, all the Congress leaders? अगर आप इतने ताकतवर हो, इतने मजबूत हो, इतने आप कॉन्फिडेंट हो, तो हमारे को क्यों लेके जा रहे हो? और हम इतने बुरे हैं, तो हमारे को हमारे पास छोड़ दो. If they dynasty, nepotism, कांग्रेस ये, तो why are you taking them then? आज भी राजस्थान में 15-20 लोगों को ने ज्वाइन किया, कोई प्रधान है, कोई सरपंच है, कोई एक्स एमएलए है, and you never ask me, you asking me who's left. एक्स एमएलए, एक्स मिनिस्टर, एक्स एमपी, जो तो सिटिंग लोकसभा के एमपी बीजेपी के कांग्रेस में आए उसके बारे में नहीं पूछ रहे हैं आप. हरियाणा में आया है, राजस्थान में आया है. Let me finish. It works both ways. Preeti, if you are saying to me that Congress men are leaving join BJP, 2 sitting Lok Sabha MPs have joined the Congress party.
But pilots are.
What does that say to you?
No, I'm not trying to pin you down. अब सेशन ही है कि नैरेटिव और स्ट्रैटेजी इंडिया अलायंस.
मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, हमारी पार्टी में कुछ है, तभी तो लोग ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं ना, सिटिंग एमपी लोकसभा के.
अच्छा,
अगर इतना मैजिक चल रहा है, तो सिटिंग लोकसभा के चुनाव 1 हफ्ते बाद, 2 महीने बाद है. सिटिंग लोकसभा के एमपी क्यों छोड़ के कांग्रेस में आ रहे हैं?
बस one quick question. All of these that you see in the picture, इन पे तो there's no ED case, ना कोई CBI है. So somewhere down the line, do you at least accept the parties let them down? They could have stayed in the fold?
Yeah, everyone has their own story. Please ask each of them when you meet them next time what their story was. We were colleagues, we still are, but different parties. Whether their decision is right or wrong, people will decide. Na vote ab padne wale 1 hafte baad chunav ho jayega. So people will say. So each one makes their decision regarding to their lives and what path they want to follow. It's not for me to comment on what they did. Obviously, when anyone leaves the party, a small worker, block president, district president, we feel sad. The party chhod ke ja rahe hain. But theek hai, is that decision. But to say that only people are leaving the Congress and not joining the party, there are many people in Telangana and Karnataka, Rajasthan, Haryana. And listen, one more thing, Preeti. I mean, not trying to pin you down either, but what goes up must come down. And cycle of time and the wheel will turn. So one has to stay on and fight the good fight. To wait, make sure when the clock turns, you're there with full strength.
Is Mr. Pilot fighting the good fight in the Lok Sabha this time?
Whatever my party decides for me, I've done that and I'll do it in the future also.
All right. The other issue where it comes down to the narrative and the strategy, where there seems to be a problem is that it's an inorganic alliance. That it's for survival, possibly not stability. It's anti-Modi, not pro-voter. That's the perception. And why I say that is on major key issues. Let's talk about, Mr. Abdullah, let's talk about 370. The 3 parties that are sitting on stage, each of these political parties has a very different stand on 370. You have the Aam Aadmi Party, which outrightly supported the Modi government. We have you who've called it unconstitutional. The Congress till date has been completely ambiguous on what their stand is where 370 is concerned. So do you, somewhere down the line, there is credence to the question that this is an inorganic alliance? It's for survival, not stability.
Look, if anything, I think that's the beauty of the alliance. That on some issues we agree to disagree, but it hasn't pulled us apart. Yes, it's a fact. I disagree with the position that the Aam Aadmi Party took on the 5th August of 2019. Yes, I feel the Congress could have done more to protect its own. I mean, 370 was the inheritance that the Congress gave the people of Jammu and Kashmir. So, yes, there are issues on which we disagree. But I think in terms of the broader issues, the need, as Atishi rightly pointed out, to protect the Constitution, to protect democracy, to protect the idea of India, to protect the secular ethos of India, that is the India that we were born into, that is the idea of India that we came to understand. Now, these are all ideas that we are solidly behind. The fact that the economy needs to do better, the fact that rural distress is a reality even though it goes unreported, the fact that there are n number of educated youngsters who find it difficult to get jobs. All these are real factors that need to be addressed. I think the one mistake that we make from time to time that we need to address, and it was a part of your question, this whole thing that we are seen to be anti-Modi. I think that's a mistake, because every time we sort of launch a personal attack against the Prime Minister, it boomerangs on us. It does not work. And I'm telling you from experience, it does not work.
So you think Parivarwad was a blunder? Parivarwad was a blunder?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Chaukidar Chor hai doesn't work. Adani Ambani doesn't work. It doesn't work. Let's accept it. I think the message that we have to take to the people is not that the Prime Minister has done something, because, I mean, for whatever reason, the man seems to be coated in Teflon. Nothing that you say sticks. I mean, it's a fact. Like it or not, it's a fact.
No, I'll come back to that.
But who can deny that the BJP has got richer? You cannot make a case that the Prime Minister has, because there's no evidence to support that he has. But there is every evidence to support that while the rest of India, or a large part of India, has got poorer, the BJP has got a damn sight richer. I mean, almost 50% of the electoral bonds went to them. So, I mean, these are sort of campaign strategies that we need to utilize.
The BJP is only way glad that we limit it to Modi, Teflon coated. There are many layers to it. We'll come back to that. But I want to pull in Aatishi into this conversation where we talk about why it's an inorganic alliance. Like we spoke of how there are three different takes where it comes down to 370. But Aatishi, to get you in on this, how is it going to work? Aatishi is going to campaign in Chandni Chowk and ask for hamare neta Congress wale inko vote do. Abhi tak pata nahi kaun hai. Then Aatishi is going to be standing in Amritsar and say Congress ko vote nahi dena hai. Humko vote dena hai. The voters confused कि दिल्ली में कांग्रेस को वोट देना है, आम आदमी पार्टी कह रही है पंजाब में नहीं देना है. So there is a bit of,
Preeti, let me assure you about one thing. If there is one thing the Indian voter is not, it is confused. The Indian voter knows their mind. They know where to vote, whom to vote for, what their candidate stands for, what their party stands for. So I think the Indian voter, you cannot confuse them. There is a lot of clarity that the Indian voter has, and they vote with their minds, and they give their verdict very clearly. If you're asking that why is it that we have not allied in Punjab but we have allied in Delhi, I think that it's very clear that every alliance has its own dynamics. In Punjab specifically, neither the Congress party nor the Aam Aadmi party leadership in the state was ready for an alliance. So I think that that is something that we as a political party have to respect. Having said that, of course, we have contested elections against the Congress. Aam Aadmi Party was formed in a battle against the Congress.
Exactly. Right? You've earned your spurs at the back of taking them from Mr. Pilot's party.
No, so in fact, we were formed as a party. Our first major electoral battle in Delhi in 2013 was against the Congress party. But the fact of the matter today is that there are bigger dangers to the country that we see today. And that is the reason why it is important that this alliance comes together. I may have my differences with one party, I may have my differences with the second party, but as I said, we all want to protect the constitution of this country. Okay. And it is no small thing. Today, on WhatsApp, you would have a lot of messages circulating, and you look at why I say that the democracy is in danger. There's enough number of people who will tell you that if BJP comes back to power, there's never going to be any elections in Delhi ever again, for example. If BJP comes back to power, there's going to be no other political party. So this is the fact that this is already circulating in this WhatsApp university is an indicator of the directions that the ruling party of this country is thinking of. The fact is that now, there was a time when you would have rigging of elections. I remember when we were kids, we'd hear कि अच्छा बिहार में कोई polling booth के अंदर घुस गया, उसने बहुत सारे ठप्पे मार दिए, ballot लेके भाग गया. But tell me, what is it if it's not rigging of elections? If you put all your opposition party leaders in jail, what is it if it's not rigging of elections, if you freeze the bank account of your major opposition party a few weeks before the election is announced? What is it if it's not election rigging, if you're using CBI and ED to make sure that no other political party gets funding and you get all the electoral funding there is?
I'm running out of time. I'm also part MC, so I understand we have 2 minutes
You were saying,
now.
Aatishi, how will she ask for votes for Congress? How will BJP ask vote for Nitish Kumar when they go to Bihar? And that's fourth. हमारा तो पहली alliance है. उनके तो 4 alliance उठ चुके हैं ना. How will ask for Ajit Pawar? How will ask votes
You know,
for
what
him?
I'm going to do is I'll allow you, the three of you, 1 minute each, because we've tried to tear apart on whether the India Alliance has a narrative or the lack of it. But what is the alternative that you offer? Because you say this is wrong with the Modi government, right? This is wrong with the BJP. What's the alternate that you offer? Because at least if you look at the messaging, you have a face in place with the Prime Minister, number one. You have messaging in terms of Viksit Bharat, where he's talking about not just now, but what's going to happen in 2047. You have Hindutva to go with it. Somewhere down the line, neither do you have a face, and the messaging is a bit mixed up right now. So 1 minute, what's the alternate vision?
I talk about my party. I think the messaging is very clear. Messaging is that this country deserves an elected government that respects the opposition, that encourages debate and discussion, that does not use agencies at its whims and fancies. India deserves a government where we have promised that we will actually have a legal law for MSP. We are a party that is opening ourselves for transparent discussions. We want an open, liberal campuses में चर्चाएं हो, लोग बात कर सकें. We want all of that, and we're saying it. There is a better, credible alternative
Mr.
to what we have
Pilot,
today.
will the India Alliance touch 100? Well, the Congress, sorry. Will the Congress touch 100 this time?
We are looking at
Do you have a number?
272 plus.
Amit
India
Shah was
Alliance.
here last night. He said, what? Come
He
again?
can say whatever. I'm saying India Alliance 272 plus.
272 plus. Okay, we're forming government then, as per you. Okay. If I'll get you in, Mr. Abdullah, first. In terms of messaging, let's talk about the CAA. If you are, because you have a very strong position on the CAA, you call it divisive in the valley, but your ally will be fighting it out in Jammu. So what's the alternate that they should fight on, where you are not called a party or an alliance of appeasement?
How is protecting the Constitution appeasement? The Constitution asks you to treat all as equal, that you should not distinguish on the basis of caste, creed, or religion. Does the CAA not distinguish on the basis of religion? Forget Muslims. There is no place for Jews. There is no place for Baha'is. There are entire communities that are left out. Now, if your Constitution asks you to treat all as equal, the CAA certainly doesn't. So I don't understand how being against the CAA is being divisive. In fact, if anything, being against the CAA means you want to unite everybody.
Do you have a number? 272?
I am a very small politician belonging to a very small part of Jammu and Kashmir, which thanks to this government has become even smaller after the 5th August 2019. I know only 5 seats. And in those 5 seats, the majority will come to the India Alliance.
You have no confidence in your ally who's sitting right next to you?
No, I have all confidence. I have all confidence in them. Otherwise, I wouldn't be part of the India Alliance. I just don't know enough about the rest of the country to stick my neck out in front of such a wide audience. I'll confine myself to what I know about.
Atishi, the alternate vision. Don't say what's wrong with the Modi government. What is it that you have to offer in your number, and we're going to close it then.
I think I have a one-line vision for this election, that let this election not be the last election that we are having in this country. That is what we are fighting for in this 2024 elections.
And do you have a number, Atishi?
Aam Aadmi Party is contesting 20-odd seats. I think it would be a bit arrogant of us to talk about a number across the country.
Mr. Pilot साहब अपनी party सोच रहे हैं, आप ही बात कर रहे हो alliance की.
We're a national party.
But Preeti, I can
mind
say
you,
that
and you were
Aam
talking
Aadmi
about
Party,
Atishi's party came out of opposition to the Congress party. But can I proudly say that almost all political parties have come out of the Congress party? So by opposing us in one election doesn't mean we cannot hold hands for the next future elections.
Well, the truth is they have to pull their weight. The fact is that most of our sort of expectations are from the Congress party.
You do know that's
because there are what, just under 300 seats.
Mr. Abdullah, that's the money shot of this. If I could say
there are almost 300 seats in which there's a direct contest between the Congress and the BJP. In the last election, the Congress's strike rate was under 10%.
Exactly.
That strike rate needs to go up. So yes.
You've got to pull your weight.
272 is definitely realistic.
I'm not saying it, your ally is saying it.
We've all said we will deliver the majority of our seats, and we hope the Congress will do the same, and we are then past the
Don't forget 2004. India is shining. No one expected Vajpayee ji to lose, but people of India are smart. They will vote with full wisdom, and I have confidence that we'll get the majority required.
Well, we don't know if it's a Modi shining moment yet, but we're going to leave it at that. But when it comes down to preparation for an election, 2 years back, the BJP is focusing on 167 seats. All of those are weak seats, not strong seats. Each of the cabinet ministers is responsible for 3 of those weak seats. So, padhai to kari hai. Let's see how the exam goes, and let's hope that the India Alliance also gets its act together. I'm not saying it. Your ally said it right next to you. But I do wish you well. May the best man win. And lots of luck to the India Alliance going ahead. Thank you so much with all 3 of you for joining us. Thank you for taking the questions. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Can I request Sandeep Gupta of the Motwani Jadeja Foundation to please come up on stage and hand over a token of our appreciation to Atishi, Omar Abdullah and Sachin Pilot, please. A big round of applause for our political panelists here, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for being so sporting, all 3 of you. Thank you.
Be seated. I'd like to invite her on stage, Ms. Kalipuri, Vice Chairperson and Executive Editor-in-Chief of India Today Group, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. We live in an age where there's an economy built on distraction and a complete corruption of attention. Tell me everything, the juice, the nuance, the details, and you got 8 seconds. That's how long readers, viewers take to swipe to the next big thing. And here's some trivia. We scroll 30 centimeters every 5 seconds. In a week, your thumb has scrolled 2.7 kilometers. Pretty good workout. So don't worry, I'm going to be quick before you swipe me right. I can't imagine a more exciting but challenging time to be running a media organization. We have 2 divergent mega trends pulling in opposite directions. 1, the empowerment by social media that has brought about a liberalization of the freedom of expression. These new tools have given voice to large sections of society in India which earlier went unheard unintentionally. So many alternative facts and truths are available. But the second mega trend is we do have very highly shortened attention spans. You have a lot more nuance, but nobody wants to listen. So someone is always going to feel unheard and ignored. So what is and what should be the role of a media organization in a time like this? Is anyone with a camera and a Twitter and a YouTube account a media organization? Is he a journalist? What is unbiased information these days? One person's terrorist is another's freedom fighter. One person's truth is another's lie. How do you distill? What ethical standard or self-regulation are we talking about when passerbys live stream an accident or give away a rape victim's name? What can you do about the fact that some media now prides itself in explaining the government's point of view with well-argued facts and graphics, and they do it without any pressure from the government? Are they independent? Are they media? Are they propaganda? Also, if you're always anti-government, are you independent? What's the role of media organizations in this new, augmented, fragmented, filtered reality is a question I grapple with a lot. I think, as always, the truth lies somewhere in the middle. I believe the new role of responsible media is to build bridges. Bridges across the right and the left. We don't subscribe to the tribalization of news, the us versus them prison. This doesn't just mean being middle of the road. I believe we need to actively come up with innovative ways to pierce holes into partisan echo chambers so they see a tiny bit of light from the other side, to create a more diverse political listening. Because supporting one highly polarized truth may help social media algorithms make for smoother newsrooms and fatter bottom lines, but they don't help the social fabric of our country. A Yale and Berkeley study concluded that even the most loyalist news audience can change their mind when exposed to different facts and perspectives. Our whole attempt is to bring our audience from extremes to a place of constructive disagreement. My whole team is built on built to argue till death do us apart. And as the executive editor-in-chief, I get the fun job of dealing with a newsroom full of strongly opinionated, argumentative, rebellious, questioning, hustling individuals, which is all the characteristics of a good journalist. You have seen so many of them on this stage in the last 2 days doing their thing. We are not afraid to ask questions. Our newsroom is built on dissent, an uneasy peace if you like, and I would not have it any other way. I think it makes us better. More perspectives, the merrier. Makes our stories more calibrated. I see some disapproving heads over there. Calibrated? You're right. Every media in this country is right. Before you make your decision, do consider this. The media cannot play the role of the opposition. Expecting it to do that leads to unfair charges of Godi or Modi media. If the opposition is in disarray, the media cannot be blamed for it. We cannot present an other side equally strongly if it doesn't exist. We are observers in this boxing match. We are not the players. If one side is weak or doesn't show up, we cannot jump into the ring. This is not fear. This is a matter of rules, roles, and competence. We are the medium. We are not the message. Secondly, our role as media is to take you as close to the primary source of information as we can. Not 6 degrees of separation, but 2. We hope you saw that in the last 2 days, and we'll hear from the MEA and PM this evening. Straight from the ground, or the newsmaker with minimum loss in transition and translation. Clean last mile of information, and we always focus on that. There are conclaves galore, and we're sandwiched between many of them ourselves. But I think for the reasons above, we are different. So as we get into election mode and we see the great intoxication and toxification of news, do choose your news source, your leader, and your conclave very wisely. The last 2 days, you have made the right choice, baby. So thank you, partners, for your generous sponsorship, feedback, and support. And thank you, as always, all of you, for sharing with us your most precious possession, your time and your attention. Good evening.
G20 order, and it's our honor and pleasure to invite on stage here the India Today Conclave, Dr. S. Jaishankar, Union Minister of External Affairs. Also on stage, our session moderator, Shivarur and Geeta Mohan.
So clearly I don't need to introduce our next guest. It's not often that a rock star welcome is reserved for a minister, but not surprising at all. We've seen this many, many times. I have a picture that's very representative of the kind of applause we just heard, Dr. Jaishankar. First of all, welcome to the India Today Conclave. Not only has this picture spawned a million memes, and you see it everywhere you go on social media, but you know, for a minister whose every word social media hangs on to, everything goes viral, it really doesn't hurt if you look like this. Because it just goes way, way wider. So I'm going to start with that image. Let's keep that image there because not that people haven't seen it enough, but I want to keep that image on the screen. Dr. Jaishankar, it's not just a meme, it's not just an image. The things you say as India's External Affairs Minister resonate in the media, on social media. The things you say, apart from just your foreign policies and the decisions you've taken, your images go viral as well. What does that virality mean to you, sir? How do you read that virality? It's not every day that you see this kind of thing. That's why I ask.
Look, that's a very unfair question to start with. I just try to be myself, and not always like that. The point is today, if one think about it, to be India's foreign minister at a time when we are rising, if you use any metric, economy, influence, all of that, and quite honestly, to be a foreign minister in a Modi government, it kind of sets your behavioral approach. Are you aware that there is this large audience hanging on to everything that you're saying and, applauding all the things you say? Oh, there's another Jaishankar zinger. He said something. 30 seconds from a 1 hour speech will just go crazy viral, millions of views. Are you aware of that when you speak? I think you got to keep it in proportion, okay? Actually, if you look at it, what has been happening is we've been putting out our narrative, our case, our arguments. And the world's been, the last 5 years, unusually contentious and effervescent. Things are happening. People make points strongly, and you end up in situations where you hold your ground, or you contest it, or you counter it, so it's very, it's a product of circumstances, product of times, I would say.
Okay, come on, Shiv. 4 decades in diplomacy, 5 years in politics. Let's bring him into his comfort zone, China. So there's a massive challenge, but also opportunities. You have tried to manage the relationship with China. It's been difficult, not just for India, but across the world. One of the biggest challenges for the world today is China and the growing aggression of China in many parts of the world, not just in our region. How do you look at tackling China, handling China, and how do you see taking that challenge forward in the next government should you win?
Look, I would say, Gita, the first thing is we have to stop pretending that everything is nice, stop being worried to express what we feel, stop using terminology which doesn't work for us, may work for them. So I think being straight, being public, being upfront is the starting point. Now, the fact is, it's not today I agree, since 2020, the relationship has become much more complicated. I accept that. But it was building up over a period of time, and what was happening was because we weren't honest about it even to ourselves,
we weren't really articulating it and frankly even strategizing accordingly. You know, I mean, there was a time when we actually said China is a strategic partner. I mean, if I were to today say this to anybody, people would be baffled, but yet that was the official description at one point of time. So the first thing is we've got to recognize today that we have really, in a way, a very challenging, competitive neighbor. There are serious issues over a period of time in our history. Many of those issues have not been resolved. Some have aggravated. It isn't just a boundary issue. There are, we have common neighbors. We have a common periphery. There is competition there. There are very major economic issues and when you say what do we do, as I said, for a start, we've got to be honest about it. We've got to call out things when they go wrong. But we also need to prepare, and the preparation, a lot of it has to be the domestic preparation. I mean, if you are dealing with China, you got to have an economy which is geared up for it. Now we have, for example, it's only in the last decade we have paid attention to manufacturing. Now, because of the neglect of manufacturing, we started our economic reforms 30 years ago, but we didn't take it into the manufacturing world. So we have these, vulnerabilities or these gaps, which make it very challenging to compete. So we got to get all those things right. So you have to diagnose it, you got to prepare for it, and then you have to express it and you have to manage it, because you also don't want it to, sort of going completely awry.
Dr. Jaishankar, just to push the China question a step further, it'll soon be 4 years, like you said, from 2020 things have gone south. The military standoff turns 4 in just a few weeks from now, sir. Can you tell, there have been many rounds of military level talks, and it has appeared for a while now that the reality is that a resolution of this entire thing is going to have to be diplomatic. Can you tell us how the next government will resolve this? Because it's a big military standoff that's been on for 4 years now.
Well, I would say the scenario that I can foresee has been that they have today massed a very large number of troops along the LAC. So have we as a counter deployment. The resulting situation, and you saw that, in a way, unfortunately go wrong in Galwan, is when troops are very close up. There are all the dangers you associate with that. So the focus in the military discussions has been really about disengagement, so that very close-up deployment of troops. Because remember, both of us are very forward deployed. This is not where, in the last many decades was our natural deployment. So how do we resolve that? How do we do it in a manner in which it works for both of us? There are issues related to patrolling, because when you are deployed that close up, then there are patrolling issues, obstruction issues, the workaround issues, all of which adds to a very complicated matrix. Thereafter, there is the next round of issues, which is really what you would call de-escalation, which is the fact that both sides, we as a reactive posture, have brought very large number of troops with weaponry very, very close up. So I think there's a lot to it, and clearly it is something where we have to be both patient but also very persevering.
Okay. let's zoom out a little. We are yet to solve tensions in our own region, but India is indeed playing a key role as peacemaker in other parts of the world, a major role when it comes to how the world is looking to India for mediation. Russia, Ukraine, the situation there, Israel-Hamas war, the situation there. But a very specific question, Dr. Jaishankar. There was a report which said that the United States of America looked to India, as also China, and that Prime Minister Modi did avert a nuclear attack by Russia. Will you confirm?
Look, we have, since the conflict in Ukraine started, there have been a number of issues in which we've been involved. We haven't been very public and explicit about all of them. In many cases, one or the other party or a third party or an international organization has asked us to weigh in some form. And if we believe that doing so was helpful, because, ideally at this time, I would say, frankly, the world wants this conflict to end. But it's not something that anybody is expecting in the near term, unfortunately. So the most sensible thing to do is to say, okay, let me at least help to solve one part of a problem or reduce one tension or relieve one worry. So there have been a lot of these situations, quite honestly, more than you probably know, and including sometimes fairly recent ones. We do what a responsible country which has good relations with everybody does.
But did he weigh in on a nuclear attack? Did he weigh in? Was there a conversation?
As I said, we have been continuously doing whatever we can to reduce tensions, to relieve worries, to see that things don't happen which make it worse.
I can tell you you can't take the diplomat out of Dr. Jaishankar.
Yeah, you're not going to get him to say we averted a nuclear attack. Okay, let's move from Russia, Ukraine now to the Indian Ocean, Dr. Jaishankar, where with the Red Sea, with the fallout of what's happened between Israel and Gaza, there's been a very positive spotlight on India and its role in the Arabian Sea, in the Indian Ocean. We're also seeing an elevated level of aggression from the Chinese, whether it is in Maldives, whether it is elsewhere, as far as its own intentions as far as the Indian Ocean are concerned. Can you tell us how India is navigating this? It's a complex, shape-shifting issue. Can you tell us how the next government will handle this? This is a situation that is likely to become a bigger churn, sir.
Well, look, I think there are multiple things which are happening in the Indian Ocean. One part of it, as you referred to, which is Red Sea, Gulf of Aden, etc. We are, in fact, right now we have an ongoing situation with one of our ships, INS Calcutta. We are, again, as a responsible country, contributing our bit for maritime safety, security, dealing with the, prospect of drone and missile attacks on shipping, countering piracy. And this is important for people in our country to recognize and appreciate, because the era when the global commons would be looked after by other people, that era is now behind us. So countries like us have to weigh in more, be more active, to use our forces for common good in a way. And the Red Sea, Gulf of Aden deployment, we have, I think, about 12 ships there. So if you look in terms of national commitment, we would be among the larger national presence, not the largest, but among the larger national presence out there. The second part of it would be, again, if you've seen the last 10 years, we've been very active as a first responder. that when you have natural disasters, it was the Yemen civil war, it was going back to 2015, a water crisis in Maldives, a landslide in Sri Lanka, a cyclone in Myanmar. So where, again, now I contrast that, with, say, 2 decades ago, where again, when we had the tsunami in 2004, essentially, apart from India, really much of the succor and support came from outside forces in a way. So we have to see, it could be a conflict kind of situation, it could be a natural disaster, but our responsibilities and our activities in the region have actually grown tremendously in the last decade. The other part of it is the strategic part of it, which is the natural contestation between states, the competition out there, countries, maneuvering, out-maneuvering, countering, exerting influence, countering that influence. That is something which is part of the competitive nature of world politics. Now, there will be ups and downs. That is also to be expected. Often, political developments in one or the other country can impact it. Looking back, perhaps we should have been strategically much more aware than we were. For example, when Hambantota was first built, I don't think there was sufficient understanding in this country. We are talking 2008, 9, 10, roughly that period, about the implications that it would have for a country like India. We are today very aware. We are very active. If you look, actually, I'm giving you a kind of a bureaucratic MEA speak explanation. But, when we actually had a strategy called Sagar, the whole idea of Sagar is end-to-end look at the ocean as a consolidated space. It could be island states, it could be the oceans, it could be a regional effort. Don't deal with it in bits and pieces, and be aware of your strategic interests and do what you have to do to safeguard it. So these are all, look, there's no end to it. This is a permanent objective of a country for whom an ocean space that is so proximate to it and where we have such a central spacing. We will have to be continuously and persistently active out there.
There's also a concern, Dr. Jaishankar, when it comes to social media, how foreign policy is decided, not decided in the social media space today. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes we have false narratives being built in that space. How do you look at that? How does one counter that at a time when you have biases coming in? Various countries have their own perspectives. There's hypocrisy in how they see India's position on certain matters that don't suit their interests. How does one challenge and beat this?
Well, look, I am paid to fix foreign policy. I'm not paid to fix social media. No, to be honest, nobody can fix social media. The nature of the platform is such that everything which you somewhat disapprovingly state is actually something which gets more eyeballs in social media.
But what about the biases from international
it will happen. I take it as a given.
Countries?
Look, I may not like it, but because I don't like it doesn't mean it's not going to happen. I assume this is a medium which is very angular, which is very naturally given to strong views, where the sense of being responsible for what you are posting is somewhat diminished. These are the facts of life with which we operate. So you counter it fairly rapidly. So the days when, let us say, the XP division of MEA could sit over something for a few hours or a day, etc., those are behind us. On the run, sometimes we see a tweet, we counter it, frankly, sometimes within minutes.
But Dr. Jaishankar, you say you're here to fix foreign policy and not social media, but that's a constant side effect. Do you see that as, a kind of affirmation from millions of people who are listening to you as, Dr. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Ministry, busting narratives that have prevailed for a long time against India?
we've seen this often, especially when you're abroad, when Western journalists have asked you questions, you have had answers that have, gone especially viral because it seems to bust a certain narrative.
Also, the language of MEA has changed quite a bit, significantly so. It has.
Well, look, we've adjusted to the times too. As I said, it's a reality. So if it is a reality and it's a medium where short, sharp, impactful expressions are required, then we sort of, shall I say, move out of our old comfort zone and adjust ourselves to respond in that way. We would change, and it is actually happening. I see the point. But, since I cannot change the nature of social media, I have to communicate, ideally at least recognizing it, but if I could, actually even utilizing it so that I can also get ahead in the game by saying the right things in the right way.
So what's your sharp, short, insightful reaction to the elections in Pakistan?
In 30 seconds.
Does silence count?
Okay, I hope you're not going to be silent for the other election that I'm going to ask you about, which is the US election. We'll come to the other election right at the end, but the US election, Dr. Jaishankar, also this year, also a very interesting one to watch. The Republicans, the Democrats, Biden, Trump. Give us an inside view of how a system prepares for this kind of thing. Good relations with the Biden administration, with Trump as well before that. How does the system here prepare for this?
It's interesting in two or three ways. One, because we are not part of an alliance system, we don't have all the consequential issues that come out of it. Okay? Because if you look today at the world and you listen in. I was in Munich, for example, at the security conference. So when I listened into the worries or the debates which people were having, a lot of it were actually the debates of the allies of America, and they were debating what could be the implications for the alliance if results go one way or the other. The second, which is in a way peculiarly us, was, we had a very difficult time in our America relationship in the 1960s, definitely 70s, 80s. So what happened was, because our challenges were more with the administration, we actually concentrated on the Congress as a way of engaging the American polity. So over a period of time, and this is an account I've been involved with for 40 years, we actually, the Indian system developed this very bipartisan way of working, of casting its net wide. So the moment anybody actually pops up on the American political scene, immediately what we do is to say, okay, that could be a governor today, could be a first-time member of Congress. You try and reach out. So it's one place where we have actually built a very, I would say, extensive culture of engaging and maintaining relationships. Now, when you take that into today's America, let us say last 10 years or so, for us it's very natural. I'm not disclosing any great secret that, say, well before the 2016 November results, we had already reached out to the Trump campaign at a high level, and because that's the way it would be. And it wouldn't be, hypothetically tomorrow, let us say we are looking at the 2028 election. If you have, because, presumably you will have different people there. To me, it would be completely in order that if there were 4 or 5 candidates on each side, that we would have in each case, mapped out the candidate, figured out who are the influential advisors. This has become part of our, I would say, our America SOP, because that relationship is very important, and that is the only way you can actually get a grip on that relationship. Which is a long way of telling you that we're prepared for whatever happens.
Well, talking about relations with America, or for that matter, the Americas, we've had some concerns, the Indian side with the American and the Canadian side when it comes to issues, also with the Australian side. But the US ambassador from this very stage, Dr. Jaishankar said, when asked about these concerns about murder for hire charges, so on and so forth, that it has not created a bump in the relationship.
Sorry, what has not created a bump?
These murder for hire charges, or the issues with regards to Gurpatwan Singh Pannoon or Niger, that it has not created a bump. But it certainly is something that they're going to follow through. How is India then really looking at the concerns that it has raised and the concerns that US and Canada now have with India?
No, look, you keep using US and Canada sort of seamlessly. I would draw,
make the divide because we see how you react.
A line there for a variety of reasons. Most notably that all said and done, American politics has not given that kind of space to violent extremist views and activities which Canada has done. So I don't think it's fair to the United States to lump them together. I would distinguish between the two. In terms of how are we dealing with it, well, we're dealing with it this way, that yes, the US has shared with us some information. Some of it is in the public domain, so you are presumably familiar with it. Some of it is not. And our interest is to also look into it because, to us, there seems to be a very strong organized crime aspect to it, which also impinges on our own security. So when we were apprised of this information, we decided to set up a very high-powered committee to look of competent people to look into it, and that is an ongoing issue right now.
Who's
and the
part
Americans
of that committee, sir?
Sorry?
Who's part of that committee? Because
competent, high-level people. So.
Okay, but can I just add and ask, because again, from this very same stage, US Ambassador Eric Garcetti also spoke about the other concern that now US has raised, and India said do not interfere in India's internal matters. That's the implementation of CAA. And he said that irrespective, we share certain values, we have certain values. You can question our imperfect democracy, and we also will continue to monitor and do so with regards to India. The fact that the cutoff date is 2014 and the people who've already come in are already in. Now, if we are looking at only Hindus, Sikhs, Parsis, Christians and not Muslims, is that not discriminatory, is what maybe the West is looking at. So how do you look at the Western view, or how the West is looking at the implementation of CAA?
Well, look, I'm not questioning the imperfections or otherwise of their democracy or their principles or lack of it. I'm questioning their understanding of our history. Okay? I mean, if you hear the comments from many parts of the world, it is as though the partition of India never happened. And that there were no consequential problems which the CAA is supposed to address. So if you take a problem, remove all the historical context from it, sanitize it and make it into a political correctness argument, and say, oh, I have principles and don't you have principles? I have principles too. And one of my principles is obligation to people who were let down at the time of partition. And I think the Home Minister spoke very eloquently on it yesterday. So the second is, I also have a problem when people don't hold up a mirror to their own policies. So if you say, oh, you are picking some faiths and not some other faiths, okay, I'll give you a few examples of it. Have you heard of something called the Vanik-Jackson Amendment, which is about the Jews from Soviet Union? So you would ask yourself, why only Jews? Then there was the Lautenberg Amendment, which was about Christians and Jews, again 1989, Soviet Union. There was the Specter Amendment, which was a few years later, which was about Baha'is. It was about, there was a law which was about a particular ethnicity from Vietnam who were fast-tracked for citizenship because they had fought alongside the Americans. There was fast-tracking of Hungarians after the Hungarian Revolution. There was fast-tracking of the Cubans in the 1960s. So if you were to ask me, have other countries, other democracies fast-tracked on the basis of ethnicity, faith, social attributes? I can give you any number of examples. Now, if I were to also say, after all, why is the situation important? Because very often, when you have something very, very cataclysmic, something really very major, it's not possible to deal with all the consequences right then and there. And I think again yesterday Amit Bhai explained that the leadership of this country had promised to these minorities that if you have a problem, you are welcome to come to India. The leadership didn't thereafter deliver on that promise. Now, it's not just our predicament. If you look in Europe, many European countries fast-tracked the citizenship of people who are left behind in the World War, or in some cases, much before the World War. Some historical issue which was not addressed, but you said, I have a moral obligation to that community. So the world is full of examples. And to me, the context is therefore very important.
We're out of time, but our audiences would be quite upset with me if I didn't end by asking you a question that they've all asked me to ask you, Dr. Jaishankar, which is, we have our own election coming up very soon. And they all want to know, are we going to see candidate Jaishankar fighting the Lok Sabha election?
That is not a question you should ask me, and I suspect it's not a question you're going to ask the next speaker.
Dr. S. Jaishankar, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir.
All right, a standing ovation for Dr. S. Jaishankar. Thank you, Minister, for joining us here at the India Today Conclave. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, request you to kindly pay attention to the next few set of instructions. We'll have to clear the hall as the SPG security will come in to follow due protocol ahead of the Prime Minister's address. Please ensure that as you exit the venue, you take all of your belongings with you. Do not leave any bags behind because it will then be confiscated. So request all of you to take your belongings along and step out of the hall, please. We will alert you the moment we're ready to have you seated back in the venue. It is, of course, dependent on the SPG security. We'll let you know once the protocol is completed. Remember that seating will be row-wise, so keep that in mind as well when we bring you back into the hall.
plus monthly news uploads. World's first AI anchor, Aina. Highest followers on WhatsApp channel. Dynamic and trend-setting content. We lead, others follow. Aaj Tak Bangla, the trust of Bengal. The wonder drug, semaglutide, the new treatment for diabetes and obesity, is taking the world and India by storm. But its unregulated use for weight loss could have dire consequences. Read the full story in this week's issue. Subscribe now.
Get ready for an immersive journey into the heart of news, politics, and insights that truly matter. Join India Today now on WhatsApp with the #1 election team as we gear up for the upcoming assembly elections. Scan the QR code on your screen now.
Join India Today now on WhatsApp. Follow these steps. Open WhatsApp on your phone. Check for a new updates tab. Select Find Channel and type India Today. After finding the channel, tap the Follow button. Every single listed Indian company, one financial analytics destination, capturing the market mood index to technical analysis and trend spotting, peer comparison, SWOT analysis, breaking news and much more. India's most new age stock market platform will help you make the right investment decisions. Market Today Live, now on businesstoday.in.
दिल में कोई ख्याल है या मन में कोई जज्बात? नेताजी द्वार खड़े हैं, दिल खोलकर कीजिए बात।
प्लीज फोकस ऑन द एम्प्लॉयमेंट ऑफ द यूथ। तो मेरा फान है, सीईटी में रिजर्वेशन चलता है उसको भी थोड़ा कम करिए, मजबूत हो। पास घर भी नहीं है। आपका मांग पत्र हम उन तक पहुंचाएंगे। आपके शहर में आपके लिए आज तक लेकर आया है। सुनिए नेताजी, नेताजी के मैनिफेस्टो से पहले आपका मैनिफेस्टो सिर्फ आज तक पर।
RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, growing legacies over 200 years.
एक बार बताऊं, I'm gonna make a lift जो चांद तक जाएगी। मैं एक ऐप बनाऊंगा जो मुझे ब्रूनो को समझने में हेल्प करे। एक दिन मैं एक ऑटोमेटिक पेंसिल बनाऊंगी जो मेरा सारा होमवर्क करेगी। मैं एक फ्रिज बनाऊंगा जो अनलिमिटेड आइसक्रीम बनाएगी। मैं एक मशीन बनाऊंगी जो मेरे ड्रीम्स रिकॉर्ड करेगा। मैं एक शू बना रही हूँ जिससे I can fly.
When do you think this will be possible?
I'm already working on it. जल्दी 1-2 महीने में vanilla, strawberry, butterscotch ASAP next week.
When you believe nothing is impossible, you see no limits. Engineering solutions for a limitless world. Kirloskar.
Energy. Without energy, there is no possibility of scientific advancement or human growth. MB Power Madhya Pradesh Limited, the thermal power arm of Hindustan Power Projects, was established in 2008 under the leadership of Mr. Ratul Puri. Hindustan Power is an independent power producer, having built a portfolio of 4 gigawatt in thermal and solar assets in India and other countries. We are instrumental in bridging the electricity demand and supply gap in the world's fastest developing economy. We are on the journey to energize the future and energize India. We are Hindustan Power. University, learning unlimited.
मैंने जो कुछ दिन गुजरात में बिताए वो उम्र भर मेरे साथ रहेंगे। कच्छ में यूं लगा कि इंसान इतनी मेहनत क्यों करता है चांद पर जाने की। यहां तो चांद खुद ही धरती पर उतर आता है। गिर का शेर आंखों से आंखें मिलाकर पूछता है, कौन हो बेटा तुम? तुम्हारे जैसे बहुत देखे मैंने। सोमनाथ के मंदिर में शिव के सामने नतमस्तक होकर मैं अपने सभी डायलॉग भूल गया। धोलावीरा और लोथल में हमारी सभ्यता के पदचिन्ह, द्वारका में कृष्ण की लीला और साबरमती में बापू की आत्मा। कहां मिलेगा इतना सब कुछ एक साथ में? कुछ दिन तो गुजारिए गुजरात में, हा?
पता है ये लंबी सी मेट्रो लाइन क्यों बनी? सिर्फ इसलिए कि पापा जल्दी घर पर आए और ये दोनों उनकी गोदी में छलांग मार पाए। वो काम ही कैसा काम जिसकी खोज किसी को अपनों से दूर ले जाए। सिर्फ इसलिए रंजीत के शहर में भी एक ऑफिस बना है। कहीं एक नई रोड ने साइंस को शहर से गांव तक पहुंचाया ताकि पूर्णी चांद तक पहुंचने का सपना देख पाए। और हमारे जवानों के कदम कभी न रुके, सिर्फ इसीलिए कहीं एक मजबूत पुल बना है। देश के नंबर 1 सीमेंट अल्ट्राटेक में हम मानते हैं कि इंडिया बनता रहेगा तो आगे बढ़ता रहेगा। अल्ट्राटेक सीमेंट बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया।
Radico Khaitan is one of India's oldest and most trusted liquor companies. Founded in 1943, the company has a rich heritage and a portfolio of iconic brands. Our most celebrated brands include 8 PM Whiskey, Magic Moments Vodka, Morpheus Brandy, Rampur Indian Single Malt, Jaisalmer Indian Craft Gin, and Royal Ranthambore Whiskey. While the prestigious Rampur Distillery is Radico's pride, expansion efforts have increased the output from 160 million litres to 327 million litres by introducing a new facility at Sitapur. Radico Khaitan is the biggest supplier of branded spirits to the Indian Defence Services and is also a leading exporter of alcohol from India. As a business, we strive for the betterment of our society at large. As the company embarks on the journey of premiumization, Radico Khaitan is the company to watch out for, now and in the years to come.
Gauri Khan. Malaika Arora. I'm at Marsha Art, New Delhi. They are spearheading India's art movement and putting all these artists on the world.
Forward for future endeavors with the most coveted names in the design and fashion industry.
सर हमारे स्टार्टअप का आइडिया बहुत ही बढ़िया है, लेकिन आपके बिजनेस को आगे बढ़ाना वो हमारा काम है। थैंक यू सो मच सर।
कुछ रिश्तों में है ताकत जो हर पल को खास करे, खुशियों से भरे जीवन मन में विश्वास भरे,
हर वक्त जो हो मौजूद हर उलझन सुलझाए, इन रिश्तों की सच्चाई दिल में बस जाए।
शब्दों के बिना भी समझे जो हर बात है, आगे बढ़ते रहो हम साथ हैं, आगे बढ़ते रहो हम साथ हैं, आगे बढ़ते रहो।
SBI, banker to every Indian.
Teach me how to live, color my life with love, holding on to each other as we smile, as we soar. SSBM World School, making winners of everyone. SSBM.
The turning point of Indian politics was the first election covered by India Today, marking the start of a new era in election coverage. 1995, the nation's #1 Hindi news bulletin changed the face of elections forever.
यदि मैं कहूँ तो अतिशयोक्ति न होगी कि जब तक आज तक नहीं देख लेते तब तक खाना हजम नहीं होगा।
Since then, we have consistently upheld our legacy as the gold standard of journalism.
तो जैसे सबसे तेज आपकी टैगलाइन है, तो इसी तरह से सबसे तेज हमारी सरकार की लाइफलाइन है।
आज तक का एक बार फिर एग्जैक्ट पोल साबित हुआ है.
When it comes to poll coverage, nobody gets it right in quite the way India Today does.
The most accurate pollster with us. Where is my Mysore Park? Mysore Park.
He gets the first Mysore Park.
Yeah. Well done. IPL style.
एग्जिट पोल है, ये नतीजों में बदल गया.
ये हमारा 64वां पोल था, प्रेडिक्शन था, जिसमें से इसको मिला के अब 60 हो गए. 60 बैंग ऑन एग्जैक्ट पोल में कन्वर्ट. स्ट्राइक रेट है.
The only group that gets bang on exit polls election after election. Country's most trusted news channels, bringing you unparalleled coverage of India's political landscape. From national polls to state elections, we leave no stone unturned in capturing every moment of the electoral drama.
कम से कम 51,000 वोटों से भगवंत मान जीतेंगे.
With the country's biggest faces, Aaj Tak and India Today are the powerhouses of journalism.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, हम आभारी हैं कि आप हमारे बीच आए. मेरी ऑन द जॉब लर्निंग अब शुरू हो गई है और 2024 तक मैं देश की सबसे अच्छी जर्नलिस्ट होने की कोशिश करूंगी. उम्मीद करती हूं कि तब आपसे एक एक्सक्लूसिव इंटरव्यू करने का मौका मिलेगा.
Political Stock Exchange PSC में एक बार.
From the analytical political stock exchange to ground reports on Shwet Patra, daily election news on Chunavi Shankhanad,
राज तिलक में आपका स्वागत.
thought-provoking debates on Raj Tilak, the exciting travel log of Bullet Reporter,
आ रही है आज तक की बुलेट रिपोर्टर.
Sarkar's captivating documentaries,
At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the world sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom.
to now Aaj Tak's ground reports. Vande Bharat Yatra, where our reporters traverse the nation by train, delivering reports from both on board and on the ground. Aaj Tak has it all. India Today. Savor the political fervor with election on my plate.
There you have the classic Gujarati Sekhya Thali. Time to forget politics.
Drive into data-driven analysis with Political Stock Exchange.
This election season, get set for the Political Stock Exchange, the first ever weekly tracker of India's political pulse.
Join Rajdeep's election roundtable for insightful discussions. Ride along in Motorcycle Diary with Preeti Chaudhary.
It's going to be a fun ride, viewers. Motorcycle Diaries India is back on the electoral road.
Experience the vibrant encounters of Jab We Met. Stay tuned as we dive deep into the pulse of the nation to bring to you every update on the world's biggest democratic exercise. India Today Group, your election destination.
Biggest ever election coverage.
What's the mood of the nation ahead of 2024 Lok Sabha elections?
Clean sweep by the BJP in 2019. Can they repeat their performance in 2024?
An India-wide hunt to the country's pulse.
कौन बनेगा प्रधानमंत्री? किसकी बनेगी सरकार? क्या कह रहा है देश का मिजाज?
From north to south.
बीजेपी को 28 सीटें मिल रही हैं, कांग्रेस 2.
मूड ऑफ द नेशन ने ये दिखाया है की एक बार फिर उत्तर प्रदेश बीजेपी की राह चल रहा है. हेच चित्र आपल्याला बघायला मिळालं होतं. एनडीए 335 आणि इंडिया 166.
From east to west.
इंडिया वर्सेस एनडीए में खेल शुरू हो गया है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी 17,
कांग्रेस को मात्र 1 सीटें जाती हुई दिख रही है.
Mood of the nation poll shows people want Mr. Modi back for a third term.
For the big questions facing India, the top trend on social media, and the total viewership super smash, nobody covers election better. when it comes to election. India Today elects. India Today.
एक न्यूज चैनल जो गाड़ रहा है रोज नए कीर्तिमान। एक नहीं, दो नहीं, पूरे 10 प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर कंपटीशन को पीछे।
Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. We are honored to have our Prime Minister back with us at the India Today Conclave. Please put your hands together for our Honorable Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. May I also call upon Arun Puri, Chairman, Editor-in-Chief, India Today Group, Kali Puri, Executive Editor-in-Chief, Vice Chairperson, India Today Group.
Good evening, Honorable Prime Minister, नमस्कार। आपका इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव में हार्दिक स्वागत है। प्रधानमंत्री जी, पिछले साल मैंने आपसे इसी स्टेज पे रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि आप ज़रूर वापस आइए। आप आए, इसके लिए मैं आपका धन्यवाद करता हूं। और मुझे ये भी पता चला है कि आप अपने दक्षिण के दौरे से खास तौर से सिर्फ हमारे लिए वापस आए हैं। अमेजिंग। और कल सुबह वापस चले जा रहे हैं। अमेजिंग। इसके लिए इंडिया टुडे की तरफ से मैं आपको बहुत आभारी हूं। इसको कहते हैं मोदी की गारंटी। ऐसे लग रहा है कि पूरा साल इतना जल्दी गुजर गया है, आपने हमें इतना बिजी रखा है। Since your last conclave, sir, India has had the successful lunar mission, the historic G20, and now G21, thanks to your intervention, the inauguration of the new parliament, the new exhibition space in Bharat Mandapam, the women's reservation bill, innumerable large infrastructure projects from fast trains, expressways, and airports. Your government has also overhauled India's colonial criminal law and penal code dating back to 1860. And then, of course, the grand rebirth of Ayodhya by building the magnificent Ram Mandir. You made India the fastest growing economy in the world. And all this done at a time of tremendous global uncertainty and instability. What a phenomenal year, all historic milestones for India. That is why, for all this and more, you are the 2023 Newsmaker of the Year of the India Today magazine. What stands out, sir, is the scale of ambition, the speed of delivery, and great foresight. During our interaction for the Newsmaker, the answer which struck me the most was, मक्खन पर लकीर तो सब करते हैं, करना है तो पत्थर पे लकीर करो। Honored guests, this is what really defines this unique leader, who is going about with determination and conviction, redefining Bharat. And there's one more attribute, which I believe is his biggest strength. He understands and feels the needs and the aspirations of the common man. And he's gone about relentlessly to fulfill them. He's done them for the first day he took office 10 years ago. Sir, I recently spent some time in America and had a chance to observe the society and democracy at close quarters. The divisions in their society seem almost insurmountable. The distrust is so deep and wide. Everyone believes their own truth. And it's really going to test the model of democracy in the modern world. Whichever side wins, the other will believe the election has been stolen. I think the world will look once again to you and to India, the world's largest democracy with the most healthy turnouts, voter turnouts, and how to navigate the modern democracy. How to create a new model of democracy, where democracy doesn't tear the social and moral fabric of a country. And it's a difficult challenge and a huge opportunity. Only a democratic leader with your kind of popularity can ensure that no one is left behind with your belief of sabke saath, sabka vikas. And no voice is left unheard. I hope that once this election is done and dusted, that we will be that shining light of a liberal democracy which protects and preserves the fundamental rights of all our citizens. In my interaction with Pradhan Mantri ji, you also said a phrase which has stayed with me. When asked, what are your next plans? You said, there will be progressive unfolding. You described it as a progressive unfolding of your vision. As we brace for the elections, the war cry is, 400 par. I wait with great anticipation on what progressive unfolding you have in store for us. Pradhan Mantri ji, before I invite you to make your keynote address, मैं आपसे कुछ पूछना चाहता हूँ। आज इलेक्शन डेट्स की घोषणा ही हुई है। पिछले 2 महीने में आप दक्षिण भारत की काफ़ी दौरे कर रहे हैं। मुझे ये भी पता है कि आप बहुत दूर सोचते हैं। फिर मुझे ख्याल आया कि आप 2024 नहीं पर 2029 के बाद की जनरल इलेक्शन की तैयारी कर रहे हैं। इसमें कुछ सच्चाई है? Honored guests, the Prime Minister of India, this will be his first speech after the election dates have been announced. So we are very lucky to have him here, and I hope you're lucky for him. So, Pradhan Mantri ji, may I please request you to address the gathering. Thank you.
सबसे पहले तो मैं आप सबकी क्षमा मांगूंगा क्योंकि मुझे आने में थोड़ा विलम्ब हुआ और मैं कर्नाटका से आ रहा था, तो अच्छा नहीं आप जैसे बड़े लोगों को इंतज़ार कराना चाहिए, और इसलिए मैं आप सबकी क्षमा चाहता हूँ। पहले आपके सवाल का जवाब दे दूं। अरुण जी, आपकी पूरी टीम को लगाइए कि मोदी है क्या, ढूंढ के निकाले। आप 29 पर अटक गए। मैं 2047 के लिए लगा हुआ हूं। आप सबको नमस्कार। आज ही जैसा अरुण जी ने बताया, भारत में दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतांत्रिक पर्व की प्रक्रिया की शुरुआत हुई है और इस महत्वपूर्ण अवसर पर इंडिया टुडे का कॉन्क्लेव हो रहा है। आज जहां पूरी दुनिया अनिश्चितता के भंवर में फंसी हुई है, एक भाव बहुत निश्चित है कि भारत तेज गति से विकास करता रहेगा। आज मूड ऑफ द नेशन भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनाने का कह रहा है। आज मूड ऑफ द नेशन विकसित भारत के निर्माण का है। साथियों, मैं जब भी इस तरह के कॉन्क्लेव में आता हूं, आप सभी की उम्मीद होती है कि खूब सारी हेडलाइंस देकर जाऊं, लेकिन मैं हेडलाइंस पर नहीं बल्कि डेडलाइंस पर काम करने वाला व्यक्ति हूं। और इसलिए आज मैं यहाँ वो बातें भी बताऊंगा जिनको मीडिया उतना आकर्षक नहीं मानता है। उसमें यहाँ बैठे हुए का दोष नहीं है, उस पूरी बिरादरी का। जिन्हें मीडिया छूना पसंद नहीं करता, लेकिन ये मुद्दे ऐसे हैं जो सामान्य जन को छूते हैं। अब जैसे एक विषय है स्टार्टअप्स का। ये सही है कि 10 साल पहले तक बहुत इने गिने स्टार्टअप थे, मुश्किल से 100 के आसपास होते थे। आज करीब 1.25 लाख स्टार्टअप रजिस्टर्ड स्टार्टअप्स हैं। लेकिन भारत की स्टार्टअप क्रांति की पहचान सिर्फ नंबर वाली नहीं है। भारत की स्टार्टअप क्रांति की असली पहचान ये है कि ये स्टार्टअप हिंदुस्तान के 600 डिस्ट्रिक्ट से भी ज़्यादा डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में है, यानी एक प्रकार से 90% एरिया ऑफ द कंट्री। ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी बात है ये, वरना लोगों को लगता है स्टार्टअप मतलब बेंगलुरु। 600 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में स्टार्टअप्स होना यानी टियर 2 और टियर 3 जो शहर है वहां के नौजवान स्टार्टअप क्रांति की अगुवाई कर रहे हैं। छोटे शहरों के युवाओं की इस सफलता ने भारत की स्टार्टअप क्रांति को ड्राइव किया है। और आज देखिए, जिस दल ने कभी स्टार्टअप्स के बारे में चर्चा तक नहीं की, उसे भी स्टार्टअप्स की बात करने के लिए मजबूर होना पड़ा है। साथियों, आप जमीन पर रोजगार और स्वरोजगार में जिस योजना से बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन आ रहा है, उसकी चर्चा भी बहुत जरूरी है। और ये योजना है मुद्रा योजना। हमारे देश में बैंकों से मदद पाने के लिए युवाओं को जगह जगह गारंटी देनी पड़ती थी, लेकिन मुद्रा योजना ने उन नौजवानों को भी लोन की गारंटी मिली जिनके पास गारंटी देने के लिए कुछ भी नहीं था। ये बहुत बड़ा रिवॉल्यूशन है। और आंकड़ा भी आपको चौंका देगा। विदाउट गारंटी 26 लाख करोड़ रुपए का बैंक लोन ऐसे छोटे छोटे उद्यमियों को मिला है। इनमें से करीब 8 करोड़ मुद्रा लाभार्थी ऐसे हैं जिन्होंने जिंदगी में पहली बार अपना कोई बिजनेस शुरू किया है। ऐसी ही एक और योजना है पीएम स्वनिधि। इस योजना से स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स को पहली बार सस्ता और आसान ऋण मिला है, और वो भी विदाउट गारंटी। और इसके पीछे कारण है, मेरा जिंदगी का जो तजुर्बा है, इतने सालों में जो भी देखा है, जाना है, समझा है, और मेरा ये विश्वास बन गया है क्योंकि मैंने गरीबों की अमीरी भी देखी है और अमीरों की गरीबी भी देखी है। और इसलिए मेरा साहस था कि स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स को विदाउट गारंटी पैसे देने का निर्णय करेंगे। अभी 2-3 दिन पहले ही मैंने दिल्ली में एक बड़ा सम्मेलन इनका किया था, स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स का। देश के कोने कोने से हजारों रेहड़ी पटरी ठेले वाले गरीब लोग आए। मीडिया में इसकी चर्चा नहीं हुई, लेकिन आज आपके प्लेटफॉर्म पर मैं उन रेहड़ी पटरी ठेले वालों की सराहना करूंगा। और आपको याद होगा, रूटीन में हमारा ध्यान नहीं जाता है, लेकिन कोविड के दिन याद कीजिए, इनके बिना जिंदगी कितनी मुसीबत में पड़ गई थी। और मैंने उसी दिन तय किया था कि ये सच्ची तकती हैं, मैं इनके लिए कुछ करूंगा। साथियों, सराहना इसलिए क्योंकि डिजिटल इंडिया को जिस तरह उन्होंने अपनाया है, मैं समझता हूं वो बहुत बड़ा काम हुआ है। जिन्हें अनपढ़ कहकर अपमानित किया गया था, वो ठेले वाले, रेहड़ी पटरी वाले आज भारत की डिजिटल क्रांति का चेहरा बने हुए हैं। विश्व में जो भारत की डिजिटल क्रांति की चर्चा होती है, उसका एक कारण ये है, हमारे यहाँ जो एम्बेसीज है ना, उनके यहाँ उनके देश का कोई मेहमान आता है तो किसी रेहड़ी पटरी वाले के यहाँ जाके कुछ खरीद करके डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन दिखाते हैं उसको। यानी बहुत बड़ा मार्केटिंग विषय बन गया है ये। हमारे इन लोगों की जो मेहनत मीडिया में हाईलाइट किया जाना जरूरी है। और आज मैं आपके इस प्लेटफॉर्म का दुरुपयोग को हो तो दुरुपयोग मैं इसलिए कर लिया आया हूं आज। साथियों, संभव है यहां बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे होंगे जिनको शायद नमो ड्रोन दीदी योजना के बारे में पता नहीं होगा। कुछ दिन पहले ही मैंने विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स, जो गांवों में 10, 12, 15 बहनें इकट्ठी होकर के कभी पापड़ बनाना, कुछ अचार बनाना, ऐसा छोटी मोटी कमाई का काम करते हैं, ऐसी महिलाओं को 1000 ड्रोन सौंपे हैं, 1000 ड्रोन्स। और ये ड्रोन वैसे नहीं है जो आप टीवी वाले वर्ल्ड वॉर का बिगुल बजाते हुए दिखाया करते हैं, वो नहीं है। ये गांव का, खेती का और महिलाओं का भाग्य बदलने वाले ड्रोन है। गांव की जिन महिलाओं ने कभी साइकिल तक नहीं चलाई होगी, वो अब गांव में ड्रोन पायलट के रूप में जानी जाती है। और ये सिर्फ एक ड्रोन देने का कार्यक्रम, वही मैं किसी नौजवान को भी दे सकता था। मैंने बहुत सोच समझ करके बहनों के हाथ में दिया है, क्योंकि आज भी किसी गांव में एक आध बेटी अगर ट्रैक्टर चलाती है तो पूरे गांव में अजूबा होता है, अच्छा बेटी ट्रैक्टर, मुझे साइकिल को तोड़ना है। और मैं दिखाना चाहता हूं कि बेटी ड्रोन पायलट है। पूरे गांव के जीवन की सोच को बदलने का मेरा एक तरीका है। और मैं मानता हूं जब वो ड्रोन चलाएगी, खेत के सारे काम करेगी, कृषि की इकोनॉमी को बदल देगी, आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि उन महिलाओं के विषय में क्या होगा। मुझे याद है, मैं जब गुजरात में था तो मैंने एक काम किया था। ये आशा वर्कर, आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर होते हैं, मैंने कहा उनको अच्छे से अच्छे कपड़े चाहिए उनके लिए। और मैंने उस समय जो हमारे यहाँ टीम थी, मैंने कहा एयर होस्टेस से भी अच्छे कपड़े आशा वर्कर और आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर के होने चाहिए। और मैं देख रहा था कि पहले गांव में सरकार मतलब कोई पुलिस वाला आया तो लगता था कि सरकार आई। मैंने इनका सारा यूनिफॉर्म बदल करके ये स्थिति पैदा कर दी थी कि गांव वालों को लगता था ये मतलब सरकार। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कितनी प्रेस्टीज मिली होगी। उसी साइकी, उसी सोच से मैंने ये नमो ड्रोन दीदी एक बहुत बड़ा अभियान चलाया है। साथियों, आज भारत के हेल्थ सेक्टर में जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन आ रहा है, उसकी भी चर्चा उतनी नहीं होती। डॉक्टर त्रिहान यहाँ बैठे हैं। आप लोग 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा देने वाली आयुष्मान योजना के विषय में कभी न कभी सुना है, कभी जाना भी होगा। लेकिन आप आज गांवों में जाएंगे तो वहां आपको एक और चीज मिलेगी, वो है आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर। हमारा प्रयास रहा है कि गांव में, ब्लॉक में आधुनिक हेल्थ सेंटर की सुविधा हो। इसलिए हमने देश के गांवों में 1.5 लाख से अधिक आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर बनवाए हैं। कुछ लोगों की परेशानी, ये सारी योजना मंदिर में अटक जाएगी, वो उनका प्रॉब्लम है, मेरा नहीं है। अब आप फिर कहेंगे कि मोदी जी ये आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर कहां से लेकर आ सके। ये काम लगातार चल रहा है, लेकिन ये काम हेडलाइन नहीं बनता है। इन आरोग्य मंदिरों में सामान्य टेस्ट तो होते ही हैं, साथ ही डायबिटीज से लेकर के कैंसर जैसी बीमारियों की शुरुआती जांच वहां पर होती है। और इन आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिरों को हम डिजिटली बड़े अस्पतालों से जोड़ा है। हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि गांव के मरीजों को भी सीमलेस ट्रीटमेंट मिले। आज हम टेलीमेडिसिन की एक बहुत बड़ी सुविधा देश के गांव गरीब तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। हम डिजिटल रिवॉल्यूशन यूपीआई में दिखता है, ये डिजिटल रिवॉल्यूशन है। अगर आपको सुविधा हो, ई संजीवनी ऐप के माध्यम से ही अभी तक देशवासी 24 करोड़ कंसल्टेशन घर बैठे ले चुके हैं। 24 करोड़। देश के गांव में हो रही इस हेल्थ क्रांति की चर्चा भी आज उतनी ही जरूरी है। साथियों, बीते 10 वर्षों में हमने गवर्नेंस का एक बिल्कुल नया मॉडल विकसित किया है। हमने उस पर फोकस किया है जो प्राथमिकताओं में सबसे पीछे रहता था। हमने सरकार बनते ही देश के 100 से अधिक पिछड़े जिलों के विकास के लिए अभियान चलाया। एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोग्राम के कारण आज ये जिले अनेक पैरामीटर्स में दूसरे जिलों से भी कहीं आगे निकल चुके हैं। अब इस सफलता को हम डिस्ट्रिक्ट से नीचे ब्लॉक स्तर पर ले जा रहे हैं। हमने एस्पिरेशनल ब्लॉक प्रोग्राम शुरू भी कर दिया है। साथियों, हमारा नॉर्थ ईस्ट वो पहले की सरकारों की प्राथमिकता में सबसे पीछे था, लेकिन 2014 में सरकार में आने के बाद मैंने तय किया कि हमारे मंत्री या वरिष्ठ अधिकारी हर 15 दिन में उन क्षेत्रों का दौरा करेंगे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, और वो भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर पर नहीं, इंटीरियर में जाना होगा। मेरे मिनिस्टर्स को भी जाना है, और इतना ही नहीं, रात को रुकना है। 2014 के बाद केंद्रीय मंत्रियों ने 680 टाइम नॉर्थ ईस्ट का दौरा किया है। करीब करीब 700 बार भारत सरकार के मंत्री प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में मैंने इस देश में अब तक जितने प्रधानमंत्री हो गए उन सब ने टोटल जितनी बार नॉर्थ ईस्ट गए होंगे उससे अनेक गुना बार मैं अकेला गया हूं। इतना ही नहीं, वो गांव जिन्हें पहले आखिरी गांव कहा जाता था, हमने पूरी मानसिकता बदली। जैसे पहले पिछड़े डिस्ट्रिक्ट कहते थे, मैंने कहा नहीं, दे आर द एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट। जिसको आखिरी गांव कहा जाता था, मैंने कहा नहीं, वो हिंदुस्तान के पहले गांव है। अगर पूरब में है तो पहली किरण वहीं आती है, और पश्चिम है तो आखिरी किरण उसको सलाम करके जाती है। अभी इस कार्यक्रम को लॉन्च हुए करीब 1 साल हुआ है। इस दौरान 17 मेरे कैबिनेट मंत्री इन दूर दराज के गांवों पर रात्रि मुकाम करके आए हैं, और कुछ तो गांव ऐसे हैं जहां -15 डिग्री टेम्परेचर है। कहने का तात्पर्य यह है कि आपको जो दिखता है ना, वो तो बहुत छोटी सी चीज आपको पता है। हमारे मंत्री हर ऐसी जगह पे जा रहे हैं, लोगों से मिल रहे हैं। वो उनके बीच रात बिताना, उनसे बातें करना, उनके सुख दुख को समझना। क्या एक काम कोई चुनाव के फायदे के लिए होते हैं क्या? वो गांव जब मुश्किल से 50 की बस्ती है, 100 की बस्ती है, पहुंचने में 3-3 दिन लग जाते हैं, लेकिन एक कमिटमेंट है। चुनाव तो आते हैं जाते हैं साथियों, जिम्मेवारियां होती है। साथियों, जब सरकार का फोकस क्लियर होता है तो वो हर क्षेत्र में नजर आता है। जैसे मैंने कभी मीडिया को इस बात की भी चर्चा करते नहीं देखा कि कैसे ही सरकार ने नए मंत्रालय बनाकर अपने लक्ष्यों को साधने की कोशिश की। हमने स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए अलग मंत्रालय बनाया, हमने पशुपालन और फिशरीज के लिए अलग मंत्रालय बनाया, हमने कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर के लिए अलग मंत्रालय बनाया, और इसका नतीजा भी वैसे ही देखने को मिला है। आजादी के बाद पहली बार देश में लाखों नौजवानों के स्किल डेवलपमेंट का एक बड़ा अभियान चला, और मैं स्किल डेवलपमेंट यानी इंडस्ट्री 4.0 को टारगेट करता हूं जी। कुछ लोग अभी भी गैरेज में जाकर के टायर वायर इधर उधर करते रहते, वो जमाना चला गया। अब इंडस्ट्री 4.0 है स्किल। स्क्रू ड्राइवर लेकर बैठने वाला काम नहीं है जी। आजादी के बाद पहली बार अब फिशरीज डिपार्टमेंट, मछली उत्पादन आज 2 गुना हो गया है, और जितना हमारे यहाँ एक्सपोर्ट सॉफ्टवेयर की दुनिया का है, हमारे यहाँ मछली का एक्सपोर्ट करीब करीब उतना पहुंच गया है जी। आपको जानकर के और आश्चर्य होगा, कोविड में वैक्सीन का तो आपको सबको पता है, क्योंकि आपकी खुद की जिंदगी उसमें दांव पर लगी थी। लेकिन ये मोदी ऐसा है जिसने पहली बार पशुओं के टीकाकरण के लिए 15,000 करोड़ रुपए की योजना बनाई है। टीकाकरण का काम चलता है, और मेरा जो अल्टीमेट मिशन है, जो मैं ग्लोबली इसको प्रमोट कर रहा हूं, 1 अर्थ 1 हेल्थ, इसका पीछे मेरे जो यानी पौधे की तबीयत हो, पशु की तबीयत हो या इंसान की हो, आप उसको टुकड़ों में नहीं देख सकते। और उसी की दिशा में साथियों पहली बार पशुपालकों और मछुआरों को किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड का लाभ मिला है। आपने देखा होगा कोऑपरेटिव मिनिस्ट्री मैंने अलग बनाई। इस मिनिस्ट्री बनने के बाद 60,000 से ज्यादा पैक्स के जो छोटी छोटी उनकी कमेटियां होती है, 60,000 पैक्स का कंप्यूटरीकरण का काम, कंप्यूटराइजेशन का काम पूरा हुआ है। 60,000 यानी गांवों में है ये। इसी मंत्रालय ने दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी स्टोरेज स्कीम शुरू की है। 2 लाख गोडाउन उसका काम चल रहा है। अब टीवी ने क्या, मीडिया का इंटरेस्ट क्या रहेगा कि बारिश में कहीं पर अनाज भीग रहा है तो 24 घंटे बहुत बढ़िया न्यूज़ स्टोरी बनती है। वो गलत नहीं है, वो गलत नहीं है, आप सही कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उसका समाधान क्या? 2 लाख गोडाउन बनेंगे नए, और उसके साथ किसान को बहुत बड़ा फायदा ये होगा, अब किसान अपना माल बेचने के लिए मजबूर नहीं होगा, वो गोडाउन में रख सकता है। जब मार्केट तेज होगा उस दिन जाकर के वो बेचेगा, उसकी इनकम एश्योर्ड हो जाएगी, और जो बर्बादी होती है वो बचेगी। क्योंकि हम ऐसे हेडलाइन वाले कामों को ही काम मानने की एक ऐसी विचित्र परिस्थिति में हम जी रहे हैं, और इसलिए मैं आज उन बातों की तरफ ध्यान आकर्षित करता हूं जो आमतौर पर ऐसे समारोह की लिए शायद उनको बेचारों को जगह ही नहीं होती, तो मैं आया हूं तो साथ में ले आया हूं। साथियों, मैं दावे के साथ कह सकता हूं कि पहले की सरकारों के समय आपने ईज ऑफ लिविंग जैसे शब्द तक नहीं सुने होंगे। जब पहले की सरकारों की सोच ही ऐसी नहीं थी तो वो देश के नागरिकों की ईज ऑफ लिविंग पर कैसे ध्यान देती। पहले की सरकारों के समय जो पावरफुल थे, जो सक्षम थे, वो सुविधाओं के सबसे पहले हकदार बन गए थे। शाम दाम दंड भेद, जरूरत पड़ी तो सिफारिश, जरूरत पड़ी तो रिश्वत, कुछ भी करके सुविधाएं हासिल करते ले वो ले लेते थे। और बीच में पिसता कौन था? देश का सामान्य नागरिक, वो सामान्य नागरिक जिसको हम R.K. लक्ष्मण के कार्टूनों से ही पहचानते थे। मैं उसके साथ जी करके आया हूं। हाल ये थे कि न इस कॉमन मैन के वक्त की हमें कीमत थी और न ही उसकी जिंदगी की परेशानियों को कोई समझता था। इस कॉमन मैन की ईज ऑफ लिविंग को भी हमारी सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता के रूप में हमारी सरकार ने काम किया है। मैं कुछ आंकड़े आपके सामने रखूंगा हमारे देश में, और ये मैं जो आंकड़े रखता हूं वो थोड़ा आप लोगों से जुड़े हुए हैं तो आपको जल्दी अंदाज आएगा। पहले पासपोर्ट बनवाना हो तो औसतन 50 दिन लगते थे और एक छोटे से पुलिस वाले को भी जाकर के जरा और इन 50 दिनों में भी लोगों को 50 फोन करने पड़ते थे, सिफारिश लगानी पड़ती थी, कोशिश करनी पड़ती। साथियों, आपको खुशी होगी आज एक पासपोर्ट औसतन 5 से 6 दिन में आपके घर डिलीवरी हो जाता है। ये बदलाव कैसे आया? कर्मचारी वही है, फाइलें वही हैं, बजट वही है, बदलाव कैसे आया? लेकिन सरकार ने जैसे ही ईज ऑफ लिविंग पर जोर दिया, सिस्टम में परिवर्तन आना शुरू हो गया। और इसके लिए हमने सिस्टम को इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से भी सपोर्ट किया। 2014 से पहले देश में सिर्फ 77 पासपोर्ट सेवा केंद्र थे, पूरे देश में 77। आज करीब करीब 525 पासपोर्ट सेवा केंद्र है। साथियों, ऐसे ही परिवर्तन आप चारों तरफ होते हुए देख सकते हैं। दूसरा भी विषय मैं आप ही के लोगों के साथ जुड़ा हुआ उठाना चाहता हूं। 2014 से पहले इनकम टैक्स रिफंड का एवरेज टाइम था 93 डेज। और ये भी तो कुछ लोग इस सिफारिश के कारण जल्दी लाते इसलिए एवरेज कम आती होगी, बाकी कुछ लोगों को तो बेचारों को 2-2, 4-4 साल जाते होंगे। अब इनकम टैक्स रिफंड का एवरेज टाइम 10 दिन से भी कम हो गया है। ट्वेंटी 2014 से पहले हमारे टोल प्लाजा पर औसतन वेटिंग टाइम 12 मिनट से ज्यादा था। अब फास्टैग आने के बाद टोल प्लाजा पर एवरेज वेटिंग टाइम 30 to 40 सेकंड है। साथियों, हमारे यहाँ गुलामी के कालखंड में बने पिनल कोड भी ऐसे ही चल रहे थे। अरुण जी ने भी उसका उल्लेख किया। उनके मूल में दंड था, न्याय नहीं था, क्योंकि वो अंग्रेजों की मानसिकता से बना था। उसको जाते जाते भी मुझे आना पड़ा, तब वो गया। हमने अपने गवर्नेंस मॉडल की भावना के अनुकूल ही इनको न्याय केंद्रित बनाया है। ये जो 3 नए कोड संसद से पास हुए हैं, इनसे सामान्य से सामान्य नागरिक को और तेजी से न्याय मिलना संभव हुआ है। पिछले 10 साल में हमारी सरकार ने 1,500 से ज्यादा पुराने कानून खत्म किए हैं। इनमें से कितने ही कानून अंग्रेजों के समय में बने हुए थे और ऐसे ही चले आ रहे थे। मैं अक्सर कहता हूं कि लोगों के जीवन में सरकार का दबाव भी नहीं और सरकार का अभाव भी नहीं होना चाहिए। गरीब है, उसको लगना नहीं चाहिए कि संकट के समय कोई आया नहीं। अभाव नहीं होना चाहिए। सरकार की जहाँ जरूरत है सरकार होनी चाहिए। लेकिन ये क्या तरीका है? आए दिन सरकार टांग अड़ाती रहे, जिंदगी हर चीज में सरकार। और मैं तो अगर 2047 तक का मेरा मिशन पूरा हुआ तो मान लीजिए मैं हर एक की जिंदगी से सरकार बाहर निकाल दूंगा। सामान्य मानवीय की जिंदगी में सरकार होनी ही नहीं चाहिए। उसको खुली छूट होनी चाहिए अपनी जिंदगी जीने की। अपने सपनों को साकार करने के लिए खुला आसमान उसके लिए छोड़ देना चाहिए। और इसी सोच के साथ हमने ईज ऑफ लिविंग के लिए, जैसा मैंने कहा ना, हमने 1,500 कानून खत्म किए। वैसे ही भांति भांति की चीजें सरकार मांगती रहती है। अच्छा, ये फॉर्म लाए, ये ले आओ, ये लाए, वो ले आओ, वो लाए, वो लाए। आपका घर यहाँ है, अच्छा आपके घर के सामने कौन रहता है, ले आओ। यानी ये पता नहीं सरकार में आदत बन गई है। आप जान करके खुश हो जाएंगे, मैंने 40,000 से ज्यादा ऐसे कंप्लायंसेस को खत्म कर दिया और उन्हें बहुत आसान बना दिया है। 40,000। आप सामान्य नागरिक को क्या तकलीफ होती होगी भाई? हम पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि देश के सामान्य मानवी को किसी भी काम के लिए सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर काटने ही न पड़े, लाइनों में लगना ही न पड़े। बिजली बिल हो, हाउस टैक्स हो, वाटर टैक्स हो, प्रॉपर्टी का काम हो, स्कॉलरशिप के लिए सब अप्लाई करना हो, ऐसे दर्जनों काम अब ऑनलाइन हो जाते हैं। अब रेलवे स्टेशन पर आपको कोई कतार नहीं दिखती होगी, बदल गई दुनिया। और साथियों, ईज ऑफ लिविंग का मतलब सिर्फ इस तरह की सुविधाओं का विस्तार ही नहीं होता है। ईज ऑफ लिविंग तब बढ़ती है जब गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग की जेब में कुछ पैसे बचते हैं, उसकी बचत होती है। हमारी सरकार की योजनाएं कैसे लोगों का पैसा बचा रही हैं, ये अपने आप में एक केस स्टडी है। और अभी आप पढ़ रहे हैं तो शायद वहाँ इस पर उठाइए काम, अरुण जी, आपकी यूनिवर्सिटी को लगाइए। 2014 में 2 लाख रुपए की सालाना इनकम पर टैक्स देना होता था। 2 लाख इनकम पर इनकम टैक्स था। आज 7 लाख रुपए की सालाना इनकम पाने वाले को 1 रुपये का भी टैक्स नहीं है। इसमें तो ताली बजाओ यार, पैसा तुम्हारा बच रहा है। ये मैंने इसलिए किया, अगर किसी को ऐसी भाषण में नींद आ जाती है तो जगाने के लिए जरूरी नहीं था। मुझे ताली की जरूरत नहीं थी। क्योंकि ऐसे भाषण ऐसे हैं कि जिसमें मीडिया को इंटरेस्ट नहीं, उस भाषण में आपको क्या मजा आएगा। लेकिन मैंने कहा आज यही कर ले। देखिए, हमारी सरकार ने जो निर्णय लिए हैं उसकी वजह से डायरेक्ट टैक्सेस में करीब करीब 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए बचे हैं देश के नागरिकों के। 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए। साथियों, कई बार सरकार डिस्काउंट दे रही होती है, लेकिन हमारे देश के सामान्य मानवी को में उसकी चर्चा ही नहीं होती है, पता ही नहीं होता है। रेल टिकट के साथ भी ऐसा ही हुआ है। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि सिर्फ रेलवे की टिकट पर पिछले 10 साल में 4.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए का डिस्काउंट दिया गया है। 4.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया। गरीब और मिडिल क्लास के ये पैसे बचे ही तो हैं, उसके पास बचे हैं पैसे, वरना वो सरकार को देता। स्वच्छ भारत अभियान को तो आप, हमारे अरुण जी ने तो काफी उसका झंडा उठाया हुआ है। मीडिया ने काफी सपोर्ट किया स्वच्छ भारत अभियान को। करीब करीब सभी मीडिया हाउसेज ने किसी न किसी रूप में उसका साथ दिया। ये भी गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग के पैसे बचाने में मदद कर रहा है। इस अभियान की वजह से अनेक बीमारियां फैलने से रुकी हैं। एक स्टडी में सामने आया है कि स्वच्छ भारत अभियान हर साल गरीबों के 60,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा बचा रहा है। 60,000 करोड़ रुपए गरीब का बचना यानी कितना बड़ा काम है जी। वरना यही पैसे उन्हें बीमारियों के इलाज पर खर्च करने पड़ते हैं। इसी तरह आयुष्मान भारत योजना की वजह से गरीबों के 1 लाख करोड़ रुपया जो उनको अस्पताल में देना था वो बचा हुआ है, खर्च होने से बचे हैं। सरकार एक जन औषधि केंद्र चला रही है। इन जन औषधि केंद्र में वही दवाइयां, कोई क्वालिटी कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं, करीब 80% हम डिस्काउंट देते हैं उसमें, ताकि मध्यम वर्ग गरीब परिवार हो। अब मध्यम वर्ग परिवार में बुजुर्ग माँ बाप रहते हो, डायबिटीज हो, तो 1,500-2,000 रुपए की दवाई लगी जाती है उसको। आज हमने जन औषधि केंद्रों में जो लोग दवाइयाँ लेते हैं उसके कारण गरीबों के, मध्यम वर्ग के 30,000 करोड़ रुपए जो उसकी दवाई में लगने वाले थे, डिस्काउंट के कारण 30,000 करोड़ रुपए बचे हैं। अब आपको जो सीधा जुड़ा हुआ है वो भी मैं बताता हूं। ये जो मोबाइल डेटा भी है, आज आपके हजारों रुपए बचा रहा है, आपको मालूम ही नहीं है, क्योंकि भूल जाते हैं और ये लोग बताते नहीं हैं। 10 साल पहले मोबाइल डेटा 250 रुपये पर जीबी होता था, 250 रुपीज पर जीबी। ये 10 साल पहले की बात कर रहा हूं मैं। आज जितने जीबी एक सामान्य भारतीय हर महीने खर्च करता है, उस हिसाब से अगर करता तो उसका टेलीफोन का महीने का बिल होता कम से कम 4-5 हजार रुपया से ज्यादा। लेकिन अब भारत में मोबाइल डेटा 10 रुपया पर जीबी के आसपास है, यानी 250 से कम होते 10 रुपया। हर महीने आपके मोबाइल बिल में ही 3-3.5 हजार रुपये बच रहे हैं, यानी साल भर का करीब करीब 50,000 रुपया मोदी आपको देने नहीं आया है, लेकिन मोदी ने ऐसा किया है कि आपके पैसे बच रहे हैं। कभी याद करना मुझे भी। ये मैं चुनाव के लिए नहीं कह रहा हूं। अभी कुछ ही दिन पहले हमने पीएम सूर्य घर मुफ्त बिजली योजना शुरू की है। सरकार अपने घरों में यानी नागरिकों को दे रही है सोलर पैनल लगाने के लिए 78,000 इतने रुपये हर परिवार को मदद के रूप में दे रहा है। 78,000 रुपये कुछ ही हफ्ते के भीतर इस योजना से जुड़ने के लिए मैंने ऑनलाइन रजिस्ट्री शुरू की। अब तक 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोग अप्लाई कर चुके हैं। उनको ये पैसे मिलेंगे और इस योजना से जुड़ने वालों की आमतौर पर एक मिडिल क्लास फैमिली है जिसके घर में एक आदेशी है, 2-3 फैन है, हो सकता है फ्रिज हो सकता है वॉशिंग मशीन हो, तो करीब करीब 300 यूनिट उसकी बिजली की ज़रूरत पड़ती है। 300 यूनिट मुफ्त बिजली मिलनी उससे संभव हो जाएगी। इतना ही नहीं, जो ज़्यादा बिजली पैदा करेगा सोलार सिस्टम से सरकार वो खरीदेगी और उसकी कमाई का साधन पैदा हो जाएगा। साथियों, मेरे लिए बहुत आसान था कि मैं जनता की गाढ़ी कमाई, टैक्स पेयर की मेहनत की कमाई को ऐसे ही बांट देता, तालियां बजवा लेता। मेरा रास्ता वो नहीं है दोस्तों। जब ऐसा मिलता है तो वाहवाही तो हो जाती है, लेकिन बचत करके भी जीवन आसान बनाया जा सकता है, ये हमारी सरकार ने करके दिखाया है। ये रास्ता थोड़ा कठिन है, मीडिया के लिए बोरिंग है और आज भी शायद बोरिंग जैसा भाषण भी मेरा लगता होगा, लेकिन ये लॉन्ग टर्म का है, देश हित में है और मैं जानता हूं मुझे इसमें मेहनत ज़्यादा पड़ती है, लेकिन मैंने जैसे अभी कहा उन्होंने, मैं मक्खन पर लकीर करने के लिए नहीं आया हूं, मैं पत्थर पर लकीर करने आया हूं। इसलिए मैंने रास्ता चुना है और मैंने ये रास्ता इसलिए चुना है कि मैं आपके बच्चों के हाथ में एक समृद्ध हिंदुस्तान देना चाहता हूं। साथियों, हमारी सरकार के गवर्नेंस मॉडल को समझना हो तो आप पीएसयू सेक्टर में आए बदलाव को तरफ नजर करेंगे तो देख पाएंगे। आमतौर पर सरकार के पीएसयू मतलब सरकारी खजाने से जाता है, जन्म लेता है और वो जन्म लेता है उसी दिन उसकी एक्सपायरी डेट तय हो जाती है जी। यही उसका इतिहास रहा है जी। बहुत कम पीएसयू होते हैं सरकार के जो कुछ देश के लिए काम आते हैं, बर्बादी लाते हैं। जो रचना बनाई है जिन्होंने बनाई, लेकिन आप याद कीजिए, वो दिन याद करेंगे तो पता है जैसे पहले की सरकारों के चलते बीएसएनएल और एमटीएनएल दोनों बर्बाद हो गए थे। पहले की सरकारों ने एचएएल को भी बर्बाद कर दिया था। एलआईसी को लेकर भी कुछ लोगों ने एक से बढ़कर एक झूठ बोला था, लेकिन आज स्थिति क्या है? आज बीएसएनएल मेड इन इंडिया 5G की ताकत से आगे बढ़ रहा है। आज एयर इंडिया नई भूमिका में अपना विस्तार कर रही है। आज एचएएल में रिकॉर्ड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो रही है और रिकॉर्ड रेवेन्यू जनरेट हो रही है। एचएएल के पास अब एशिया की सबसे बड़ी हेलीकॉप्टर बनाने वाली फैक्ट्री है। आज एलआईसी भी दिनों दिन और मजबूत होती जा रही है। साथियों, हमारी सरकार के इफेक्टिव गवर्नेंस की वजह से आज अधिकतर पीएसयू रिकॉर्ड रिटर्न दे रहे हैं। इन पर निवेशकों का भरोसा बहुत अधिक बढ़ रहा है। 10 साल पहले पीएसयूज का नेट प्रॉफिट लगभग 1.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए था। अब पीएसयूज का नेट प्रॉफिट करीब करीब 2 गुना यानी करीब करीब 2.5 लाख करोड़ के पार कर चुका है। 10 वर्षों में पीएसयूज की नेटवर्थ 9.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से बढ़कर 17 लाख करोड़ रुपए तक पहुंच चुकी है जी। जब नेशन फर्स्ट की भावना हो तो ऐसे काम भी होते हैं और ऐसे परिणाम भी मिलते हैं। फैमिली फर्स्ट की भावना हो तो नतीजे आप भुगत रहे हो। साथियों, हमारी गवर्नेंस का एक और बड़ा पक्ष रहा है भ्रष्टाचार को लेकर जीरो टॉलरेंस। भ्रष्टाचार पर कार्रवाई के लिए हर एजेंसी पूरी तरह स्वतंत्र है। अब जैसे ईडी को ही देख लीजिए, साल 2014 तक पीएमएलए के तहत 1800 केस रजिस्टर किए गए। स्वतंत्र संस्था है, स्वतंत्र रूप से उसको काम करने देना चाहिए, उसको रोकने की अड़ने की क्या जरूरत थी। हमने कहा भाई जो आपको ठीक लगे करो। मेरी पॉलिसी इतनी है, जीरो टॉलरेंस। बीते 10 वर्षों में 4700 केस दर्ज हुए हैं। मैं जानता हूं आप ताली नहीं बजाइए इसमें, क्योंकि मैं आपको परेशान नहीं करना चाहता। साल 2014 तक सिर्फ, अब देखिए देश कैसी हालत में रहा है, 2014 तक सिर्फ 5000 करोड़ रुपए की ही संपत्ति अटैच की गई थी। हमारे 10 वर्षों में 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक की संपत्ति अटैच की गई है। प्रोसिक्यूशन कंप्लेंट्स के मामले में भी बीते 10 वर्षों में 10 गुना की वृद्धि हुई है। ईडी ने बहुत बड़ी संख्या में टेरर फाइनेंसिंग से जुड़े अपराधियों को, साइबर क्राइम से जुड़े अपराधियों को, नारकोटिक से जुड़े अपराधियों को गिरफ्तार किया है। इन लोगों की हजारों करोड़ रुपए की संपत्ति अटैच की गई है। कई सारे ब्यूरोक्रेट्स के यहां ईडी की कार्रवाई ने, नोटों की गड्डियों ने पूरे देश का ध्यान अपनी ओर खींचा है। ये हम कर पाए हैं। अब जब इतनी तेज कार्रवाई होगी तो कुछ लोगों के पेट में दर्द होना बहुत स्वाभाविक है। और इसलिए ही तो वो लोग दिन रात मोदी को गाली देने का अभियान चला रहे हैं। देश भी देख रहा है कि इन लोगों की नीति, नियत और निष्ठा हर प्रकार से सवालों के घेरे में है। ऐसे लोगों को देश साफ साफ कह रहा है, सो सॉरी। साथियों, ये चुनाव का समय है तो हमारे विपक्ष के साथी कागजों पर सपने बुनने में जुटे हुए हैं, लेकिन मोदी सपनों से आगे संकल्प लेकर चलता है। मैं दावे के साथ कह सकता हूं कि आने वाले 5 वर्ष भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी बड़ी आर्थिक ताकत बनाने वाले होंगे। आने वाले 5 साल इस अनसर्टेन वर्ल्ड के लिए एक स्थिर, समर्थ और सशक्त भारत की गारंटी के होंगे। आने वाले 5 साल भारत के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को एक नई ऊंचाई देने वाले होंगे। आने वाले 5 साल भारतीय रेल के कायाकल्प के होंगे। आने वाले 5 साल बुलेट ट्रेन से लेकर वंदे भारत ट्रेन के विस्तार के होंगे। आने वाले 5 साल वाटरवे के भूतपूर्व इस्तेमाल के होंगे। आने वाले 5 साल में आप भारत के डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट को नया रिकॉर्ड बनाते देंगे। आने वाले 5 साल में आप भारत के स्पेस सेक्टर की एक नई उड़ान देखेंगे, गगनयान की सफलता देखेंगे। आने वाले 5 साल में आप देश के युवाओं के लिए नए सेक्टर्स का उदय देखेंगे। आने वाले 5 साल में आप भारत की सोलर पावर को घर घर तक पहुंचता देखेंगे। आने वाले 5 साल में आप भारत में ईवी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में रिकॉर्ड वृद्धि देखेंगे। आने वाले 5 साल में आप सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन, हाइड्रोजन मिशन को जमीन पर बढ़ावा देखेंगे। और आने वाले 5 साल में आप निर्णायक नीतियां बनते, निर्णायक फैसले होते हुए भी देखेंगे। और इन संकल्पों की सिद्धि के लिए मैं बहुत पहले ही काम शुरू कर चुका हूं। प्रोग्रेसिव अनफोल्डमेंट है इसलिए बोलता नहीं हूं। मैं इंडिया टुडे के कॉन्क्लेव में फिर आऊंगा। तो इन संकल्पों पर मैं विस्तार से बात करूंगा। फिर एक बार आएगा तो देखिए, आपका ऑडियंस की आवाज है। ये मूड ऑफ द नेशन है। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Thank you, PM, for taking out time on the day that the elections were announced. It's always special to have you with us, but today it's extra special because of this announcement. आपकी टाइमिंग हमेशा ही perfect रहती है. I also want to thank you for making our stories in media exciting, as we never have a dry day. न्यूज़रूम में जब कुछ गर्मा गर्म खबर नहीं होती तो उसको हम ड्राई डे कहते हैं, पर आपके राज्य में कुछ कुछ बहुत कुछ होता ही रहता है। डेडलाइन भी और हेडलाइन भी, सभी इलेक्शन डू और डाई बैटल बन जाते हैं। हर इशू में ठोक से वाद विवाद चलता रहता है। I never thought as a national news channel we would cover the local elections in Delhi, Mumbai and Telangana, the local municipal elections. और अब तो दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा इलेक्शन with 97 crore registered voters. आपकी टीम के जैसे मेरी टीम भी इनोवेटिव आइडिया सोचती रहती है। हमने एक नया इनिशिएटिव लॉन्च किया है, सुनिए नेताजी, in 100+ towns, where citizens can engage with their favorite politicians by talking to their life-size cutouts on camera, क्योंकि सबको हम कॉन्क्लेव में नहीं इनवाइट कर सकते। Citizens were also invited to write about their issues on postcards. It's no surprise that the maximum citizens wanted to speak to you, Prime Minister, and write to you. I was amazed at the amount of feedback, ideas, and best wishes the common man and women had for you. We have 50,000 postcards to send to you. AP, may I please ask you to hand over a token bundle to the Prime Minister? It's right next to you on the table. This is like a public manifesto. आपके लिए, आपके परिवार से ये तोहफा. Can we have the film, please, guys?
नेता नहीं है, ये भगवान है हमारे लिए। आप जैसा नेता ही देश को चाहिए। मोदी बढ़िया तो और तो नीचे कार्यकर्ता बढ़िया ना हो एक भी। सरकार को थोड़ा सा महंगाई पे कंट्रोल करना चाहिए।
मेरे मोदी जी ने हमेशा हम किन्नर समाज को भी सपोर्ट करा है। जो मेरे मोदी जी पे कोई आला बला आए वो मैं झेलूं।
मोदी जी बहुत बेस्ट आदमी है, इनके मुकाबले का वर्ल्ड में भी आदमी नहीं है।
ऐसी सड़कें हमारे 65 साल की उम्र हो गई, आज तक हमने कभी जीवन में देखी नहीं। जो काम नहीं हो सकते थे वो काम इनकी गवर्नमेंट ने किए।
इन्होंने अपना परिवारवाद पाला है, इनके साथ भी वही है जो राहुल गांधी जी के साथ है। ये यात्रा करने से और आने जाने से कुछ नहीं होता, आपका संगठन मजबूत नहीं है। राम मंदिर देश में बहुत जरूरी था।
मोदी जी ने घर घर शौचालय दिए हैं, घर घर राशन दिया है।
आम आदमी सुख चैन से
अगला पीएम हम मोदी जी को ही देखना चाहते हैं। मोदी जी ने इतने अच्छे काम किए कि कोई करने का नहीं।
आज हम गर्व से कह सकते हैं कि हम भारतीय हैं।
मेरे हार्वर्ड बिजनेस स्कूल से एक ग्रुप आया हुआ है यहाँ। बिजनेस स्कूल में हर चीज़ को वो एक 2x2 में एनालाइज करते हैं। आपकी लीडरशिप को लेके उनमें बहुत चर्चा चलती है। But what I was surprised to see was that even a common man had done a 2x2 on your leadership. Your connect with both Bharat and India is phenomenal. This is a SWOT analysis at the back, one done by a Harvard Business School team and one done by a common man from a small town in India, which is what Prime Minister talked about, that digital India is down to every small city. It's not just about Bangalore. I wanted to leave you with this small personal anecdote. Recently, I had the good fortune of walking from the old parliament to the new parliament. They are just 30 steps apart, but it's like walking between two Indias, the one I was born in and the one I will pass on to the next generation. I love them both. I love them both, but they are a world apart. The new parliament is pristine, organized, efficient, full of light, and holds a lot of promise and hope for the future. The old is musty, dusty, full of our rich history. The corridors whisper of our trials, triumphs, great debates, remembrances, embodying the soul of our ancient nation and young democracy. Walking between the two is a surreal experience. You enter in one century and you come out in another. It is the story of your leadership, Prime Minister, in 30 steps. Both of them have their own charm, and I believe both are essential if we are going to be a great nation. I hope that you will be able to bridge the two as only you can. The great Indian spirit in an enriched, enlightened new avatar. Best of luck for the elections. We are watching very closely and keenly. ये हमारी guarantee है. Thank you, Prime Minister and everyone. Until next time, good evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being a great